After 116 matches here in Barcelona, it's time for our final fling, our final weekend of cricket on ECN for season 2022. Now, we started with 16 teams. We're down to 7 now. By the end of the weekend, we'll know exactly who will raise the last trophy of the year. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, buenos dias. Welcome to Barcelona. Compliments of the season as well. It is time for finals fever here in Barcelona. It's been a while coming, but I think every match from here, there's going to be a kind of perceptible rise in pressure and tension as we hurdle towards our conclusion to the season. So just 8 matches to go. We have Group B finals today. We have the final day of the season tomorrow. Basically how this works, that tomorrow already we know 3 of the 4 teams that are going to take part in the final day. The other team will be decided today. We have the kind of teams that didn't quite make it to the top of the tree in Group B, but were close. They will be going for it, teams 2 through 5. And we are starting the day with an eliminator. And this is a funny one because these 2 teams met just last night. It's Ali Youngstars versus the Ripoll Warriors. Now this is the eliminator for Group B. It's match number 117 on the calendar. I do have some toss news that a little earlier. It was Ripoll Warriors. They won the toss and elected to field. So it's going to be an interesting one because they do like to chase. It hasn't always gone well for them. We know they've relied heavily on Prince Daman. Look, they had 6 wins out of their 14 games. That doesn't look that impressive, but I do think they're a team that are a bit better than that. I think they're a team that can beat anyone on their day. And I think one thing about the Warriors, they had their new kits yesterday. That was impressive. I was also really impressed with their fielding. So watch out for that. For the Ali Youngstars, though, I think that they held their own yesterday. These 2 teams had 2 close tussles. They split the points. They were both close games. They both kind of were on a knife's edge for a lot of the time. So I'm really thankful that it looks like we should have an uninterrupted eliminator this morning to decide who will go through to later in the day. Of course, it is an eliminator. Whoever loses this game will be out of the tournament. Let's talk about the weather today. Now, currently it's about 13 degrees, which is not that cold. I can tell you there was some rain overnight. We're expecting maximum temperature of about 16 today. But the good news is there was a forecast of some showers here this morning. At the moment, it looks like they'll stay away. I don't actually have any rain in the forecast now. That could change, of course. There is some cloud cover, but it looks like we should get this game on without any interruption. So I think that is a really good sign. Well, of course, I'll be flying solo today in the commentary box, but I might have some help throughout the day. I'm going to get ready for the first ball now. Let's get ready and have a look a little bit more about this game. Yes, I've got some good news, and the rain has still stayed away. Happy finals day, everyone. Well, it's Group B finals day at least. We have 2 finals days coming your way. So I know that we're really excited here. It's a great way to finish the season. And hopefully you can join us for a really entertaining weekend of cricket. Hello to everyone watching on FanCode in India. Hope you're well today. Hope that everyone is watching on YouTube as well if you're not in the subcontinent. And I'll certainly think that we will have some high pressure contests coming up. Let's just have a look at the conditions. Like I said, it's pretty clear at the moment. A bit of cloud cover. Was some overnight rain, and that may affect things a little bit. This is what we saw yesterday. It was the final 4 group matches in Group B. Catalunya Tigers, very, very impressive against Raval Sporting, 167 to 117. Pretty much battered them out of the contest. Yasser Ali, he went absolutely berserk in the last over. 34 runs came off it. In fact, he almost got 36, which would have brought him to his 100. That would have been quite the spectacle. It was anyway, to be honest. He was just 10 centimetres away from getting that century. Raval Sporting tried hard. Yeah, couldn't really get near that total. Catalunya Tigers, not as many on the ball in the second game, but still enough. 128. Raval Sporting, 85. So, look, Raval Sporting, we'll see them today. We'll see them later on. They have still earned the double chance in Group B finals day. But, yeah, they're just in a little bit of a nasty run of form, especially against the kind of teams that they will meet this weekend. So Caledonia Tigers knew that they were straight through to Sunday, which is now tomorrow, hard to believe. But the other teams have to fight for it. And we did see Ali Young Stars and Ripple Warriors in quite the fight yesterday afternoon. Ali Young Stars posted 73, and with a good start from Prince Taman, it looked like they were going to cruise home, the Warriors. But then they hit the skids in the middle. Lucky for Imran Hussain, who came out, hit 21 off 6 and got them over the line. So that looks comfortable. It was anything but for the Warriors in match number 115. Then they met again in match 116. Again, highly entertaining game this time. The Ali Young Stars put a lot more on the board. 137 thanks to a sparkling 83 from Shahid Nazir. Prince Taman, well, he batted brilliantly as well, 88 off 35, but it wasn't enough. Didn't have the support that he needed to get them over the line, and ended up falling 14 runs short in that contest. So that meant that we were at the end of the Group B stage. Every team had played each other twice, and that meant that the bottom 3 teams were eliminated from the competition. We already knew that really because of the distance between 6th and 5th. Fateh Yeda Tigers and Hawks, they are out of the running. Caledonia Tigers, like I said, they're straight through. 14-0, it's a very good record, isn't it? And then the other 4 teams we'll see today, Grathia, Ravel Sporting, Ali Young Stars and Ripple Warriors, starting with his eliminator between the Ali Young Stars and the Ripple Warriors. So I'm thinking, I don't really know which way this one's going to go. I suppose with the Ripple Warriors, they're always looking to the Prince. I don't really like focusing on one player, but he just seems so important to them. And, well, maybe looking at other guys that can really step up. And look, there's plenty of talent there. That's the thing. Their fielding has impressed me a lot. I think Muhammad Nazim is one to watch as well. He did some good things yesterday. Ali Young Stars, though, we'll see them first with the bat, and I think we'll see Mubashir Ali at the top. I have a feeling they might go with Shahid Nazir, although he did make those runs at 4. I do think, you don't want to leave any stone unturned in the sudden death matchup, which this basically is. And so, well, I'm not really sure what to make of this one, and that's a good thing. I think that these 2 teams had 2 real wrestles. Well, looks like the supercomputer's not sure either. They've got Ripple Warriors a 1-run favourite. So 106 to 105. Look, that sounds fair enough to me. This is a toss-up. And really, when you think about it, the Young Stars, considering it's their first ECN tournament, I think they've done very, very well. We saw them originally against the other newcomers, Yeda Tigers, but haven't really put a foot wrong so far. Okay. Even 7.5 games out of 14. I think you're doing pretty well in your first tournament. Bit of artificial light supplementing the natural light this morning. You can see the sun just came up, I think it was 25 minutes ago. So it's, with the cloud cover, it's not particularly bright yet. So not easy fielding conditions, but the Ripple Warriors, they did impress me with their fielding yesterday. They seem to take most of their chances. Just want to log into the YouTube chat as well. Might say a quick hello to a few people there. Hello to Aziz Ur-Rahman. Santosh has asked me, is it raining? Well, as you can probably see from the pictures, no, it's not. Haven't had any rain since we got to the ground. Maybe a little bit overnight, so the field's a bit wet. And it normally is this time anyway because of the dew factor. So almost ready to go. Group B finals day. The eliminator. 2 teams arrive. 1 will survive into the afternoon. The other one, their ECS is over. Let's roll. Here's Nazim to Riaz with the first ball. Pushes away, mishandled, but it's a single, the first run of Group B finals day. Yes, hello to Kai as well. I think today is the second last day of the ECN season. And it's Group B finals day, Game 1 eliminator. Well, Kai, with you there, I think that I'm getting paid to do nothing, because you've summed it up perfectly. Yeah, just think, these 2 teams, it's been a great kind of mini-series between them. Going to hustle through for a single here. Yeah, it's a bit like they're playing like a 3-match series, which you don't really see that often. Okay, we see double headers, and that has a bit of a storyline arc to it, doesn't it? But these 2 teams, just because of chance, really, they met in the last 2 games of the group stage, and they meet here. And this is the decider. It's like 1 apiece, and whoever wins this one goes through. Pitched up through the gap, and this will be for the first boundary of the day. Cuatro carreras. Good batting. You see, they've gone for these options at the top of the order. I mean, Bashir Ali, I expected. The other one, I wasn't quite sure who they go for. They go for Mohammad Riaz. Again, he's a decent bat. I think that they do have options. That's the thing. Thing is, with someone like Someone like Shahid Nazir coming off runs. I mean, there's no excuse to be conservative here in the power play. You've got to go for it. Oh, this one's gone very wrong. Gets away from the keeper slightly as well. Does well to get a glove on it there, Azim Makbul. It's been no ball for off the pitch. That one swings from the hand, really. Just look at that. Makbul, I think he's happy to get a hand on it, because otherwise that was going for 4. Free hit then coming up, first one of the day. And he does hit it. How far? Well, not over the Prince. Just the one. Yeah, Prince Demand. I kind of said yesterday, he's a real triple threat, isn't he? He's got his fielding, which is fantastic. But you know, his bowling and his batting, no matter what he does. I asked him yesterday, can you wicket keep? And he said, yeah. I said, it doesn't surprise me. He seems to be able to do whatever he wants on a cricket field. This one's hacked away to the leg side. It's handled there by Zulfikar. So let us know how you are today. Hopefully you're having a good start to your weekend. Obviously here, kind of mixed emotions at the end of a season, long season. This one, just a single, gets them to 10. That's a decent first over. Again, hard to know what a pass score is, because this has been a wildly kind of variable series. If we look at some of the top performers, Ali Youngstars, you can see, gone with Mubashir Ali out there now. Nazir not at the crease yet. There's Mushtaq third in there, unscoring. Got Riaz out there at the moment. He's not a bad bat as well. As far as Ripple Warriors, though, they are just kind of never seen a graph like that. Prince Demand now has about 500 runs more than the next best. What is that? 493 more than the next. Probably will be 500 by the second innings. So anyway, that's why. Yeah, I don't like to focus on one player, but sometimes you can't really ignore it. Akhtar Khan is going to bowl over number 2. This one doesn't really swing, but just beats the batter for lack of pace there. Akhtar, I like his work. Obviously, when he swings the ball, he's a bit more dangerous. He's creating a bit more doubt in the mind of the batter as to what the ball's going to do. Sometimes he doesn't know. Doesn't find the swing, so he goes round the wicket. And he's launched high, and I think that one is sailing out of the ground. Maximo! The first one of Group B Finals Day. This is what Akhtar Khan will do if the ball's not swinging. He'll get around the wicket, maybe try and roll his fingers on a couple. It's very early to go to that plan B, though. I'd like to see him still trying to swing the ball. That's how he takes his wickets. But Riaz was able to get it away off the leg side. And now, yeah, he's going back to the plan A. I think he's going to try and swing it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Again, this one straight as a die, and that's going to be 4. So trouble for Akhtar early. It's just the thing about swing bowling. You never quite know on a particular day, in particular conditions, what it's going to do. Sometimes it'll swing, sometimes it won't. So I want to say a big hello to everyone who's saying hello to me. And yes, Sundori has given a link to an article, which I did spot actually overnight. Pitched up and dropped straight through the hands of Karamjit Singh. It wasn't hit that hard, to be honest. He put the hands up and he braced for impact, but he couldn't quite stop it from bursting through. Have a look at it here. Again, it's an awkward one. Doesn't really jump, so he's happy just to stay stable and hope that he gets his hands in the right spot. But a chance goes begging. Riaz would have been gone. This is another teaser for the fielder. This time it's not a chance. It's going to run away to the boundary. So yeah, frustration for the two fielders. Ali Youngstars having the rub of the green at the moment. Up to 25 already. So yeah, Romanian all-rounder Pavel Florin will link up with the Melbourne Stars in BBL 12. And he'll be interacting with fans. So I think that's fantastic. Smashed. That's absolutely horned out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, Mubashir Ali is a powerful strike. He's got quick hands. Look at this. Oh, that was like a bullet out of a gun first thing in the morning. I'm thankful that didn't go anywhere near a fielder. So 6 to finish the over, 31 for no loss. Good start for the youngsters. Iqtidar Khan goes off the rails, goes magical 21 off that over. Again, doesn't get the swing, which makes the big difference for Iqtidar early. Probably see him a bit later on. These two teams, if you just joined us, they're closer together. Well, they're pretty close together, 4th and 5th. That's why they're meeting here in the Eliminator. Today we'll see, these two teams will also see Gracia and the Ravel Sporting team. Those, all 4 teams today are competing for 1 spot tomorrow, the 4th spot tomorrow. And Sundori's happy for Pavel. Yes, so am I. I'm just going to send him a message, actually. Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about. We know that Badalona Shaheen are through. We know Hira Sabadell are through from Group A. They won the playoff, which is kind of like what you're seeing today. Tigers, they're through. We're just feeling that last spot, the last golden ticket to final day tomorrow. Start of a new over. Nazim comes on, and right now, Warriors need a wicket. I suppose this is where you're on the defensive, and 10 overs. It's a long time, but it's not a long time as well. It's hard to describe because, look, now you're feeling other youngsters are confident there. It's not like the starts they've had recently where they're 10 for 2, 10 for 3. And they can really go for everything. That's exactly what Mubashir does. Maximo! Length ball from Nazim. It disappears. Again, pretty simple batting. He's pretty still. He plays on the length. He drives through it and he gets 6 more. Because, yeah, this is the issue. And even now, these batters say, look, even if we get out here, no, we're not playing crazy shots, but we're backing ourselves to be aggressive. Even if we get out, we've got plenty of batting to come. You've got Shahid, who made 80-odd yesterday. You've got Usman Mushtaq, who's made a lot of runs in the series. You've got someone like Mohammad Tanzir, the captain as well. He's waiting in the wings. So, yeah, keep the questions coming. And, yes, the first comment I see about the football last night. How about Croatia knocking out Brazil? This is skewed away behind point. It will be stopped somehow. And looks pretty impressed with his pace there. And so, I mean, nice to see that effort. They'll get 2. So, Nazim bowling out. Let's see what kind of options we see next from the Ripple Warriors. Again, goes for it, gets just enough. Maximo! Well, you can't see it on the camera, but that's great fielding from Samir, who remembers rule 1, protect the equipment. That's probably different to Corey's interpretation, which is break the equipment. Samir was quick to jump out in front and stop that, but it is 6 more. This power play is out of control now. 46 with the ball to go. It's straight, Prince can't quite get there. Oh, that would have been out. It would have been out. Mubashir Ali, he was concerned about whether it was going to carry or not, so he just froze and didn't run. But Prince, he knows. And if you're going to ball watch, then he's going to have a shot at the stumps. And Mubashir realises here he's in trouble. It wasn't miles away. So lucky on a couple of accounts there. It is the end of the power play, 47 without loss after 3. Entertaining so far. You see the power play overs. It wasn't the biggest first over, but yeah, since then, been cruising. 10, 21 and 16, the 3 power play overs. So, don't think you can go back to Iqtidar Khan here. I think they're going to go for Waqar Khan. Yeah, I like that move. I suppose one issue with the Ripple Warriors is kind of a lack of spin options, although not really suitable conditions for spin first up in the morning when it's at its coldest and probably the ball's at its dampest, but it does help to have that variety. It goes high And I think that is going to be 6. It is Maximo. Well, these two are batting with a license. And right now, somebody has to stop this runaway trade. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen Prince Demand with the ball yet. I know they like to use him at the end, but right now, things are getting a bit heavy for the Warriors. Come back ball from Waka. Better one. I think this is probably the thing they've had to be critical so far. I think they've been a bit slow to adapt the length. I think the length you've got to go to more of an end of the innings length because that's the way these guys are batting. I think you've got to go to more of a full length, a block hole length. Don't give them that kind of slot just short of a block hole to drive under. Yeah, so mixed day for the European teams in the World Cup last night, wasn't it? It was good for Croatia. It was bad for the Netherlands. That's out, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. And Waka gets the breakthrough the Warriors desperately needed. Riaz gets a spicy Yorker that he can't deal with. Over goes the castle. The 50 partnership came up, but didn't last much longer. The first wicket of Group B finals day. It's 54 for 1. And really, we hadn't seen enough of this kind of a length. And of course, oh, that's a perfect Yorker. Of course, you know, he's looking to drive, he's looking to be aggressive. That bounces right between his legs, and that is the Yorker length. Bounce it between the legs, and Riaz knew pretty much straight away, and he was in trouble. So, oh, maybe I'm starting to believe I'm not just a pretty face. Called for a Yorker. The first Yorker we see does the trick. Again, it's one thing to want to do it. It's nothing to actually do it, because if you miss your spot, you can still disappear. But you see Waka digging deep. The Warriors are a proud team. Yeah, look where that bounces. That's absolutely right under the middle of his body. But, like I said, for the Warriors, it takes care of one problem, but another arrives. This is Usman Mushtaq, who's coming in at 3. Again, not much of him, but he does give the ball a whack. He starts with a single. Yeah, so what did you think about the football last night? What do you think about penalty shootouts? I read a very interesting article on penalty shootouts. Is there another way that you could do it? I mean, penalty shootouts are pretty dramatic. Always seems a bit funny to me that, yeah, I suppose you need to tie break somehow, and that's one way to do it. Some people talk about extra time. Of course, in the past, they've tried things like golden goal and silver goal. Oh, hits him pretty full, and he's out. So both openers go in quick succession. Mubashir Ali can't believe it, but he's going to have to go. Again, chose the bat, but I think he's going to have to tell his story walking. We'll check it out on the replay. Mubashir was the man yesterday. I think got one that was a bit of an interesting one. Let's have a look on the replay. Wow, to me it looks out, to be honest. He'll be trying to save a little edge, but I don't see any evidence of it here. Only he'll know, but you certainly can't blame the umpire for this one. Unless... It's an interesting one because, nah, it seems to be straight off the foot. Seems to be straight off the foot. Unless, occasionally get these ones that come up right off the toe of the bat, but it's not impossible. It'd be freakish if this happened twice in a row and it was off the toe, which is not impossible. The way the ball reacts, it certainly looks like it comes off his pad from this angle. But he says not impossible. It might have actually hit the toe of his bat and never hit his foot again, which would be like a 1 in a trillion, because that happened to him yesterday, potentially. But I don't think you can even call it off this. But it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible that doesn't hit his leg. And again, unless he's Meryl Streep, that's a very good acting performance, because that would be my reaction if the ball never hit me in the pad and I was giving out LBW. So what a weird one. Mubashir Ali, I mean, don't really know what to say about it. But, yeah, I mean, you saw what I saw from straight down the line, and it looked out, didn't it? Yeah. It looked out from where the umpire... Yeah, and Ivan's saying the exact same thing. I mean, I've only really seen that a handful of times in 2 years, if that's what happened. But, yeah, it's a A bit of an interesting moment first up. Yeah, but I mean, I called it the way the umpire called it. You can't really blame him. Yeah, it's up for debate anyway. No, debate's over. Here's Waka Khan. He has 2 wickets now. He's removed both the immediate threats, but like I said, one door closes, another opens, and Shahid Nazir, he comes out number 4. Batted so well yesterday. There's a lot of sport going on around the world. I know that a lot of people watching the India-Bangladesh at the moment. Obviously, the Australia versus West Indies. There's England versus Pakistan. Hey, but hey, there's also last weekend of the ECN season. You excited about that? End of 4 overs at 56 for 2. So, new chapter through the middle overs. This is where the Warriors have an opportunity, and here's the Prince coming on in over number 5. Yeah, Ivan saying if it did hit his bat, it didn't look like it. Exactly. Exactly. How can I describe this to you? I mean, I've seen a lot of cricket, more than almost everybody on the planet. But what I will say is occasionally you get these ones that you would swear there's no edge because of what your eyes are telling you. Information feeds in, and obviously your brain processes it. And one of the things you're doing subconsciously is you're looking at where the ball goes after it leaves the batter. And that time, the ball leaves left. So how could the ball leave left if he's trying to hit it to the onside? There's no deflection into the pads or anything like that. And I think potentially, and I'm not saying this is what happened, I'm saying what might have happened, it hits the very, very Q end of the bat, the toe end of the bat, which is freakish, but just happens to go off at that angle. So I'm just saying I'm not saying it's conclusive. I'm just saying it's possible. And it's not really even detectable, to be honest, from the bowler's end, because your brain's not wired that way. Otherwise, you'd never give out an LBW ever. This is one, but the Warriors needed something. They got something. So if you hit the bat, it'll come off faster. I know what you're saying, but it could hit the toe in a freakish way. When it hits the toe, no one really knows what it's going to do. It normally spins weird. Yeah. It's the toe of the bat. It's not meant to hit the ball. In the air, but this will be safe down the ground. Mushtaq kind of hobbles through that one, but I think it might have been his equipment that was bothering him. But yeah, in life, there's always exceptions, right? So that you can go by rules that 99% of the time you're going to be right. There's still going to be this 1% or so that defy logic. Think about the bounce. You see it on social media, the bounce of, there was a ball the other day, that third match ball bowl at the end of the over as well. Yeah, the bounce of the ball that went, I called it 89 degrees. And you wouldn't pick that, but, you know, we watch sport because it's unpredictable. It's actually what makes it fun. And I think that's what makes ECN so fun. Into 5 overs, 60 for 2. So now back to not quite par. Still think the youngsters slightly ahead, but it's certainly Warriors a bit more in the contest. This is Group B Finals Day, which is today. The Youngstars taking on the Ripoll Warriors here in the Eliminator. The loser is out. The winner goes through to the third match of the day, which is versus the loser of Grathia and Revel Sporting. And ultimately, we finish with the qualifying final today for the right to join the Catalunya Tigers, as well as the two Group A teams in final day tomorrow. So stay with us for a really exciting finals day. Here we go with Waka, who's been a real game changer since he came to the crease. And that starts with a dot. Again, a slippery Yorker has worked for him so far. 2 for 9 for Waka, getting both the openers. That's exactly what they brought him on to do. Again, gives a bit of length to Usman Mushtaq. A bit of foot fielding. They should get 2 here. Foot fielding, well, we've talked about it a lot. I'm not going to keep talking about it, but we'll say it's not as quick to get the ball back in when you foot field, because the first thing you have to do is go and get it again. So certainly means you can get it too. Where's Waka? Is just going to be a single. Kai saying that LBW, it might have grazed the bat and hit the toe. That's possible as well. But I think that his reaction tells me that it's not just he found it unfathomable they could be given out. If you get a little inside edge, you get given out, you can go, oh, it's unlucky. Wish you'd seen the inside edge. But if you get given out, and it happened to Ponting once. Look up, there's one where Ponting gets out, I think to Harbhajan Singh in India around the 2001 time, where he gets given out, and then replays show he actually has never hit his pad. He's hit his pad, he's blocked it. That's good fielding as well. He stopped the boundary. Anyway, but look, let's leave that one behind. You know, all I can say is my reaction was the umpire's reaction first up, and we've got the benefit. And only thanks to our great work from Spring Productions. That they're able to pull out all these angles, and yeah, it was just super interesting. Mamash Rally wasn't that impressed though. This one's up, it's in the air, it's hanging, and well, Bermuda Triangle situation. And it's going to be another two. They run well, these two. Wow, this has to be out. Has to be out. I think you're out of ideas if you're trying to appeal this one. He gets a long way across, and once again the Yorker does the trick. Waka Khan comes up with the goods. He's bowled really well. He's bowled his team back into the contest. He'll finish with 3 for 16. And the score is 67 for 3. Yeah, that's not going anywhere except the stumps. And so Shahid Nazir, good wicket to get. Really, really good wicket to get at this stage. So, yeah, Nazir, yesterday's threat, he's gone. 67 for 6, 4 overs to go. Let's have a look at how Waka Khan and Daman have improved things. To give you an idea, the first 3 overs went for 47. The next 3 overs have just gone for 20. All right, over number 7. Let's roll. Good game this, isn't it? This is what you expect. Finals pressure, finals fever. Expect some close games. Up and could be gone. Is. Nice catching, Saqib Javed out there, does the trick. And so this kind of comeback continues, doesn't it? It's Tariq Mahmood that comes on. So he didn't go back to the Prince, though, holding him back for probably the 9th, maybe the 10th. Tariq Mahmood comes on, induces the pull. And this one Mushtaq goes. So once again, 2 batters going in quick succession. Partnership's broken, 2 brand new ones out there. Tanzir's already joined the middle for the young stars. And we'll have another new batter. New batter out there is Harun Salik coming out. So look, credit to the Warriors. They're fighting back. Hello to Quinton, who's watching from Vienna. Hopefully you're well. Quinton, part of our crew. Thanks for the message. And yeah, a bit of action this morning. And Quint's done a lot of work in Group B, so he's probably pretty interested to see how this is going to pan out. Hopefully the weather's good. What's the weather like there, Quint? Let me know. This is turned away by Salik first up. And Tanzir, he's a real game breaker as well, though. He's a guy we've seen opening the batting. He's a guy that seems to step up when his team needs him. It's always a quality I look for in a player. when judging a player. The old late pull out. Risky. Not quite sure what distracted them out of there. How are you guys going anyway? Obviously, Rico unfortunately had to leave unexpectedly. I think we talked a little bit about that yesterday. Obviously, still thinking of him right now. Not having an easy time. But once again, he messaged me last night. Wanted to pass on his best wishes to everybody and said it meant a lot to him. Thanks to everyone that sent messages. I don't think he really has had a chance to get back to too many, but yeah, it's been a difficult couple of days really. But yeah, thanks everyone for your support as a community, and yeah, we're really thankful for everyone that cares. Anyway, this is going to be 4, and it's going to go down to the fine leg boundary. Tanzier's off the mark. It's a Gundy ball from Tariq Mahmood. He got a wicket on the pull before, Tariq, but yeah, this time just angling in outside the hip. That was an easy put away. Tariq coming in pretty much as the 5th bowler here. In the air. Well, this is his own catch, Tariq, and he will catch it eventually. And so, well, he's having a laugh. I think he would have been laughing upside down if that had slipped out a second time. But Tariq Mahmood gets a wicket. So, the young stars have hit the skids here. 72 for 5. And Tariq Mahmood comes up with a couple of wickets in this over. You see, Tanzir, good hitter. Tariq, he knows the pressure's on. Oh, and all's well that ends well. And everyone's all smiles. He could have been in a dentist commercial there. Tariq Mahmood, he was showing a lot of teeth. Tanzir, unfortunately, has to go. 72 for 5. So it's amazing how the game can change. That's what I love about T10 cricket. It's the first thing I ever thought about when I started doing T10 cricket. I thought, oh, well, this is going to be quick and there's not really the nuances for the time for the game to change. The game changes so quickly. It can wildly sway one way and then another. Ivan's going to go take part in the local 5K at the park. 5K run. Not sure how many going, as it's -2 at the moment. Well, come on. Ivan, you are a real Iron Man if you're doing that. Good for you. Last ball, the 7th. Goes for it. Another wicket. Collapses on. Sabani's another good hitter. He doesn't last. Goes for a golden ball. Mahmood's on a hat trick. What is happening here at the Montjuic Olympic ground? Other youngsters after a promising start. They're 72 for 6. Really, it's the kind of collapse that the Warriors can probably relate to, because they haven't been immune to this kind of thing. But Sabani, yeah, he's just late on it. Clears the front leg, tries to whack it to leg. And simple catch taken. Sabani, he's the next man in the procession. That has to go. He's on a hat-trick. And we've had 40 hat-tricks in the year, including Naveed Riaz in Group B right here. But he'll have to wait because he has finished his over. The score is 72 for 6 after 7. But I'm pretty sure at the end of this over, we'll see him come back to bowl the 9th. When someone takes 3 wickets for 5 in an over, you're pretty assured that they're going to get a second over. And the only one he could bowl is the 9th. So we'll see Prince Damar in this over. And then I'm pretty sure we'll see Tariq Mahmood. Then, who will they go to? I still think they go back to Akhtar Khan. The game's changed. He's got slightly different tactics now that he can use. Nice catch taken as well by Akhtar Khan. Simple one. All right, here we go with over number 8. Up in the air and slammed out of the ground. It's good counter-attacking cricket. Maximo. Harun Salik, he still can hit a ball, and maybe it's time for him to step up. They just need one here, despite all these wickets. If they can have one guy have a good 2 or 3 overs, they can still get this 100, 110, 115. It's quite competitive. Sandori saying that Ishan Kishan's having a bit of a heater at the moment. I look forward to seeing the highlights of that later. Short. Prince, good adjustment from him.
Question of the week for HCL Software. How will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? Wherever you're watching from around the world, you can get involved in that Crickathon. Thanks to our partners at HCL Software. You can go to crickathon.com. And yeah, there's internships and interviews available. HCL Software employs over 280,000 people around the world. Get involved. This is up in the air. It's hanging. Fielder comes in. He'll make the ground. It's another wicket now. Salik is going to have to go. And so he goes 6 and out. Dot in the middle, but still, the youngster didn't want to lose him. They're running out of firepower now. And the score, 78 for 7. I talked about the Ripoll Warriors and their fielding, the fact that I know they've been working on their fielding very, very hard. They're catching. They know the importance of holding your catches. Okay, one went down slightly earlier and it burst through the hands of the fielder. But yeah, since then they've been pretty spotless. And he does very well there to hold that one because he has to come in a long way. Saqib Javed. And yeah, he's hitting it at pace. But just look. And then you have to organise yourself to take the ball. But that was very, very well done. So 78 for 7. Now you're starting to look at, are they going to bat out the 10 overs here? Seemed unthinkable when they were, what were they? They were 54 without loss. So that means they've lost 7 wickets for 24. Yeah, after 4.2 overs, they were 63 for none. Real wide. It sneaks across a little bit, but I still think it's outside the line. Prince chipping in with his first wicket. There's the cutter, and it's a very good one. Well, that one really talks off the surface. Prince Taman with the off cutter. Well, is this Prince Taman or is this Isham Patel? Because this one really spins. The cutter is basically a fast spinner. And this comes all the way back and cracks into the off stump. That's fantastic bowling. And the collapse continues now. That's 79 for 8. Just check this out when it bounces. Oh, that really goes a long way. I mean, he picks it. I think he knows what it is, but he just doesn't expect it to do that much. Nawaz Sharif. Brilliant batting. Just look at how much this moves in. And so the Prince gets 2 as well. He's got 2 for 11, 79 for 8. Wow. What a comeback by the Warriors. There are no tomorrows for the loser of this game. I will say yesterday, there's a score in the 80s that the Warriors struggled to chase down. They did in the end. But even now, if you say they splutter to 80, 85, still game on. Not quite ready there to get going. Prince almost runs through the umpire's arm like it's the end of a marathon. Put the pace on this time. I think with 2 balls to go, he was going fast, slow, if he could keep the same batter on strike. But now he's got a different batter, so don't know what he's going to do. It's Basharat, who hasn't faced a ball yet. Marcus Tahir's out there. He's not the worst, actually, to go out to number 10. Maybe not a big hitter, but can hold the bat. Last ball, the over. Or not. Oh, that one gets Azim Makbul right in the end of the finger. Nasty. See. Oh. And then whacks into his shoulder. So double whammy for Makbul. Keeping's not the easiest. Always looks easy. But he was unsighted for a long time as that ball went down the leg side. He's getting a bit of attention there. Gives me a chance to say hello to you. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. And all compliments of the season for everyone. I've got double Christmas shirt today. Maybe you'll see this one a little bit later when it warms up. But hopefully have a great day. Hopefully having a great weekend. And stay with us because, yeah, just 2 more days of ECN cricket for 2022. We'll be back, though, on the 30th of January. And Rico will be back on the 30th of January. That's the plan, at least. So, really looking forward to, obviously, having a bit of a break. And obviously, I get to watch a bit more cricket rather than commentate it. I'll be enjoying that. And, yeah, we will be back. Anyway, let's go to the end of the over now, which won't be any further runs. 81 for 8 after 8. I think Muckball's okay to continue, but yeah, it was a bit of a nasty one. Now looks like he's getting the magic spray out. So this will be a little bit of an interruption. Let's have a look at what we've seen so far. I mean, just have a look at those first 3 overs and then the rest. It looks like an ice cream sundae fest at a children's birthday party. His last few overs, basically 8 wickets in 5 overs. All right, here it's time. Tariq Mahmood, he is on a hat-trick. And I tell you what, it's a good time to be on a hat-trick. 8 wickets down in the 9th over. Is this hat-trick number 41? He finished with 2 wickets off the last 2 balls of the 7th. Hat-trick ball. And won't be a hat-trick. Pretty nice shot, actually, from Tahir. May think of 2, but it's getting a bit risky to take on the dodgy runs with 8 wickets down. Hello to Goku. Hopefully you're well. And hello to everyone else saying hello to me. Oh, wow. This is incredible. He's allowed to do this because he's protecting his stumps, so it's not an issue. But first, it almost lodges between his legs. Look, it sticks there for a second, and when it pops out, it was going to hit the stumps. Let's see how close it gets here. Yeah, that's good awareness from Basharat. He's allowed to do this because he's stopping himself from getting bowled, which is the one time you're allowed to hit the ball twice. And Prince probably knows that rule because it was actually going on to hit the stump, so there's no issue with using your bat a second time, even though the first time he used his legs. So you're allowed to hit the ball twice, or the leg counts as a hit, if you're protecting the wicket, and that's exactly what he's doing there. It was actually going to roll into the stumps. Whether it would have knocked the bails off or not, I'm not sure. Basharat just needs something to go his way. It's having a bit of a rough couple of days. That's a pretty good shot. I reckon that will go close to beating the fielder. Again, the foot fielding's done, so they'll take the 2 on the kick, and they'll get there. Good shot by Baba Basharat. No time problems for the Ripple Warriors because they've taken a fair few wickets. Entertaining game so far. Again, don't want to get too Prince-centric, but I mean, whether he makes runs or whether he doesn't, there's a huge bearing on who I think is going to win this game. This one definitely edged onto the leg. Keeper fumbles. If he picked it up, there was definitely a run-out opportunity at the bowler's end. They'll scramble through for another one. Can they get... Will turn out to be a kind of ugly 100 here after a really good start. Mahmood, 3 wickets. Almost 4. Makas, there's a big swing in this and misses. What do you guys think in the chat? Santosh thinks Ripple Warriors' second best football team. Foot fielding at its best. He said it, Santosh. What would Corey say? He goes after this, hasn't quite got it. And out. Well, Akhtar, with his own kind of technique, it's almost like the jaws of death that come together. But Akhtar does come up with the goods. And interesting to see he's fielding there rather than long off. Prince Tamam was at long off this over. So Akhtar found himself in the hot seat. Does well to take the catch. So 4 wickets to Tariq Mahmood. What a performance. 4 for 9 off his 2 overs. I really think all of the wickets are valuable here. Waqar Khan's wickets, I probably hold them a little bit higher because he took them when Ali Youngsters were clearly winning the game. He took them when they were 63 for no loss. But still, Tariq Mahmood has followed up with a very good 2 overs and he gets 4 scalps of his own. So, you see here, this is the 4th one. Akhtar. There he goes. And ends up planking at the end. End of the over as well. It's 85 for 9. Akhtar's going to bowl the last over. I thought they would do this. Again, I think he might roll his fingers on a few here. I think he has to get full. Here we go. 10th over. Edged and gone. So a little edge from Basharat. And Aktadar coming on now. It's a completely different feel to the game than when he went for 21 in the second over. Aktadar is a genuine bowler. He's a genuine wicket taker. And that actually is it. 85 all out. Yeah, well held. I know that Nazim Makbul had a bit of an issue with, I think it might have been his thumb or the end of his finger earlier in the innings. But Aktadar comes on and finishes the job. So quite a dramatic collapse when they were 63 for no loss at one point. They end up losing all 10 wickets for 22. All 10 wickets for 22. Let that sink in. And the Ali Youngstars are bowled out for 85. So we'll check the highlights. There'll be plenty of them. It was really a tale of two matches, really. The first bit and the rest. And having said that, I know that the Ali Youngstars, they almost defended 73 yesterday, so they've got even more on the board. So if you're a glass half full kind of person, then I still think they would back themselves if they can get Prince early. They could maybe do this and stay alive in the competition. But they needed someone to step up, and that's exactly what Waqar Khan did after a good opening partnership between Mubasher and Riaz. And then there was this one, which certainly caught Mubasher by surprise, but you couldn't really blame the umpire. It looked dead. And then he is pleading his case. Again, falling on deaf ears, can't really do too much about that. Foot fielding aplenty, bit of Bermuda Triangle action as well. A few ECN classics throughout this first 10 overs. Yeah, this one, there was no doubt at all that was crashing into the stumps. Then Tariq Mahmood came on, and he had something to say about it as well. Came up with a wicket first ball. He'd ultimately take 3 more. Great figures for him, 4 for 9 off 2 overs. This one almost got away, but the Warriors, things were just rolling their way. I said kind of early in the piece, Youngstars had the rub of the green, but down the stretch, certainly the Warriors had all the answers. And yet, even those little moments like Tariq Mahmood dropping the catch and then being able to grasp it, getting a second opportunity. Life doesn't always give you second chances. That was a nice catch by Saqib coming in off the deep wicket boundary. That was a brilliant cutter from Prince Daman. It really bit off the surface to knock over Nawaz Sharif. And Basharat almost laid an egg that ended up rolling into the stumps. Aktadar came up with a catch, and then his over was expensive early, but he got to come back on, and he finished the job quickly. That was the 10th wicket. And they were all out for 85. Quite amazing when you consider that they didn't lose a wicket in the first 3.2 overs. They end up losing all 10 wickets in 35 balls, 22 runs. They lose their 10 wickets for. But having said that, it is a score. Pretty disciplined stuff by the Warriors. They were able to crack the game wide open and never really let off the pressure. Mubasher Ali with 32 was impressive. Got out in bizarre circumstances, really. Mohammad Riaz with 19 was good as well. Some other people fired a shot but couldn't really follow up and stick around. In the end, all out 85. With the bowling, give credit to the Warriors. I think Nazim had a bit of a rough time. Aktadar Khan did as well early, came back into it the 10th wicket. But have a look at those other 6 overs, those middle 6 overs, with 4 for 9 for Mahmood, 3 for 16 for Waqar Khan, and 2 for 13 for Prince Daman. So if you add those up, I make it that together they have 6 overs and they have 9 wickets between them. So their figures combined are 6 wickets, 6 overs, 9 for 38. So that is really good going. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the reply. And it's going to be pressure on. It'll be the Prince out there. And Prince and the Warriors, they will need 86 to stay alive in the tournament. The Youngstars need to defend 85. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you just around the corner for more cricket action. Group B Finals Day is underway. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company on finals day for Group B. Just 2 days of cricket left, and it's going to be a brilliant finish to the season. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of this game. And it's going to be an interesting chase, to say the least. 86 required. Prince Daman opening up with Mohammad Masood. I don't mind Masood as an opening partner for Prince. I think Masood's had some good moments in the series. This has the feeling of a bit of a 3-test Ashes series or something like that, because Sabani to Prince has been a good battle over the last 24 hours. Tries him out with the short stuff, and there was no surprises for me there. That was what he was going to do, because, yeah, Sabani has troubled Prince with the short ball at times. And also, at other times, Prince has handled it. That's gone for 4. Again, that's the way he got him out yesterday, and they know if they get Prince, that's a huge leg up in the game. Hello to Luke, nice to see you. And who else we got? Hello to Sujit. I think Nolly saying, yep, the Pavel Florin story. He's been recruited by the Melbourne Stars to do exactly what? We don't quite know. Oh, he's texting me right now, actually. Pitches up this time. Solid defence from Prince Daman. He'll note they only need 86, not 186. So if he bats through, it's hard to see them not doing this. Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled to the screen. So Prince thinks of flirting about it. I think Sabani's the one bowler he might be a little bit more careful with. He did pin him on the shoulder yesterday. It got him out on the hook. So he'll feel, okay, we've already got a boundary this over. Even just play fairly conservatively. 6 or 7 off the over, something like that. That's okay. Other bowlers will feel he can attack. Well, Sabani falls over, but he might have his man. He doesn't. Runs a fingertip up. Oh, and it slips just through the fielder's grasp. It's 4 runs. But not easy conditions. Still a fair bit of surface moisture from the overnight rain. But this was a chance to get rid of Prince Daman. And in finals, sometimes there's moments. And let's see exactly what happened to Sabani. Yeah, it just seemed to go through and follow through. I was a bit worried it might have been the edge of the pitch, but I don't think it's that. Wow, this is also a big moment if Sabani can't continue, because he is a key bowler for the Ali Young Stars. A high drama early in this chase. Let's try and work out at what point. Oh, it's that front foot when it lands. It just slips. But yeah, he's walking it off. But I mean, that also, even if it's just superficial, it certainly plays in your mind, because he's going to have to land on that front foot again. So you've got a couple of options here. There's 2 left in the over. You could kind of stop him bowling this over, and he can hobble around and maybe come back later. Still bowl 1 over. But yeah, it's a tough one. Tough one to know exactly what to do. Yeah, Sabani. Again, even if he thinks he can bowl on it, what happens when he tries to land on that foot? He'll need to have a couple of practices, I think, to make sure he's okay. I want to welcome everyone into the Cube this morning. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Hopefully it's not too serious for Sabani. I mean, we are going to see a lot of pressure-packed cricket this weekend. I think that's what you have to realise. You've got teams playing for their life. 7 teams are in the frame right now. That will be eliminated one by one. We'll be down to just the top team tomorrow night. And it'll be really exciting as well, because the last game of the day is today's the qualifying final. Tomorrow it's the final. And pretty much most of that will be played under lights. So it should be good. At the moment, the lights are on as well. Sabani's getting a bit of treatment on his ankle right now. But yeah, a lot of chat. And Pavel Florin, big congratulations. He's been picked up by the Melbourne Stars. And yeah, in what capacity? I'm not quite sure yet, but I'm asking him. I'll actually be back in Australia just to visit some family and friends a little bit. So he's asking if we can do something together. We'll have a think about it. Maybe you'll see me popping up with him. Got a couple of friends that play for the Stars, actually. Former teammate Nathan Gouldenale plays for them. And also Clint Hinchliffe, I've played a fair bit of cricket with. But Bull just toughs it out. Got to say, cricket players are way tougher than some other sports that shall remain nameless. I mean, he's just, you know, slightly gone over on his ankle, shaking it off, not a lot of drama, and he's back to work. Got to say, Sabani, I really like the way he goes about his business. Very slower ball. Prince times it too well. He thinks about it because he wants to strike, but decides it's not worth risking it for one run. Into the first over. Good contest so far. Plenty going on. It's 8 without loss after 1. So, a golden ball counter. And you know who reset the counter last time? It was Ripoll Warriors. They won a golden ball against the Hawks back in their first day of action, funnily enough. Well, that's a lifetime ago in ECN cricket's 53 matches ago. And now, we'll see if we get another one. I mean, imagine a golden ball on finals weekend. Mortal world. With the question, how many good batters does the batting team have? And Syed Tak has his opinion. He gave a specific number, and it was a fairly low number. I won't read it out. Anyway, here's Isra Ahmed. Starts with a wide. Batter comes across, has a slash at it, but misses out. This is Masood. I like the promotion of Masood. Edged. Not edged, I mean, almost edged. So my brain's starting to emit words. But yeah, nice bit of cut back. This one is another ball that sneaks past it out of Masood, who needs to, yeah, like Prince is going to have a chat to him here. He's saying, look, just get the one. And he's saying, I'm trying. He's saying, look, get behind it, push and run, let's go. I need to get on strike here. Doesn't work. I don't know what Prince's actual advice was for Masood. It was slash wildly, and he followed it. Borderline with the wide. Yeah, 4 in a row. Well, this hurts. I mean, this is where you're kind of lucky. You're chasing 86, which is manageable. I still want to know what Prince Demand said. Was it swing for the fences? Because the next conversation might be a little bit louder. It might be overheard. But now you've hitched your wagon to this plan. You might as well just keep swinging. You got 2 more balls. Anyway. All right. Wow, this is entertaining stuff. And this is the latest of late cuts. It's so late that he waits till it hits him. So Masood's 0-5. Again, Masood's no slouch with the bat, but he's just on a bit of a bad run here. Now, Prince doesn't want a 1, and Masood, he's not going to give him a 1. Goes all the way. Maximo! That's the thing, 1 shot saves the blushes of the Warriors. They get something out of this over. They get 6. That's all they get. But still, that'll do. What an over. Yeah, started with a wide, then 5 dots and a 6. So 7 off that, and that's fine. End of 2. It's 15 without loss. Look at these 2 teams. They finished in 4th and 5th respectively. The bottom 3 got eliminated last night. The top team Tigers, Catalunya Tigers that is, They straight through to tomorrow. Later on, we'll see Granthia versus Rebel Sporting. That's the next match coming up in around about 50 minutes. Loser of this, they're out of the tournament. Marnus, hello to you. Asking, will Prince and the Revolution win this game? That's a pretty cool nickname for them. He thinks yes. He wants to know if Prince and the Revolution will be partying like it's 1999 after this game. Or will they be sounding like When Doves Cry? Well, if Prince wants to change his name to a symbol, I think he's probably the one player that could get away with it on ECN. Here's Nawaz Sharif, who's going to bowl over number 3. This is where Prince, he hasn't faced an entire over. So, you know, it's almost, in baseball terms, you'd almost walk him. Like there, you'd almost say, hey, have an overthrow. I don't think he'd take it. If you rolled the ball into a gap and said, please run, I don't think he would, because he wants to control this innings. Masood was a bit of a one-hit wonder in over number 2. Okay, sure, he can turn things around, but it's a funny innings so far. Bit of a wrestle. Sharif. Prince hits, finds gap, kind of goes under the field and might have got a finger on it, but it's still going to get to the boundary. This is where you've got to get off your feet, I think. It's Baba Basharat at mid-off. See, Prince doesn't really get all of it. And it's kind of into the gap, but yeah, I think there, you've got to get to terra firma a bit quicker. Basharat ends up not letting it get through him. 4 runs. Getting that one boundary and over, just kind of enough to stay on the rate at the moment. This is stopped. Yeah, controlling the strike, something that Prince did very well in the first half of the innings yesterday. Sometimes couldn't do it as much in the second half. Hit straight down the ground. And this is going to be 4 runs. Oh, absolutely on fire in the commentary box as well. And I can't even see it comes back. And, well, I did save Rob Kemming yesterday, who's a bit of a big target in the commentary box. Today, I saved myself. I wish we had a camera under the table. Maybe not. But straight into the left hand. Still got it. Anyway, Prince Demand. Nice shot from him, moves to 16. Down the leg side. Yeah, that one was cube bound. Helix is liking my jumper. Yeah, I actually like my shirt even better than my jumper today, but let's just say I haven't taken the jumper off yet. It's 12 degrees, but maybe a second half of the day. It's worth sticking around for. Of course, we've got the first 2 games back to back, then we'll have slight gaps between games 2 and 3 and games 3 and 4, just because the combatants are unknown. Shot. This time Basharat does well. Gets round to his left and makes the stop. Thought maybe you'd take that one on, because it was to Basharat's left, and then you're down then on striker's end with the ball to go. But Prince probably looking for a single here with the ball to go in the 3rd. Just keeping his team on pace. Hits this leg side, gets a bit too much of it, I think, because this is going to go for 4. Well, I'll certainly take that. 4 carreras. Good batting by Prince Demand. Again, he is looking on so far. I suppose it's a similar start, a wicketless power play. That's what the Young Stars had, but then it all went all pear-shaped, didn't it, through the middle overs. So it could easily happen here as well. A couple of quick wickets, 28 for no loss after 3. 8, 7 and 13 off the power play overs. So even though they had that kind of horrendous run of 5 dot balls in the middle, in fact, there were so many dot balls in that power play. There were 12 dot balls out of 18. They actually haven't run a single yet. there's been, when we count these up, there's been 26 in boundaries and 2 wides. So they actually haven't changed ends, except for, I suppose, the end of the over. So Prince faced the whole 1st and 3rd, and Masood faced the whole 2nd. But I think Masood's job here, again, Get out the way. Don't chew up dot balls. That's why the dot ball percentage, and it's people use as a barometer, but it doesn't really matter if you concede a lot of boundaries. What's important is the overall run rate. Masood finally hits his cut and actually gets it pretty well. I think they'll just get one. And that's what they're happy with. Yeah, so I mean, you see, that's why, you know, when you see in modern day T20 franchise leagues and even T20 internationals, like instead of maidens, okay, I guess maybe they've got to put something, they put dots. Dots aren't that relevant in isolation because if there's a bunch of boundaries around them, that's what matters. 6 singles in an over is a good over. It doesn't have any dots. So I just think, yeah, that's just the mathematician in me saying you're only giving one part of the picture. Rather, you should, if you're going to have dots, you might as well put runs in boundaries there as well. Anyway, Isra Ahmed is on over number 4. This is up over the leg side and out of here. Maximo! Prince is in session. That one's fielded in the end zone by his teammates. Just angles in. Little skip outside the off stump. He doesn't premeditate that much, the Prince, but it's just a little pre-movement because he feels that Isra Ahmed's going to be curving the ball into him, or at least angling the ball into him. Oh, this is a tight one. They're saying, so now they're appealing for it, saying, hey, you hit it twice, but again, the intent here is to protect his stumps just in case it's coming back. I think they'll probably come together and chat about this. Again, in the first innings, the Warriors were asking about this. And look, this one's actually, realistically, probably not going to come back into the stumps, but you never know. We've seen some weird bounces. There's no intent to score. There's no intent to gain advantage other than to protect his stumps. So, yeah, that's fine. Now, he's angry, and he's going to whip this one away. Maximo sends the scrambling. And the Warriors are getting there, aren't they? Maximo! Prince Demand, 32 now, 15 balls. And there's only been one single in this innings. It's been all about the boundaries. Kishan apparently made his 200 already. Well, a lot happening. And hello to Luke as well. How do you feel about the Netherlands getting knocked out? Your neighbours? So Rob Kemming's not too happy this morning. This is a nice shot. Needs to be stopped. They've got 2 fielders handling that area. Pretty close together. Riaz makes the stop, hands it off. Apparently 18 yellow cards in that game as well. No red cards. 18 yellow cards is crazy. Masood hasn't hit this shot well. It's kind of a nothing shot that time. Half cut, half pull. Who cares? Because that's the end of the over. And it's the end of Isra Ahmed, who goes for 21. And after 4 overs, the score is 42 without loss. So, I suppose there's only one thing that's going to help our young stars, and that's a collapse of the magnitude that they kind of produced in their innings. And cricket's a funny game. So we say don't judge games too early because anything can happen. New over about to begin. Mohamed Tanzir, captain. Well, he's been brilliant at times, though. He took 4 in the first game and he got spanked in the second game. These 2 teams met yesterday. Just leans on the first one. This will be 1. So something has got to give here. And to the Warriors' credit, they came up with that moment. It was Waka Khan actually speared a Yorker in to start the collapse. Masood goes full cowboy mode here. We'll just get 1. Mana still pretty confident. The Prince will lead the Revolution to victory. Helix has talk for double espresso. Well, what if I told you that I had a double espresso in the halftime break? Reaches, chance. Out. Really good catch. Very good catch, Prince Demand. He does play that shot well. That time, he didn't get all of it. Was down. It was low on the bat. That's Mohamed Riaz out there that takes a very good catch low down. We saw one earlier where it was through the fingertips of a fielder in that region. But maybe that's the moment that turns this game around. Maybe not, though. It gets him over the halfway there. But Prince Demand has to go for a well-made 34 off 18. And suddenly you feel like the window's open. Let's see if the other young stars can sneak in. It's 44 for 1. New batter out there is Kaiser Zulfikar. This is a really good test for the Warriors. I mean, it's a very different scenario if Prince went, in the first over that looked like he might. Full toss. Don't think it's too high, but they'll probably have a look at it. It comes in. For me, there's no doubt that's below the waist, so there's no problem there. This is up, and how far is it travelling? Well, far enough. That's a good strike. Maximo. Well, Masood, suddenly he's found his mojo. This is a ball that's probably crashing in the middle stump, and he doesn't care. That one goes all the way. Masood, yeah, he was the one guy I thought was a good fit for Prince at the top of the order to partner him. Yeah, but you never know. He did miss 5 in a row early on. Up, and this one is also out of the ground. Maximo, back-to-back. That ends the 5th over. 50 came up the ball before. The Warriors, it's theirs to lose now, surely. Even with no Prince there, Masood goes deep twice. And it's 57 for 1. So the Warriors, 1 foot in that qualifier 2 later in the day. The winner of this match, they play the loser of Grantham and Revel Sporting that's coming up next. Anyway, it's great to welcome you into the commentary cube. Hopefully you're having a great weekend so far. It's hard to believe that after the end of tomorrow night, we won't be on the air for 7 weeks, but we hope you keep up to date with what's happening at EuropeanCricket.com. And if you are missing us, you know what you can do? I might even be doing this sometimes. Go and look at some old streams. You can find them on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Maybe you want to look at the ECC or the ECL. You can look at some full days there. It's really good entertainment. I think a bit of history there as well. You can probably be able to take part in the live chat, but you can definitely watch it. You can see what everyone was chatting about at the time. Pulled away to the leg side. They'll just get 1. Need more wickets here, don't they? Again, with the Warriors, you feel that they are a bit brittle if they lose a couple of wickets. Haroon Salik's coming on now. I think this is a good change. This one slides past the outside edge of Masood. Yeah, I just think it's a good change to mix things up a bit. Well, this is up and smashed as well by Masood. Maximo! He has come good. He was a bit hairy early, wasn't he? But now he's looking the goods. And it's hard to see them losing this from here. They were in a similar position in that 70-odd chase yesterday, though, and found a way to almost lose it. So yeah, let's just see. Not a good ball this time. Umpire has to come up with some fancy footwork. And yeah, just a single. This time he used his feet. Doesn't carry it to Basharat. Just a single. Waka Khan was the guy that really stepped up for the Warriors in their time of need. Who can do it for the Young Stars? That's the end of 6, 66 for 1. So just another 20 runs required off the last 4 overs. Need a really good over here. 3, 4 off an over, something like that. Try and build that pressure again. So Zulfikar looks pretty correct as a batter. And again, you just need somebody to be solid in this situation, be able to turn the strike over. Keep that score ticking. Now, he's not too worried about that. He tries to smash it away. It's hanging in the air. Big moment again. Caught. Very good catching. Yeah, not easy. And look who it is. That's Sabani, who was struggling with that ankle. It looks like he still is. But, I mean, that probably costs you 2 runs if you don't catch it. And if you do, obviously the wicket is what you're looking for. But when you're getting so close, 2 runs, probably 10% of what they need. So even as a run saver, that's good. Also, added bonus of removing Zulfikar from the equation. The score is 66 for 2. New batter comes out, Tariq Mahmood. Well, he was so good with the ball, wasn't he? Tariq Mahmood. Yeah. He took a wicket first ball, never really looked back. It's his first game in the series. Obviously, some availability issues for some players during the week. So I think the Warriors are really happy to have him. And now he gets an opportunity to come out there with the bat for the first time in this series. Wayne said Masood looked horrible early. Good to see him come good. Yeah, he certainly has. He's still there too. Attempted a slower ball from Sharif, but it's down the leg side for a wide. Just got to try and peg a couple more dot balls. If you can make it more runs required than balls remaining, I feel you're always in the game, especially against a team like the Warriors, who you feel like if the dot balls come, they're going to do something silly. Oh, extra bounce that time for Sharif. It was well bowled. Slower ball followed up by the slightly quicker one. Surprises Mahmood. Certainly seemed to take off the surface. It's one thing I was talking about. The fact that it seems to be a bit more bounce in the pitch this year. Now that it's AstroTurf, has a bit more rubber under it. Certainly have noticed that. It's not quite as dead as it was at the start of last year when we were here. Mahmood strike 2. This is exactly what you want. The wicket, and then followed by dotting up the new batter. And I'd actually even consider maybe bringing a fielder in on each side just to try and save the single to heap up the pressure on Mahmood. I think now he's probably just looking to get off the strike, get out of the hot zone. Oh, let's grab something on the way through, so that won't be a wide either. So 3 dots on Mahmood. Yeah, shades of yesterday, really, where they were chasing 74 for victory. I got to say, I'm super surprised they didn't send out someone like Imran Hussain, who finished things off yesterday with 21 off 6 in this very situation. Like yesterday, they had to wait for a bunch of guys to get out before they gave him a look in. Mahmood gets one that he should put away. He does to an extent. He'll get 1. Now the question for me is, what does Masood do here? Does he go for a big shot, or does he just look for a single and keep the strike? Strategically, I think, given what's happened this over, I would be looking just to take 1 and then be on strike. But knowing Masood, I think he's going to try and pump it. And he does. It's short, and that's into the gap. That's going to be 4. So it wasn't a good ball from Sharif, really. It allowed Masood to free his hands. It just sat up, really. No real footwork. That's just almost like a tennis forehand, off forehand, and ends up going for a valuable boundary. The Warriors creeping closer. The score 72 for 2 after 7. 14 required off the last 3 overs. Let's see what's coming up in around about half an hour. we'll have the top 2 seeds here on Group B Finals Day. They finished 2nd and 3rd respectively, both winning 9 games in their qualifying campaign. Now, Gracia, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first, so they want to chase. I was a little bit surprised with that. Ravel Sporting, I think, like batting first, but they haven't been batting very well, have they? And when these 2 teams met in the group stage, Gracia won easily both times. Let's see if Ravel Sporting can turn things around. Expect to see some Patels. I think 4 of them in the top 6. Manish Manwani is in the side as well. There was some scare after he took a blow to the head and a blow to the face yesterday, but he's been cleared to play. That game's coming up in 30 minutes' time. Don't miss it. Sabani starts with a bouncer. I think this has gone over the stump, so I don't think it's a wide. I don't know if he's actually hit it, actually. He might have grabbed some of the glove. No, it's a bite. So, yeah, it's not a bad bouncer. Yeah, it gets so far across, but what it does do is it gets Masood, the set batter, back on strike. So it's a bit of an annoying one for Mubashir Ali, who I think's had a very good time behind the stumps for the Ali Youngstars in this series. 13 to win. Oh, this could be a no ball, you know, because it's the second one. He's saying he's hit it, but it's not so much that. It's the second one over the shoulder. The first one certainly was, and so's this. I mean, yeah, to be honest, that would have been a wide if it was the first one, if he hadn't hit it. But for sure that's over the shoulder, so no ball, and just Sabani getting carried away with the short stuff. So this is a free hit and a real opportunity for Masood. And there's a bullet coming at the Youngstars. Let's see if they can dodge it. Well, oh no, wow, that's freakish. That's hit the line, it's hit the crease, it's going to be 4 byes. Wow, this is unbelievable. Check this out. It hits the line, hits the popping crease, and that's slightly raised, and it's trampolined over the keeper. At a key moment in the game, Mubashir Ali would have had to been 4 metres tall to stop that. Drama with a capital D in Barcelona. And Ali Youngstars must be wondering what they did to deserve this. It was a perfectly executed free hit delivery from Subani, but it cost his team 4. Now worked away for 1. I mean, you'll only see this kind of thing on the European Cricket Network. Watch it. It literally hits the line. To be honest, I would have said, if I was coaching Subani, hit the line, hit the popping crease. But if you literally hit it, turns into a mini speed hump and ends up bouncing over the keeper. Crazy stuff. This is a wide down leg side. Oh, poor Sabani. I mean, he's had nothing going his way in this innings. Wow. Oh, well, that's one that he gets past him. Surely the Warriors can't mess this up. I mean, one at a time, but that 4 byes hurt so much because it was such a good ball. Such a good ball from Subani. Slow ball hits straight, turns into a low full toss. Fairly straight fielder there. It's Nazir, it's his zone. Just get 1. Goes after it, and he absolutely smashes it. That'll be it. Maximo. Game, set, match. Masood gets him home. And what a way to finish things off. And what a difference a few overs can make. Masood comes out, and he lofts that over the fence. So the Warriors, lower-ranked team here, but they do the business in this Group B eliminator. And unfortunately, it's the end of the road for the Ali Youngstars. Got to say, the Youngstars can be very, very proud of what they achieved in their first ECN tournament, winning 7.5 games out in the group campaign. I think that they really showed that they had a lot of cricket talent, they had a lot of cricket nous as well, I think, to find ways to use their resources in a clever fashion. But unfortunately, we know now that they are out, and that means the Ripoll Warriors, they go through to the 3rd match of the day. They'll play whoever doesn't win between Gracia and Ravel Sporting that's coming up next. And, well, each of these teams had a journey that started with needing 6 wins. If they get 6 wins this weekend, they raise the trophy. The Ripoll Warriors, they've won the first one. That's 5 to go for them. Of course, the winner of the last game of the day will go through to tomorrow. I'll join Catalunya Tigers as well as Barcelona Shaheen. And here is Sabadell from Group A. Let's roll the highlights. Well, there was lots and lots of drama. Thought I might be watching one of those soap operas early on in the piece because there's a lot of theatre. Again, Prince and the Revolution, as we said. This was a chance to get rid of the Prince early. That might have changed things. Sabani went down with an ankle. He battled on anyway. Isra Ahmed went for a few. Masood missed 5 in a row, but then hit a 6. But yeah, the Prince, this was the key, but eventually would go. And when he went, you knew there was just this window of opportunity. But then Masood, he was able to step up and he found another gear as well. Sabani, and then hobbling around over there, was able to pick up that wicket. Again, these two teams, lots of love between them. They've seen plenty of each other in the last 24 hours. This was just a crazy bit of cricket. Hits the popping crease and bounces over Mubashir Ali for the unluckiest 4 byes that I can ever imagine. Then Masood, he finishes it off by pumping a ball down into downtown Barcelona and taking his team into the next stage of the tournament. See them in qualifier number 2. That means that coming up we have Granthia versus Raval Sporting starting in 25 minutes time. News from the toss, Granthia winning the toss and bowling first. They want to chase, it puts a bit of pressure on them, but they feel they have the batting to do it. Raval Sporting, can their batting stand up against Granthia? It didn't the other day. And whoever wins this game goes straight through to the final, Group B final later on, the qualifying final. Whoever doesn't win, of course, does meet the Warriors in qualifier 2. Looking at the scorecard, well, for once, it's not Prince top scoring because Masood comes good, 38 off 19. Had a pretty dodgy start. And you can see he had 5 dot balls. It's basically 38 off 14. Prince, though, again, was important, wasn't he, with 34. As far as the bowling went, well, not the worst effort from the Ali youngsters. Got a feel for Sabani. Goes wicketless, none for 18 off his 2 overs. The wickets went to Nawaz Sharif and Mohammad Tanzir. Ultimately, that collapse costs the Ali youngsters. Remember, they were 63 for no loss. They collapsed to be all out for 85. And the Warriors, they get the runs in 8 overs. Don't go anywhere. There's more cricket coming your way back in 20 minutes to take you into qualifier 1. Can Raval step up and break their bogey against Granthia? Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Eddie Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We're into Group B Finals Day. Finals fever has hit Barcelona. With only 7 games left in the season, each game is going to be huge. And pretty much from here, it's all downhill. And this is qualifier number 1 in Group B. As the teams have finished 2nd and 3rd respectively on the ladder. It's Gracia versus the Raval Sporting team. Let's see what happened at the coin toss with Rob Kemming and the 2 captains.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. That is more fast. You're going to both this.
Well, that wasn't Bart Simpson. That was Hiramahe, the Gracia skipper, who has won the toss and he's elected to bowl. So interesting one for me. Thought maybe in a game like this they'd want to bat first, but I think that they fancy themselves to chase and maybe they can get Raval Sporting on the hop. Certainly the issue with Raval Sporting has been their batting against top-class opposition and they'll be out there trying to make score. Ishan Patel is a bit of a lock to open. Probably Karan Datta will open with him, although Chet Patel's listed higher. Manwani is the man that took a ball in the face yesterday. He wanted to still play. He said, tape me up and get me back out there, but he failed the concussion test. And I think he's had that stitched up, but he's back today. And he had pretty brave stuff. I hope he's wearing a helmet when he's batting. And also, obviously, adds to their bowling depth as well. Having a look at the bat versus ball wall, the supercomputers all tied together have come up with 106 versus 100, so 6-run favourites, Gracia, who will take part in the ECL in 2023 as the Spanish representatives. Of course, Spain gets 2 representatives because they're also the home to the European champions, Pac Care, who didn't make it this far in this tournament. So it shows you that there's a lot of quality here in Barcelona. So just casting my eye out to the middle, I can see that is Ishan Patel, who's facing up. And they've sent him out there to open. And, well, they've actually decided to go Chet Patel and Ishan Patel first up. So they've bumped Karan Datta down, probably to 3, I imagine. Chet Patel actually is going to face up. And we're almost ready to go. So Vibo Yadav's going to have the ball for Gracia. Gracia, also known as the Rockset tribute band with some of their hairstyles. But, yeah, I think when these 2 teams met in the group stage, Gracia really did a number on Raval Sporting, and it wasn't that long ago. So for me, will Raval Sporting be able to find something to reverse that tide? Gracia rolled Raval Sporting for 59 and 76 and chased down the runs both times. So, yeah, when your best effort 76, probably not enough against a team like Gracia. Although, I guess when they were defending 59, they pushed Gracia all the way. In fact, Gracia took all the way to the 10th over to get those runs. But still, 2 fairly one-sided games between these 2 teams. Raval Sporting had a good start to their tournament, but as they've run into some good teams lately, they haven't really had the answers. So this really is a test for them. All the teams here are essentially going to need 5 wins to raise the trophy tomorrow night. Well, let's see who gets the first bragging rights here. Here's Yadav with the first ball of qualifier 1. It's a little edge. We'll go down to 3rd man region. That's Rathod, who's been pretty good in that area. It's not the easiest position to field. I've seen some interesting bounces off this AstroTurf. One went a bit viral on the social media, which turned 89 degrees. Yadav's played a lot of cricket in the UK. He's a bit of a journeyman. But yeah, he loves to play cricket. I think he's really picked up this format quickly. I really think his batting has been good. He's based his aggression on solid technique when he's been out there. Probably see him opening up in the 2nd innings. Gets one through the batter. And just poking my head out there, it isn't Ishan Patel that's opening, it's Karan Datta. Well, there we go. It's a change already because Ishan Patel's almost exclusively open, so there's a change. Yadav just kind of having some issues, a bit like Sabani did earlier. And it's not so much that the pitch area is wet, but there is some overnight moisture on the rest of the field, which you just can't really shake. Maybe it'll dry out if the sun comes out. There's still a bit of cloud cover around. This one's short. It's a really good shot. That's going to be 4. 1 bounce. Cuatro carreras. Well, Karan Datta, he does have a century in ECN cricket. He scored that against the Bangladesh Kings last year. Hasn't really fired for any long periods in this series, but very capable. That's a good shot. Yadav doesn't look too comfortable getting through the crease at the moment. They're going to keep the same field, so they got that third man in place, but nobody square of the wicket on the left of screen. This is a good shot as well. It's pitched up and it will be saved by Simran. Again, fairly safe down the ground. Simran, he is an absolute machine in the field. And he was very quick. And he runs so fast, his hair's gone white. So, trying to be attacking, that's the thing. Ravel Sporting, they haven't really had the answers with the bat. The way out of that is to attack, but attack intelligently. I think I'd be saying you have to be brave, but you also have to be smart. Brave isn't being reckless. Brave is, when the ball's in your zone and you can take an easy option and get a 1, or try and attack to get a 4 or a 6, then you do it. Follow through with your shots. In the power play, smart probably means not trying to take on outfielders, trying to attack other areas of the outfield that are unattended. Dug out for 1. This will be the end of the first over. Not a bad one from Yadav at all. 7 for no loss after 1. Chet Patel just forcing Karandata to sway out the way. Chet Patel will retain the strike. Let's have a look at the top performers of both these two teams. So for Grathia, got here Mahe leading run scorer. Yadav's pretty close behind. I think Yadav and Kuldeep opened the batting. That's my feeling. Mahe at 3. Ravel Sporting, Isham Patel leading run scorer, but he's not opening the batting here. They've gone for Karandata and Chet Patel. Manwani, he's right up there as well, but he's been a little bit out of form of late and has had a really good start to the series. As far as the bowlers, have a look at Gaurang Mayavanshi, 20 wickets in the series, and Isham Patel. So the 2 spin options, they're leading wicket takers. And for me also, always talk about how opposition take on the Ravel Sporting spin. That can determine the game. So far, Grathia have handled the spin pretty well of those 2 bowlers. Speaking of spin, here's Hiramahe in over number 2. This is up and it's out. And it's a brilliant piece of bowling first up. Yadav takes the catch, makes it look easy, and it gives us a stare, even though we can't really see his eyes through his sunglasses. But Mahe gets it spot on. That will be the first wicket of qualifier 1. Chet has to go for just 2. It's disappointing for him. It's a tough shot to pull off, pretty much the slog sweep off a ball that was perfectly pitched for Mahe. So he holes out and the score 7 for 1. I want to say a big warm welcome to everyone who's watching on FanCode in the subcontinent. See this ball, it's hitting the stumps, so you got to hit it first up, but then if you miss hit it, there was a fielder waiting for just that. And Yadav, like somebody from the future with his blonde hair, and it might be the kind of glasses actually increase light. We actually have those kind of glasses as well, which just filter out the distracting light. Takes the catch, and also want to say a quick hello to everyone who's in the YouTube chat. Why don't you give me a hello here? I think Jacob Banarowski's in the chat. Nice to see you. Where are you watching from, Jacob? Also, I see Wayne's there, Helix is there, Marnus has been there, Kai's been there. Bishang as well. Bishal Gurung. So here is Isham Patel still in. As good as opening, really. These are the 2 I thought they would have gone for. So, I mean, haven't lost too much by trying. Chet Patel didn't really work. And again, cricket's a different game when the opposition's up a notch. That's what Ravel Sporting have run into here in the last few days. Bowled again by Hiramahe, trying to tempt Karandata out of his crease and spin one past him. There's been a bit of spin in this pitch as well. On the bottom edge this time. Gets under the keeper, Chowan. So that will be no run. That's the thing as well, Ravel Sporting, okay, just the 1 wicket. You say that's not disqualifying, but the fact that they haven't been able to get away, you think half those runs came in 1 shot early in the piece. A lot of dot balls, a lot of pressure being built. And Mahe tosses it up, he challenges the batter, and Dana's up to the challenge. Maximo! Really good hitting. Ted, you have to be brave, you have to be smart, and this is the kind of ball I'm talking about. He says, look, it's there. I'm going to go at it. But he hits fairly straight, fairly safe, and he gets it close to the middle. 6 runs, and the counter-attack is on from Karandata. You just want a contest. And you'd expect there'd be a lot of good contests to come this weekend. It's clever bowling by Mahe. Goes a bit wider. Maybe tries to lure the batter out of his crease. Go for a stumping. Made it difficult for Data. But they do get the maximum off the over. They don't get a lot more, though. 14 for 1 after 2. Having a look at the table, you can see these two teams. Well, they went first, but they were the next 2 best, and that's why they're the top 2 seeds on finals day. They get the double chance. The winner of this game goes straight through the qualifying final, match 120 later on today. The loser of this game will play Ripoll Warriors in the next game. There'll be a 1 hour break between this game and the next as well, just so you know. Because we're unclear about who's actually playing in it yet. Time for the 3rd over. This one slides in. Yadav, a bit of movement there. In down the leg side. So yeah, 14 for 1 off 2. I mean, the question is, how many do you need to feel confident of defending? I kind of gravitate towards that 100 or so, or at least 90. Grathia got a strong batting lineup, you know that. I've got Simran listed at 6. He's worked away. There's someone like Amal Rathod. We haven't seen a lot of him, but they sent him up to open the batting. He looked pretty good yesterday for 20 before he got out, but it's not going to be easy for Ravel Sporting, regardless of how many they get. Data. In the air, doesn't carry. Some hesitation about whether there's a run there or not. The keeper's unsighted, batter runs in the way. All's well that ends well. Vibo Yadav again bowling out in the power play. Such a good pick up for Grathia. Pushed away, no run. So yeah, all of these players, on account that they have played a game, or at least one game for Grathia, they should be eligible to play in the ECL, where they'll be in Group E. I know some talk about Kuldeep having his wedding around then, but if I was him, I'm not him, I'd be maybe suggesting a rescheduling's in order to make sure he's available, or you can just move the wedding to Malaga, I suppose. In swinger, in the air, Simran can't quite get there. Gets a good jump on it, then bails out last moment. He wasn't confident he was going to get there. He didn't want to concede the boundary and give up that pressure. Binge watcher saying Ishan Patel seems to be a bit more defensive against Grathia, and it hasn't really worked too well for him. That's an interesting observation. Not too defensive that time, as he tries to just help it round the corner. Yadav can't believe it. How's that missed? But misses to the offside. Maybe a bit high. Ishan trying to be creative. He does like that shot into the power play. 16 for 1. Grathia win the power play. Seven and 2. Really good third over. Yadav doesn't take a wicket, but he's very frugal. He only concedes 9 runs off his 2 overs. Now, Hiramahe's going to bowl out. I like this. He bowled a good first over. Spin's one of those things that, you know, when you're in a rhythm, you just go with it. So I think it makes sense to bowl him out. He's got the assistance of 5 outfielders this time, because we've hit the end of the 3 overs. So here's the captain. Here up. Data takes him on. That's Simran territory, just the 1. Data did hit him for a good 6 last over, though. Let's see how Ishan Patel deals with here at Mahe. And they've still got bowling options to come. Kuldeep, obviously. You know, Kumar as well. Nice looking shot. Finds the fielder. And well, Mahe decides to try and field that throw. I think if he was going for a direct hit there, thinking he might be able to run out Karandata, but that's, well, now they're going to run. Well, this is a real interesting one because, to be honest, no one ever went to fetch the ball. This isn't, yeah. Is this ball dead or not? I mean, I guess not. I mean, no one ever fields the ball, and I think the batter is saying, well, while you guys are gesticulating at each other, I think we're within my rights to run. I mean, he's looking for a run. He's thinking about it. And he says, you know what? If no one's gonna go, I'm gonna run. So I think that's fair enough. No one ever backs that ball up. Here, well, still bowls a good ball, despite his fingers hurting, but it's going to disappear. Maximo! Well, the overthrow turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Well, not really even in disguise, just a blessing for Raval Sporting. As the next ball's elevated. And it's out of the ground. So, a little moment there, a little win for Raval Sporting. Karandata gets another one off here. This one's a little bit short and he works it away. I've got to say, it's good game awareness. I mean, people might say, is that on or not? I mean, still, the fielders have to get the ball. I mean, no one went to get the ball. So I suppose you've got to put that down as clever cricket. This has worked away to the offside. So, hello to Pankaj, who's in the chat. He's asking about Rico joining me. And if you are just joining us, maybe you haven't joined us over the last couple of days, we had some unfortunate news on Friday that Rico has a family situation that meant that he had to leave Barcelona early and quite suddenly. So Rico, unfortunately, isn't part of our coverage this weekend, and obviously our thoughts going out to Rico at this time and all of his family. And he wanted to pass on his best wishes to everybody. He was sorry to leave so soon, and it wasn't easy, obviously, but he will be back, and he's saying thank you to all the messages of support he's received so far. 4 overs down here, score is 26 for 1. So yeah, thanks to everyone, and thanks for passing on the news to those that might not know that as yet. They might not have tuned in over the past couple of days. But yeah, I'm still in contact with Rico, and he's certainly keeping an eye on things when he can. Here we go with over number 5. Look, we haven't even seen Trilichan sing yet, and he's been doing some magical things with the new ball. It's not quite new, it's still newish. He's been a wicket-taking machine, but instead they go for Mahe in the power play, the 2 and 4 overs. Does a pretty good job, 1 for 17. Now it's over to Happy. Oh, that's going to be 4 byes. Well, he's completely deep to the keeper here. And Shawan, well, you got 2 options as a keeper here. You can try and cover where you think the ball might go off the bat and take a catch. But the problem is if he misses it, then you've suddenly completely made a meal of it for yourself. So I think he goes here thinking, I'm going to catch you out if you're going to play this, but then probably you miss it, and it misses you. And you look a little bit foolish. And I can understand the theory there. I think the answer is you kind of got to hedge your bets. You've got to, be able to get back to the ball if he misses it. But you can kind of sneak a little bit to your left there and try and sneak a catch. There's the outswing, it's up, it's in the air. Kuldeep is making good ground, but he can't quite get there. They think of a second, but Kuldeep's pretty quick to make sure that it doesn't get past him. Trilichan, that's his bread and butter, isn't it? He likes to move the ball away from the right-hander. A little pocket of resistance here from Raval Sporting after a slow start, but you've got to hand it to Gracia. They bowled pretty well at them. Again, takes it on straight, hanging in the air. Simran takes the catch. He just didn't quite get all of that. Karandata, again, he was brave. He took it on, but it wasn't quite in the middle. Simran, well, it's a slightly, I won't say broken heart, It's a slightly banged up Hart that he shows the camera, but he does the job for his team. And Curran goes down swinging for 20. It is 31 for 2. You can see there, just kind of fell off the shot a little bit. But again, he was close, wasn't he? He was 95% of the way there. You could even say 99, but the number 99 in the way does the rest. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad decision from Dartar. It's just execution. He didn't quite get it out in the middle. But let's see who they send in next. I was wondering if they maybe go for Manwani now. But we know that he top-edged the ball into his face yesterday. And this is where I think they'd normally send him out there. But I think instead they're going for Kish Patel. So another Patel combination out there. Kish Patel's a left-hander. So I do like that. I think it's a good matchup with Trilachan, who's trying to swing the ball right to left from the hand. So it can go into the pads of the left-hander. But Kish Patel hasn't really hit the heights in this series. We know he can. Just looking at the field, they've got 3 fielders guarding the leg side. Deep square legs coming up here. They're putting deep point back. Interesting. I would have done that. Now they might be changing their mind. I need to sort this out because, yeah, now they're putting him back again. Okay, so 5 on the leg side in total. Trilachan to Kish Patel. He's a bit careful first ball. And a dot ball. So, yeah, how many would Ravel Sporting be looking for? Look, yeah, don't be greedy from here. If you could get something like 90 or 100, you're going to have to bowl and field well. And what they don't want is to kind of fold like they did in the previous 2 contests between these 2 teams. They made 59 and 76 in those 2 games. It wasn't enough. Kish is off the mark with a little push. We had a prowls around and fields that one in the dirt. Big hello to everybody in the chat. FanCode saying, is that a thing in Barcelona? That hairstyle, everyone in Granthia's team is sporting it. Well, what I will say is you'll only see the Granthia team wearing this hairstyle because Kuldeep is actually a hairdresser and he's basically been using his teammates as guinea pigs, experimenting on them. Well, this time, Ishan gets it. He's tried this a couple of times. This time he gets it over the field and gets 4, and it ends the first half of this innings. And it will be 36 for 2. I want to say a big warm welcome to all of you, and thanks so much for the interaction in the chat. Look, I haven't done this for a while, so why don't we do this? I'm going to do a lurker call out. So if you have been watching today and you haven't really had a chance to go in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, why don't you do it now? So it's a bit weird doing this by myself, but I'm going to do it. So come at us, 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 and keep me company here. I'm enjoying it. Might have a bit of help later in the day, but right now I am here. And once again, yeah, if you just joined us, unfortunately Rico did have to leave suddenly, and we're all thinking of him at this time, but you know, he will be back. Don't worry, he'll be back to start the season in 2023. So, yeah, lurker call out. It's on. Let us know where you're watching from. And let us know what's the temperature where you are right now. Because I know in a lot of Europe, at least, it is quite cold at the moment. And Ravel Sporting, I wouldn't say they're cold, but I wouldn't say they're exactly heating up this inning so far. But there are signs, 36 in the first half. But, yeah, thanks for joining us. It's finals fever here. The action is hotting up in Barcelona as we head for the big finale tomorrow. P-Star is asking me, why is Shreyans not coming into the chat? And I'll have to tell you that I don't know, because I only really control my own actions. But I am always happy to see him in the chat. But that's the nature of it. You know, we've got 2,500 hours or so on the air a year. People come, people go. That's the way it works. Anyway, here we go with Jaipal Singh, and he's going to start with a wicket. Well, Jaipal is another spin option that we haven't seen too much of. He came to the tournament late in the piece again. He's the Kings 11 skipper in Italy, and right now he's doing a job in Spain. Kish Patel goes, and he'll only make the single. It's 36 for 3. Again, first ball perfectly pitched. Kish, it's just just half a drive really, outside edge. Nicely taken by Paramjit Singh. That kind of de facto slip position. 45 on the offside. And so Jaipal, what a fantastic effort from him. So, looking at the run rates, we've got Group A and Group B. So Group B was 21 runs slower than Group A. Oh, it's quite remarkable, really. But overall in this series, 11.3 all-time, 10.9. That's why, yeah, I kind of gravitate towards the kind of 110 or so, maybe 110, 115, I suppose, when you've got just the top teams left as a pass score. Jaipal, dream start for him. Here's Unat Patel, struck the ball pretty well yesterday. These are the Maximo race. Well, yesterday, we were back, weren't we? Pass the ball. Yesterday, we had the highest Maximo rate, 8.5 per 10 overs, which is pretty good going. Yeah, no, you look at that crazy day. 15.1. That's basically 1.5 sixes per over. That was day 9. And that was when we were worried that we wouldn't be able to finish the season because we were going to run out of balls. Luckily, hasn't been as destructive. It's bad for the viewers, but hey, one of the most important things is that we can continue the cricket because we have enough balls. Jaipal. Again, he's been locating the ball well so far. All right, Lurkers, where are you watching from? Thank you, Santosh, for your comment. He said, Vinny, how do you keep up your energy? It's a good effort, especially when you know your vacation is around the corner. Well, maybe you could say it. That's increasing my energy. Tight single and a successful single to finish the over. So 40 for 3 of 6 overs. 6 over check-in now. Yeah, 10 and over gets you to 80. I think you want more than that. My default's probably 2 a ball. So from here, 2 a ball gets them to 88. If you can have one big over, maybe you can get up there in the 90s. And I think it looks like, you know, if things happen more or less an average way, I think we're heading for something around the 80 mark. I think he's got Kuldeep Lal to come on now, and he's a really good bowler at the death. He is really consistent at being able to hit his spots. And I think what he's trying to do is just swing the ball in and just basically Yorkers on the off stump. That's what he's going to try and do. He's not going to give you too much length to work with. So yeah, keep the chat coming. I'm enjoying the interaction. Nice to hear from you, Pankaj and Santosh. Animals thinks it's going to be a low scorer. Starts with a single. Kuldeep Lal, important player. So yeah, Kai Bays watching from, I think, the east coast of New South Wales. What was the exact part of New South Wales you're from, Kai? Let us know. Kuldeep. He doesn't quite get the block hole, but not far off. You've seen Kuldeep playing for Spain, of course, at the ECC in 2021. Fell out of favour with the selectors a little bit this year. But, you know, obviously, he's making a lot of runs. He's taking a lot of wickets, and that's the way to get back in. I think you can often judge how good a team is by who's missing out. A team like with Kuldeep missing out shows you Spain have been strong. They've had some good results this year. This one is going to be dabbed away for 4. Good batting by Ishan Patel. This might have been the cutter from Kuldeep. I think it was. That was smart batting. Didn't try and hit that too hard. He lets it kind of spin onto the face of the bat. I think Chowan's going to come up to the stumps now. That has its own risks. But let's see what happens. The thing with Kuldeep is occasionally, because he does swing the ball in so much, you'll lose down the leg side. So if the keeper's up to the stumps, it's a big 5 wides risk. I think he's backed out now. Chowan's just going to put the helmet on. And then he's basically saying, why don't you bowl a bouncer? Kuldeep saying, well, I don't think I'll be doing that. Anyway, this one's ramped, but where's it going? Nowhere. It's going to be out. And, well, it's a weird one. These two, of course, they're pretty good friends. They played together for Grathia in the previous series in Kartama. So Kuldeep's pretty quick to get in there and say, Ishan, don't try that stuff on me. You got to wake up pretty early in the day. It's a ramp gone wrong. And to be funny, Chowan, if he was up to the stumps, he wouldn't have had to move. But I don't know if he would have seen it as well as he did by being back a little bit. And Kuldeep, well, it's always risky to incorporate the batter as part of your celebrations. But of course, these teams have quite a close relationship because Revel Sporting didn't have a side in the Kartama T10. Grathia took on a couple of the Grathia players like Ishan Patel, like Manwani as well, for example. But speaking of Manwani, here he is. So You could see him back and could see him wearing a helmet. I think that's a good idea. He wanted to play despite having a busted eye after the first game. He said, just tape me up and send me back out there, coach. But then he failed the concussion test, probably because he was talking to himself. And then he has had the attention he needs. And then now he's okay to play. He's got just over 3 overs to work with. And he's bowled first ball. So Kuldeep goes 2 in 2. And Kuldeep doing the job. Manwani, well, I guess it's hard to know where the line is between aggression and recklessness sometimes with the bat. Manwani decides he's not going to have a look at Kuldeep. And yeah, this is the way he was operating earlier in the series. But yeah, maybe just a rush of blood. That can happen when you're first out there as well. And Kuldeep, the one dark-headed Grathia player, that's because he ran out of dye, I think, before it was his turn. They say a surgeon shouldn't operate on himself. Now he finds himself on a hat-trick. Well, Kuldeep, I know Kuldeep, he would love to be on this list. How many hat-tricks are we going to have in the season? 40 is quite a lot of hat-tricks. Navid Riaz, the last man to do it, did it all himself. And that was on Saturday, last Saturday. Was that already last Saturday? That's crazy. A week ago for Yada Tigers. Amit Das, the new batter, facing a hat-trick ball from Kuldeep. Is this hat-trick number 41 of the season? Here's Lal. Gone, hat-trick. Kuldeep Lal's done it. A magical moment here on Group B Finals Day. Kuldeep goes 1, 2, 3 and knocks over the stumps. And that is the 41st hat-trick of the season. Kuldeep Lal, well, take a bow. He's a mercurial performer. And he's wrecked the middle order here of Raval Sporting. 46 for 6 after 7 overs. What a great moment for him. And what a great moment for Grathia, who we will see in the ECL. And, well, I don't know what they're going to do to him now. It's a lawnmower celebration. I don't know. Well, don't pull him apart, because he's still got an over to go. And, well, I've got to say, that's the time to have some fun. And well, I think the hat-trick was fun. Not so sure that he'll be too happy with that, because there are a few little rubber pellets that might have found their way into places they shouldn't go. But it was the cutter that went straight through Das. Fantastic work from Kuldeep Lal. And there is hat-trick number 41 of the season. So Saturday's hat-trick day here in Barcelona. 3 for 6 off that over, and it's 46 for 6. He was keeping earlier in the season for Grathia. He is a very good keeper, but I just think he's so useful with the ball in this form of the game. When you have to kind of choose one or the other, I think it doesn't make sense for him to grab the ball. That's exactly what he does there. Fantastic work by Kuldeep Lal. Here's Jaipal, who's back at this. Oh, so close to 4 in 4. I think he gets back here, but it's a weird one because the bat may have bounced. So he's out there, but almost his backswing, when his foot comes back, his bat, is it bouncing? It does, but by the time the stumps are broken, safely down, Ninat Patel, almost making 4 in 4 for his team. Now runs seeming hard to come by, and this was always the risk, wasn't it, for Raval Sporting? Losing these wickets in a precarious position. Now you have to reassess what's the top bounds of what you can get to here. 80 seems a long way off at the moment. I'd say 80, maybe you could look at defending out of your skin and hoping for a collapse. Anything less than that, don't see it to be that likely. Gracia would mess it up. Well, look, he's out there, Gaurang Mayavanshi. 2 years he played, he never hit a boundary, and he hit a 6 yesterday. And don't know how long he would have been celebrating into the night, but it's a long time coming. Gaurang is listed as a right-handed batter for so long on our website. We'd never seen him bat. Actually, he's left-handed. This will be a 1. And yeah, Patel and Mayavanshi. Tough one for them because they still need to be aggressive, don't they? Right, just gets 1 here. Happy to tick it along. Certainly tough situation. Jaipal's bowled really well here as well. I think he adds another spin option, which is useful. We haven't even seen too much of someone like Rathod, who's also a good bowler. I think, yeah, Jaipal's been good. And this one could be another wicket. It's just hacked away. It's dropped. Well, bit of a lurch forward from Trilochan there, and he won't be happy with that. Needed to get off his feet, but he kind of bends forward like an old man trying to pick up his newspaper on a Sunday morning, and didn't look too flexible at all. 50 came up, but a significant damage to Ravel Sporting. It's 51 for 6 off 8. Well, Kuldeep's got to come back here surely, and don't forget he's on a double hat trick. So yeah, who knows what he's capable of. So Happy. Well, I hope he's warmed up now because he's going to have to bowl this over. I thought Kuldeep might come back, but I'm going to keep him for the 10th, I think. Ninth over, as Rico would say, it all happens in the ninth. And, well, Ravel needs something to happen. Where can they get to? I mean, 15 and 15 gets them to 81. Where are you going to get the 15 from, though? I mean, you've got Trilochan Singh. He's not giving you too many bad balls. You've got Kuldeep to come, who's absolutely on fire. This has been a recurring issue now for Ravel Sporting versus Grathia and even the Catalunya Tigers to an extent. Oh, that's wide, but that's almost bowled my Avanchi. Gets a long way across, shows the timber. It's either out or wide. It's the wide. Trilochan can't believe that's missed. Look how close this goes to the leg stump. From that angle it looked far away, but it looked pretty close from straight on. Right. Playing a role here. I think he knows. Unat Patel's actually been hitting a fair few boundaries in the last couple of days. So I think just being smart here, saying, look, I'm happy to take the one, but you need to take it on, Unat. Again, not going to be easy. A couple of boundaries and over, you can maybe get that 12 to 15 and over. Gets them competitive. Right now they're not at 54. And that'll do. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Maximo! Haven't had too many to talk about in this innings. Just the two earlier on from Karan Datta. That's the third Maximo of the innings that comes off the bat of Unat Patel. Badly needed, and they need more. Trilochan just persisting with that kind of early in the innings length. I'd like to see him get fuller here and go at the stumps. He goes again with the length. This is hacked away. It could be caught. It is caught. Yadav takes the catch. 6 and out for Unat. Wow. He is bringing it. People Yadav. And he's dishing them out. He's taking them. He's loving life out there at deep mid-wicket. Unat took on the slightly short ball. Again, wraps his bat around it. No real timing. And again, look at Yadav. He makes that catch look easy because he takes a quick 2 or 3 steps. He sums up what's happening very quickly. And I think if he doesn't move quickly, he's probably reaching that at full stretch diving forward, but he makes it into a good catch. I think Dean Jones used to say fielding is 90% anticipation, 10% application. And you can see Yadav makes that look easy. And well, very modern style celebrations we're seeing, and a few of the bizarre. 60 for 7 now. Hope you're all right, comes out to bat. He whips one away and gets past the fine leg. They'll get at least 2 here. Not going to reach the rope. Oh. Well, there's a bit of Tom Cruise in Risky Business about this type of fielding. That's normally Karandeep out there. Have a look at this. Well, Rico would give a sound effect there that I'm not really capable of giving, but Karandeep. Anyway, the good news is the ball stopped by itself. They do get back for 2. Yeah, just the customary yelling out of frustration as we go last ball of the over. Switched away nicely as well. I don't think they'll get 2 this time though. Clean pickup from Yadav. That'll take us to the end of the over. Oh, some highlights in there for Ravel Sporting, but the balance of things are not going that great here in qualifier 1. 63 for 7 after 9. What I will say though, this isn't an elimination match. Don't forget that the winner of this match will go through to the qualifying final, last game of the day today, for the opportunity to play tomorrow. The loser of this game still gets a chance to progress in the tournament. They'll play the Ripple Warriors. So it's not a must win, but obviously you want to win. Make yourself a little bit more likely to progress. Okay, here is Kuldeep, and he's on 4 in 4 here. He doesn't do it. No, this one almost caused him to do the splits. So we'll just have to settle for a regular hat-trick, Kuldeep Lal, but still, it's a great moment for him. Hat-trick number 41 of the season. Solid shot from Gopi. Now Gorang punches one to point. So that'll just be a single over to Gopi. Yeah, looking at those previous games, we talked about them earlier. Ravel Sporting made 59 against Grathia. When they met in match 105, they made 76 in the next match, 106. It wasn't enough. Got to say, a bit of the VVS Laxman about Warwick so far. The Whippingtons, now they're going to take on 2 and they're going to get there. Well, I think that's good. Strategically, that's good. I think Warwick likes what he's doing. Also, chance of an extra run. Every run pressure at this stage. Having to work hard for them. I want to say a big thank you to all the lurkers again. But, we're just popping in. Nikai watching from Sydney. He's also saying that temperature's dropped a bit. And the run rate's dropped a bit. Yeah, that's true. Hello to Danush as well. And I said I must be doing well because who else gets the chance to witness some good cricket up close? That's true. And yeah, reminded everyone as well, hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Nice to see we clicked over another 1,000 subscribers overnight. I noticed that. 2 to come. Well, Gorang almost ramps this into his own forehead. Don't think they can go 2 here. Well, it should be out. Oh, well, that's why you go for it. I mean, that's a terrible throw, really. And Chowan might have at least one broken thumb after that. And Chowan now being told, no, all you have to do is pick up your glove and keep. And he's saying, did you not see what just happened? And a good throw had him dead. So I guess it's a good run because they made it. But it was a terrible throw. Just had to throw it anywhere in the general vicinity of Chowan, who throws the toys out of the cot. To be honest, I didn't like to show my emotions on the field, but I think I would have been similarly displeased. Last ball, 70, and they'll probably take off for a run, and Gorang's going to have to wear it. He'll be run out for 6. But look, in the end, they get to 70. We've seen 70 defended before, but yeah, it's not the worst. And for Ravel Sporting, they'll have to try and work out exactly how they're going to defend this. They're going to have to win the battle of the spin. Of course, lots of good feelings between these guys. They know each other very, very well, but they're meeting in this pressure situation here in qualifier number 1. The winner straight through to the qualifying final. The loser will have to play the Warriors to continue in the tournament. Well, Yadav, once again, he is part-time model without amount of posing. Here, Mahe, I've got to say, I think he bowled really well first up. He made it difficult for them to score. They had to be innovative. Here, Mahe, 1 for 17. Simran, as usual, he was solid, wasn't he? So, Ravel Sporting, they opened with Date. He looks good at times. Ishan didn't open, which he normally does. He cuts that one away. But the issue they had was they were losing wickets frequently. I think Jaipal also did a very, very good job. He only conceded 9 off his 2 overs. Picked up that wicket. First up, Ishan, this is the ramp gone wrong. Chowan, that was one that was a bit more comfortable for him. Well, Kuldeep, he was all love and hugs there. It was going to get even better for him because he knocks over Manwani for a golden, which meant he was on a hat-trick. And we wondered, could it be Saturday hat-trick day again? Well, news for you. Kuldeep rips the cutter through the gate, and he did pick up a hat-trick here. We'll add him to the list. We'll see that shortly. As far as Raval Sporting went, okay, they tried hard then to pull something out of the fire. I was a bit worried about Kuldeep here. He was getting roasted over the fire there. Unat Patel gets that one blow. You thought maybe he could hit them out of trouble, but the next one wasn't quite off the middle. And Viva Yadav, again, he was dishing them out. And Grathia seemed to have the wood on Raval Sporting here. Once again, below par score. 20 from Data, top scored. Isham with 16 and Kumar Patel with 13. Apart from that, no one got going. And the thing is, look, only one wide in the innings. That's ruthless. It's really frugal. Even that wide, it was almost bowled. And the 4 byes, with the ramp kind of deep to the keeper, they were the only extras in the innings. 70 for 8. 71 for Grathia to progress to the Group B qualifying final. With the bowlers, well, it was a team effort, wasn't it? No one went in double digits economy. Kuldeep with 3 for 13, including a hat-trick. I suppose you've got to say he's the best of the bowlers, but just have a look at, even Yadav did take a wicket, only went for 9, 2 wickets for Trilochan, 1 each for Mahe and Jaipal. Good mixture of spin and pace options there, all performing for Grathia. And they are looking now a bit more like an ECL team after they had a bit of a dodgy start to the tournament with only 1 single point out of their first 4 matches. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second innings. Can Raval Sporting pull this one out? And they'll have to bowl and field out of their skin. They'll probably need a bit of luck too. Join us after the break for more ECN action as we will continue qualifier 1 of Group B. Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo? We'll be back after the break with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome back to qualifier number 1. This is for the chance to get straight through to the qualifying final, the 4th match today. These two teams finished 2nd and 3rd in the group behind Caledonia Tigers, who are already through to final day tomorrow. And some good news, right on cue, the sun's come out, and there was some pretty serious rain forecasts for this morning when we looked yesterday. Yeah, but right now, it's looking very, very good, I have to tell you. Yadav is out there for Gracia. Let me talk you through this game so far. Gracia, they won the toss, they fielded, and they've kept Raval Sporting to 70 off their 10 overs. They took 8 wickets along the way. And now they're chasing 71 for victory. Yadav is out there with Kuldeep Lal. That is the opening combination that I expected to see. And this is going to be Manish Manwani. Good to see him back. Raval Sporting, 71 to win for Gracia. Vibor plays the first one out. He'll be a bit selective here. I really like Yadav's batting. He's a guy that has a very solid technique, and I think he's learned through his T10 adventure this year that he doesn't have to be over-aggressive. I think his aggressive shots are extension of his technique, which is pretty good. He likes to get to pitch the ball and drive through the V, through the covers. Pushes. He's looking for a run, but it's not there. Again, these two have batted together a lot, so the communication is normally pretty good. Again, what are we thinking? Are we thinking that Manuel can pull this off? I mean, it'd be one of the best chases. Or the best defences, I should say. It's good shape. Well, Yadav eats 3-dot balls. Again, he won't mind that so much. Manwani's been pretty useful, as has Ranveer Singh, who we may see in the second over. They may go straight to Ishan Patel. Yeah, I think the spin is really what sets Raval Sporting apart from other bowling teams. But Gracia have handled the spin pretty well. That's been a hallmark of the game so far. This is lifted up and over and out of here. Maximo! Well, Exhibit A, that's why Yadav can afford to just knock 3 around, not score. And he gets one that he likes. And he doesn't really care. There's a long on. He was confident enough to hit that over the top, and he gets 6 runs. When you only need 7 and over, that's pretty much all of them right there in one swing of the bat. This is shorter, and it's going to go the same way. Maximo! Back to back. So Yadav, one step ahead of Manwani, who said, okay, if you're going to drive me, then drive this. Yadav sat back on the back foot and pulled that out of the ground as well. It doesn't. In the blink of an eye. Gracia up and away. Keanu's got some Scobo news in the chat. Come back to that in a second. Here's the last ball of the over. Yadav. He's going to take on a dodgy one. He's going to get there. And it will be 13 off the over. Yadav is running hot. He's going to keep the strike. That's probably good for Gracia. 13 for none. Well, Boland might have taken 3 for none in his over. But I've got some hat-trick news, Keanu, live from Barcelona. In the hat-trick Hall of Fame, we have a new name in 2022. And hat-trick number 41 belongs to Kuldeep Lal, who did it right here in the first innings. And he did it very, very well. He ripped one through Amit Das to pick up the hat-trick. So, plenty of highlights around the world at the moment. Hope you're well, Keanu. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's good that there's so much cricket going on. That's why, hopefully, it softens the blow of ECN not being around for 7 weeks. Who knows, maybe one day it will be 52 weeks a year. I think the break could be useful. Well, Yadav just throws a hand at this. It's not a good ball. First up from Ranveer Singh, and it's going to be 4. He probably just feels he's just got a free shot at this. It's going to be a wide anyway, but how about that for a shot? I'm pretty sure the hand comes off the bat before He even hits that ball. I say 2 hands for beginners. Well, Vibo Yadav ain't no beginner. This one, he doesn't go a one-hander. He's just happy to let it go for a wide. Run via. He's known as Sam. That's why Sam's on his back. It's his nickname. He said that's what his mum likes to call him. So, all right, says Sam. Going around the wicket. A quick change of tactic. Yadav pushes. Doesn't get a run. Again, the thing is, I like the way Yadav's controlling the strike here because, okay, it's not that you don't want Kuldeep facing the power play, but really, he hasn't faced yet. And so it really makes no difference when he faces his first ball. So the more Yadav can face now, so he's more likely to get on a roll. It's called a wide. And, I almost think of a bite. Say good morning to Shriyans. Hopefully you're well. Probably good afternoon where you're watching from, I imagine. So he's basically a bit like a left armour here. Ranveer trying to go across the right-handed batter. I think now he's going to go back to the over-wicket tactic. Again, they're trying things here. It's not going to be easy. Look, I suppose this is why it's important to have the double chance, which both these teams have. So even if Ravel Sporting go down here, they're not out of the tournament. We'll see them take on the Warriors next. And we don't know yet how that'll go. This is up, and that's 4. That's good batting from Yadav. Again, such a good timer of the ball, isn't he? He's not too worried about keeping this down because he knows if he gets good contact, it's going to fly away over the infield. That's exactly what it does. Bangs into the fence. Run a ball now required. Bit of wind around, actually. It's blowing all around the place at the moment. It's good to see some sunshine and blue sky, though. We're a bit worried about the forecast today. Yadav gets another ball he can put away. It's just looking very dangerous now. He's up to 21 out of the 23 runs. Grathia flying through this power play. This is chalk and cheese, really, compared to what we saw in the first 3 overs of this game when Ravel Sporting had their power play. You see Ranveer just struggling with his footing there. Can they get a wicket and maybe change the narrative here? Well, not like that. He goes walkabout and he bangs this over the fence. Maximo! That is a good shot. Well, giddy up, horsey. He's got the cowboy hat on and he's going to the races. That was a powerful strike from Vibo Yadav, and really, he is in complete control right now. And yeah, what's Ranveer going to do next? What can he do? This is where my emergency line would probably be just full and straight. Go for a Yorker, try and bowl a perfect Yorker. Yadav, he's so good at changing up the length. So he goes over the offside. Maximo! Now that one's put everyone in danger. So yeah, there's nothing too wrong with this ball, but he's just so confident right now. He follows through with the drive and he elevates, but it's still a very good bat play and it's a very good swing of the bat. And that over goes for heaps. 26 come off that over. It's 39 for no loss. Well, this is why Gracia have qualified for the ECL on the back of some very good T10 form. And you're seeing how dangerous they are. They've got a lot of threats. They finished 2nd on the table. And that was after a very slow start. I mean, they only took 1 point, half a win out of their first 4 games. And they stormed home to make their way all the way up to 2nd. But really, don't really see a path back here. 32 required off 8 overs. What's that, 4 and over? Shah Patel comes on over number 3. This is the battle of the spin, but again, you don't need that much off the spin now, do you? Kudik Lal finally gets face, and he plays the first one back to Ishan. Spins back into the gap. This will be 4. The Kuldeep Lal off the mark. A bit of a one-on-one battle here because I do remember that Kuldeep got Ishan out. I'm sure Ishan, even if they're going down here, would love to get the wicket of Kuldeep back. Maybe give him a little cuddle himself. Gorang picks this up, throws, and that's the good understanding between these two. They seem to read each other's minds. If they're going, they're both going. There's no hesitation. Hesitation is what kills you. Yadav comes back and surprised him. He's climbing over the stumps, I think. That's well bowled by Ishan Patel. Again, Raval. This game hasn't gone to plan. They'll have an hour break. Assuming there's no miracles here. Have an hour break before they come on and take on the Warriors, and then if they win that, they'll get another crack at Krathia. This is a little bit short, and Yadav, he certainly takes full toll. Maximo brings up the 50 and 50 partnership. 43 of those runs have come off the bat of Vibor Yadav, who's absolutely flying through this chase. And, well, it's a bit of the basketball, isn't it? But only one team's bringing the basketball action in this qualifier number 1. Now, this is a great shot. Really, really good shot. That's 6 on any ground in the world. That has gone miles. Maximo! That was really a super Maximo if you could give him one. He has absolutely thumped that. That is probably out of the entire complex. Fantastic batting from Vibor Yadav on the verge of a half century. Got to take your hat off to him, really. 56 for no loss after 3. Kuldeep Lal only has to face 3 balls in the power play, but that's what we talk about. We talk about controlling the strike, controlling the game. So, well, Maya Vanshi's going to come on. I guess his short-term goal will be to get through this over. Again, Ravel Sporting, they've earned the double chance. So, you know, T10 cricket's funny. Things can change very, very quickly. A bit more. Able to scramble back as the ball's hit back at Maya-Vanshi by Kuldeep Lal. Scoring Maya-Vanshi. Suppose we can call him an all-rounder now, that he's hit a 6. Kuldeep reads the situation. He says, okay, partner, you're going pretty well. Over to you. Yadav, one away from a lightning half century. He's only faced 15 balls so far for his 49. It's over 3 a ball, significantly more. Krathia, team on the charge, aren't they? After a slow start in Group B, they're setting the pace today. It's a frenetic pace. Work to Wade, top ball. I feel like Vibor must know he's on 49, Vibor Yadav. One turns, again finds the fielder. So this is good stuff by Gorang Maya-Vanshi. Wow, I think he hasn't moved here. Now they're going to run. Well, this sums it up really. I think Gorang thinks he's super clever. Actually, that brings up Yadav's 50 while all this is going on. So well batted, but it's a strange way to bring it up. Kuldeep is actually just 30% smarter because Gorang thinks he's got a wicket there. And Kuldeep said, what are you talking about? I haven't moved. He gets a finger on it. And then Yadav says, okay, while we're doing this, I'll take the run. They'll take me to 50. Look at that. That's a proper wagon wheel. Spokes all round there. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. Vibor Yadav must pull the over. This one maybe just sneaks in. Fair enough. And so at the end of 4 overs, the score 58 without loss. It's 13 required now. Nice hands there by Kish Patel. Borderline one. Goran gets the call. So at the end of 4 overs, let's move and have a look at where we're at on Group B finals day. Of course, we already know that the other young stars were eliminated in match 117. That meant the Ripoll Warriors survived, and they will now play Ravel Sporting, would seem certain. Can't fill in just yet. That means Gracia, as the winner of this game, will go through the qualifying final and play the winner of that Ravel Sporting versus Warriors game. So the next game is coming up in a little bit more time. Yeah, so the way things are going, we're headed for an early finish here. So the next game is about an hour and 45 minutes away, so it's an extended break. Gives you a chance to catch up on a few things, but make sure you set your watch, set your timer, whatever you have to do. Hello, Sri Anson. Yeah, thanks so much for your comment. Just casting my eye back on the chat. It's well bowled by Patel. If there is a negative thing, it's that not anyone else will get a bat for Gracia, it looks like it at this stage. Quicker one, but he picks and he sweeps it. Sweeps pretty well. Fielder comes around. And we get some foot fielding. That's effective. See that Patel out there. Over to Yadav. In the air. Oh, good catch. Really nice catch by Goreng Mayavanchi, the little maestro. Comes in and holds a very good one. Yadav has to go, goes on the slog sweep here. And Goreng, well, there's a personal highlight for him. Hasn't been easy at all. But the score at 60. Ravel Sporting get the first wicket. I said maybe negative, no one else will get a bat. Well, somebody else will get a bat. They won't have too much to do, just 10 runs required. Good innings from Yadav. Okay, he mishits that one, but didn't miss it too many. I think his decision-making was good. You go back to the start of the innings, and he actually ate 3-dot balls. And he knew, okay, I can be selective here. I don't have to be crazy. And once he got going, he was like a runaway train. So, also well bowled from Ishan Patel to get the wicket of Yadav. To come then here, Mahe comes to the crease. It's just a shame. I mean, I'm very pro batting in the helmet. Mahe's one guy I'd like to see bat with no headgear at all, just so I can see that hair a little bit longer. To come for Patel. Mahe gets one right off the toe end of the bat. It's a hanging curveball. Tries to hit leg side. Probably had more luck if he'd gone over cover there. Hindsight's 20/20. Goes leg side and see the 4 or 6. I think it's gone for 4. So Mahe doesn't miss out the second time. Cuatro carreras. Let me have a look. Yeah, Shriyan say he's gonna miss my voice. Well, you know, you can always go back and look at some old games. A piece to saying we'll learn break ECN crew. Also human at last. Yeah, no, not really superhuman, but we're doing some unusual things. Shriyan's asking, why am I not so active in Insta? Well, it depends. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. I'll come back to that in a second. First, I want to look at the ECL because we know that Gracia, they're playing some good cricket here. So won't it be interesting when they take on Roma CC United from Romania, as well as Zagreb Sokol from Croatia and Star CC from Luxembourg in Group E. That's 3 days, 13th, 14th and 15th of March. And if they win that group, they'll get a day off. And I'll get 4 days off, actually, before the championship week starts on the 20th. So to answer your question, it depends. Social media is something I don't have a lot of time for, and the main reason is I'm spending so much time on the air. So outside of this, it's quite difficult. This is up. And should just be one. Yeah, so the reason is sometimes at the end of the day there's certain things I have to do to take care of, and I do kind of need to get off my phone a little bit, so I don't really get on social media as much as maybe I'll be able to over the 7-week break. And also I've got to do things like eat dinner and do things like that. So hopefully that explains it. That's why I'm not great at getting back to messages. I've got a whole bunch of congratulations messages from my 2000th game that I'm going to try and get back to every single one that I can. But I hope you can understand that. We're doing something quite unprecedented here on ECN. Okay, 6 to win now. They can win it with a Maximo. Yeah, that's the way he tries to do it, I think. Well, nobody wants this one at all. It hung in the air for a long time. And in the end, they just look at each other, high five, saying, oh, well, next one. There might not be too many next ones. Look, they both think it's going to belong to each other. And the moment's gone. Anticipation, that's the opposite of anticipation. But this one will be it, and that one is out of here. Game, set, Maximo. Hiramahe comes 4 and 6, pick up 6, and he sends Gracia into the qualifying final later on today. Gets good shot, gets to the pitch, and he goes with the turn of Maya Vanchi. And this game's over with time to spare. They bring it up in the 6th. 26 balls in hand. That's a thumping, really. Again, it all started with Raval Sporting not able to make a competitive score in the first place. So, yeah, disappointment for Raval Sporting, but they had earned the double chance. So now we know that they will take on the Ripoll Warriors. Now that match, it's an hour and 45 minutes away, so it's quite a long time because this one has finished quite early. So make sure you set your watches, 12:30 GMT. It's 1:30 PM in Central Europe, 6 PM in India, 6:30 PM in Bangladesh. And yeah, that will be an elimination match. And really, what we have now in the next 2 matches, it's eliminations after every match. So we're down to 6 teams in the hunt for the trophy. That'll become 5, that'll become 4 by the end of the day. Join us very, very shortly for more cricket this afternoon. Vibor Yadav came out and, well, it was quite interesting how he did take 3 balls before he really got going. And that was a remarkable one, wasn't it? A one-hand pull. And what I really liked is how he controlled the strike. He had Kuldeep Lal up the other end, and Kuldeep was fine, just watching, just waiting, just sometimes doing nothing, which was a good thing to do. And then that was actually Yadav's 50 that he brought up. In bizarre circumstances, he'd go soon after. Maya Vanchi took a good catch on the boundary, but it was the only highlight for Raval Sporting in there. Hiramahe came out. He said, okay, how many to win? 10 to win, okay, there's 4. And then, well, this is nothing, even though it certainly looped close to the fielders. And then, with one swing of the bat, it was all over. Good performance from Gracia. Team we will see in ECL cricket. Can't wait for that as well. See how they go against the best of some other countries. 51 to Yadav of just 20 balls. That was quick pace. As he gets them within sight of the target, then he was the only man to fall. Kuldeep Lal didn't have to do too much. 8 off 9, but he was steady while he was there. Hiramahe came and finished things off, the captain, with 10 not out with the ball. Maya Vanchi didn't bowl too badly, actually. He was the only one that was under run of ball pace. And the wicket went to Ishan Patel, but you can see there, a bit of a disastrous start, wasn't it? Manwani went for 13, Ranveer went for 26, and really from there was no path to victory for Raval Sporting. Hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. It's the same kind of a story, wasn't it, for Gracia against Raval Sporting. They keep them to a very modest score and chase it down with ease. And we'll be back in an hour and 45 minutes. And Raval Sporting now, well, they are playing for their tournament life. We'll see them taking on Ripoll Warriors. So we'll get to see the little Maestro versus the Prince. And some very interesting battles, I'm sure, coming up there. So we'll see you after the break. An hour and 40 minutes until we resume the broadcast and take us into the afternoon session. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great Saturday so far. Look, take a coffee break, take some lunch, take some dinner, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you're back here because more teams will be playing for their lives here in Barcelona when we return for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona after a bit of a break. It's good to be back here for more cricket, and, well, it gets pretty interesting from here on in. We have 2 more matches in the day. Each time we're going to lose a team, there'll be 1 team standing here at the end of the day that will get to play again tomorrow as part of the Final 4. And unfortunately, the losers of the next 2 matches, they'll be out of the tournament. Their ECS will be over for 2022. So it's time for qualifier number 2. It's going to be Raval Sporting, who are taking on the Ripoll Warriors. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when Rob Kemming was with the 2 captains.
Tails. Tails is called. It is hits. We're going to bat first.
So you can see news from the toss is that just going to check that again because I didn't see that. Well, I can tell you. Well, there you go. Raval Sporting. They have elected to bat after winning the toss. That's what I thought I saw. But yeah, Isham Patel, I think that their batting has been a bit of an issue with some of the better teams, let's say, in this series. And look, I think the Ripoll Warriors, you can put them down as one of those teams. And so Raval Sporting, and they didn't have a really good match this morning against Gracia, so they're playing for their tournament lives. Ripoll Warriors, by the same token, they had their moments where they're on top. They had the moments where they weren't. Now, they were able to really roll through the Ali Young Stars middle order. So let's see if they can do that again. Prince Daman was pretty crucial, but also Mohamed Masood was pretty important as well, as they were able to chase down the target of 86. But it was a dramatic game, first game of the day in the Eliminator. And look, you can probably see behind me we've been decubed because there was a bit of a windstorm. So unfortunately the cube didn't survive to the afternoon, but I have survived. Hopefully you have survived as well as we get ready to have a look at these 2 teams. We can probably have a look at the fantasy dashboard for qualifier number 2, and that will show you exactly what we're dealing with. And let's see how Raval Sporting juggle their order. I have a feeling that they'll go with Karandata first up. They tried Chet Patel in the opening spot. Look, they didn't stick around too long, but I have a feeling they'll get Isham Patel and Karandata, maybe Chet at 3, Manwani at 4. Kish Patel, they keep trying him, but it's not really working. Patel's another one that you could bring up the order a little bit. So look, pretty strong top 6, but they have struggled to do it when the kind of temperature is risen. For Ripoll Warriors, of course, they rely heavily on Prince Daman. Look, 1746. I've never seen anyone get to 2,000 fantasy points in this series. He could do it here. It's a bit crazy. But for them, also their bowling's important, isn't it? And I think they have a mixture of options that they can turn to. You can see Raval Sporting, they're struggling with their losing streak of 5 now. Remember, I think they went 6 in a row or 7 in a row first up. Things have turned around. Ripoll Warriors, a bit hit and miss, but if they hit here, they'll be through to the qualifying final later on. Of course, whoever does win this game, they will be through to face Gracia in the Group B qualifying final. Raval Sporting 4-run favourites according to the supercomputer here in qualifier 2. What do you think of the background that I had? Got the little futuristic tower in the background. That's nice work to set that up. Now, let's get rocking and rolling. So let's see who we've got out there. It is Chet Patel who's out there. Stuck with the same openers. So Chet Patel on strike. He's out with Karandata. Here's the first ball of qualifier 2. It's driven away. It's misfielded. And it will be the first run. Mohamed Nazim opening the bowling once again. He was a little bit expensive earlier on, but they really came and did a number on the Ali Young Stars through the middle overs. In fact, Ali Young Stars lost all 10 wickets for 22 runs after being 63 without loss. Really collapsed to be all out for 85. And they actually left 5 balls on the table in the end as well. This is driven, but there's a long off in place. It's Akhtar Khan. He's got that Jaws-like fielding style, but it works for him. So I want to welcome back everyone that is in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. We're always happy to have your input in the chat. And also hello to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Oh, that's a nick. And it was low down, and I think that's a chance. Big deflection. Does it carry? You can't really see there. It's a tough one. The keeper didn't really bend, did he? That's Azim Makbul behind the stumps. Let's have a check on this one. It was there. Yeah. Kind of just throws a hand down and hopes it sticks. Now half a chance of a run out as well. That was pretty tight. So hello to Bajendra. He's asking, why are these two playing again? Well, they're not playing again because... Why are they playing again today? Okay, the reason for that, maybe that's your question. You know, I could tell you, but maybe it's easier if I show you. So I'll do that in a second. Nazim bowls full toss. I thought that Bajendra was asking why are they playing each other again, but I don't think he's asking that. He's saying, why are they playing again when they've already played today? So I'll probably can illustrate that to you in a second. But I'm very well, thank you. Thanks to everyone for saying hello. Hello to Neeson. Saying, why is this late? Well, we need to have an extended break between match 2 and match 3. And, of course, after this match and before the qualifying final. It's because we can't really commence the process until we know exactly who's playing. So when these matches, this match will determine who plays in the next match. So that's why we need to have those breaks. And it was a bit longer because it was such a quick chase. This is a single to finish the over. Down to Prince Taman. So at the end of 1, the score is 6 without loss. So Bajendra's question, why are these teams playing again? I can tell you why. Because Raval Sporting had the double chance because they finished as in that 2 versus 3 matchup. So that means they, even though they lose, they get to play again. Ripple Warriors, they were in an eliminator. They had to win just to survive. And they did do that. And that's why these two teams are meeting here. The winner of this game gets to play Gracia for the right to survive in the tournament to tomorrow and be one of the final 4. So that's where we're at. There's 3 teams with the possibility to grab that last spot tomorrow. Gracia, of course, they're already in the final, and then they'll play the winner of these 2 teams. So hopefully that makes sense, Bajendra. If it doesn't, let me know. I'll try and clarify it for you again. And that was the advantage of finishing 2nd or 3rd on the table versus 4th or 5th. Because if you finish 2nd or 3rd, you can have a bad game and survive. If you're 4th or 5th, well, unfortunately, the Stars Colour Youngstars, who had a good start this morning, they're out of here. Here's Aktadar Khan. Big hack across the line. That's very un-Karandatha-like, really. They've got a deep mid-wicket. They've got a pretty straight long on, so I don't know if that's a smart shot. In fact, I know it's not a smart shot. But Aktadar didn't swing the ball early and was quite expensive in his first over. I think Karandatha's trying to get that dead square. Push and run for 1. So Aktadar, when it doesn't swing, he normally goes to some cutters. Came back and bowled 1 ball in the 10th over this morning when they were already 9 down, took a wicket. So yeah, we do have the qualifying final later, but I mean, it's always a good time to get some random questions in. If you want to throw some questions in, questions and comments, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm pretty refreshed after a bit of a break. I was just busy doing some planning though, because there's a lot of cricket ahead in 2023. Can't wait to reveal some of these things to you. This is up in the air and doesn't hang in the air too long. It's Waka Khan doing the field. Now, he was a game changer last time for the Ripple Warriors. Came and took 2 quick wickets when other youngsters were away. In fact, they were 63 without loss. I mean, that was... They were running away with it, really, but then things very much changed when Waka went to... Now, this is up and this is square. And this one's gone all the way. Maximo, the first one of qualifier 2. It's just a little bit short from Aktadar Khan. Well, Aktadar's, he's got the look of a man that's played about 16 games, if I'm honest. I mean, he's had his moments in this series, but I mean, the ball hasn't been swinging for him today. He's one of his weapons, makes him a bit more unpredictable. Now, Chet's on the charge. We'll get 1. Aktadar Khan, I remember seeing, went to go give him a handshake and he said careful because it has a pretty damaged right hand. It's not his bowling hand, but when he does his catching, oh, I reckon that'll be hurting. These guys are tough. Goes after this, finds the gap, Prince is after it, and he can't get there. He thought about launching himself from inside the field and trying to pull it back basketball style, but wasn't even able to do that. So, yeah, good skill or good luck, whatever it was. Data finds the gap and finishes the over with 4 runs. Ravel Sporting 18 for no loss after 2. Looking at some of the top performers for these two teams, you can see Ishan Patel leading run scorer for Raval. Manwani's there, but hasn't really scored too many lately. Dartan over the 200 run mark now. But have a look at Prince Daman and how important he is. 682 runs and 14 wickets. So if you're wondering why he has so many fantasy points, now you know. And that doesn't even include the catches that he's taken in this series. And yeah, I said it before, I'll say it again. I don't really like concentrating on one player too much when I talk about a game, but it's hard to ignore, isn't it? Those kind of numbers. And that's why you just think if he gets on a roll and he plays consistently and gets big scores, who's to say the Ripple Warriors cannot go all the way here? Well, Ivan did go on the park run along with 120 other participants. He said it was like -2, you said, to manage to get around under 28 minutes. Well done, Ivan. This is up, and there's nobody back here this time. I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Well, clipped away. They had the long off, long on in place. So only get 2 outfielders. Nazim gets a little bit straight. It wasn't really a terrible ball. Probably on middle stump, middle and leg. But Tata takes the risk and gets away with it. And he's one guy, we know he's capable of big scores. I've seen that before from him. He's just never batted for that long in this series. It's a full toss. Creates some work for Akhtar. He gets to the ball quickly, does well to keep it to 1. So even with your dodgy knee, Ivan, that's a very good effort. Nazim getting bowled out here. This is what they did last time. Last time Nazim was, I suppose, a little bit expensive compared to the rest, though. It's on length, and once again, batter pins his ears back, gets it over mid wicket for 4. So making the most of the lack of a deep mid wicket. So this is risky to go across the line, but he feels it's worth the risk. And really, with those kind of results, you tend to agree. Yeah, going back to Nazim this morning, took none for 24 off 2 overs. But that was before the collapse had started. 30 on the board now. It's a bit wide. Thought the batter might be backing away, so went to follow him, but it wasn't the case. Ripple Warriors, one thing I have really liked about them, there's a conscious effort for them to work on their fielding. Something I was noticing before. They're doing a lot of fielding. I think they know that can be the difference, especially when you get into this kind of pressure situation. Because you're going to come up against good players, and just the nature of the game is good players are going to give you chances. They're going to be aggressive. Don't care who you are. We've seen some really top-level players playing in the ECN T10 at times. Players that have played at ODI level and that kind of thing. And they still give chances because of the nature of the format. It encourages it, doesn't it? So if you take them, it makes a big difference. Well, bowled by Nazim to finish up. Goes for 19. End of the power play. 31 for no loss. It's probably a bit of a draw for me in the power play. Ripple Warriors don't get a wicket, but Raval Sporting don't really get away either. You can see the 3 overs in the power play. 6, 12 and 13. 2 4s, 2 6s in there. So now we head to the middle overs. Let's see how they shuffle their resources here. Yeah, Waqar Khan's coming in, and that doesn't surprise me because he was brilliant the first time he came in. Yeah, so he was basically asked to come on. The score was kind of running away. They were 54 without loss after 3.2, and then he took 2 wickets and yeah, really changed things. Well, there we go. I've been waiting for it. Oh, he looks like he's ready to start 100 metres at the Olympics, doesn't he? A bit of dog watch. It's been a feature of this series. We've had some some fun little asides, haven't we? So I haven't seen Hot Dogs yet. I'm on Hot Dogs watch as well. Hot Dogs won't take a day off. He'll be here. Anyway, let's go. Pitches up, driven, and, well, that's gone a long way off the bat. Maximo, what a shot. And this is more what I want to see from Karandata. He can play these kind of shots straight through the line. Doesn't need to hack to the leg side. Waka, I think it's an attempted Yorker, but doesn't quite land it. That's what he really did well last time. He hit the block hole. He was able to get two batters that had already been up and going. Data 22 off 9. Oh, this one's almost a chance. Should just be one. Akhtar comes around to his wrong side, but has it with plenty of time. Look at this go past him, but does he react? Not really. Maybe could have got a finger on it, and that could have been even worse than not touching it at all. He's to his bowling side. Just a single, though. Edged and straight past the keeper. Well, he gets a hand on it. Azim Makbul. I guess he saves the boundary, but yeah, if he can get off his feet here, he's got a shot at pulling off a screamer. Makbul, see it here. Big edge, dives, hopes it sticks. Oh, look, he saves 3 runs. I think they would have loved the wicket, though. And Waka tries the Yorker, leaves it down the leg side. Yes, I suppose. Nothing against Makbul, who's doing it. He's doing an okay job with the gloves, but yeah, if you have a keeper that can pull off those kind of chances, you can see how valuable they'd be in this form of the game. Full toss. More work for Akhtar. Doesn't fumble many, does he? One thing I like about his fielding, he does get down, gets everything behind it. Another ball on the stumps. Not quite that Yorker that he was able to execute before, but still not about over it all. 11 off it with the ball to go from Waka Khan. Turns this into a full toss. So one hopper down to Prince Demand. Always likes to make the batter work for it. That's up. He's aware of it. He runs from the get-go. And that takes us to the end of another over. It's 43 without loss after 4. So yeah, this kind of equilibrium at the moment, isn't it? Kind of around 10 or so and over, 10 to 11 and over. No wickets. It's kind of cruising along. Not really batting them out of the game, but certainly not doing badly, Raval Sporting. Prince Demand's going to bowl over number 5. Geez, he bowled well earlier as well. Had a lot of good performers. What was it? A real team effort with the ball. Prince Demand took 2 for 13. Waka Khan took 3 for 16. Tariq Mahmood took 4 for 9. Great start to his series. Akhtar chipped in with the 10th wicket. Anyway, here's Prince Demand. And the Prince bowling over number 5. Oh, on the charge. Tata gets a bit proactive, but then found himself searching for the ball. So Prince, I think, adjusts his length a bit shorter here, saying, okay, if you're running at me, I know you want to drive, so I'm going to just pull the length back so you can't. That worked well in the end. That's almost just fends off a little edge. Oh, there's the cutter, and it almost works. French cut. We'll get a single. Prince bowled a really good cutter earlier, which, yeah, was almost like a genuine off-spinner. Spun back to take the stumps. That was a similar kind of delivery he was trying. Oh, this is an edge as well, and it's going to go for 4. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. That's pretty perfectly bowled by Prince Demand, but you can't have outfielders everywhere. All the outfielders pretty much in front of the wicket, so these little edges If you're lucky enough to get them, you're going to get value. So there's 4 runs. I've got to say, though, it's a tough one. Would have a third man to Prince? Maybe. But then also you're dealing with a guy that has shown he's able to drive in front of the wicket powerfully. So it's just one of those things, I guess. There's another cutter. This time it's going to go the distance. Maximo! Great batting by Chet Patel. Again, picks the cutter that time. And this is one guy, Chet Patel, he does like to go to mid-wicket. So even though he has to reach and fetch that one from outside the off stump, he hits with the movement. And nails it. It was into the gap as well, so it wasn't really risky. Would have been interesting if there was a fielder right behind that. Now, goes offside. So again, this kind of... I don't know how to really describe this game so far. Raval Sporting, they're looking good, but they're not looking unreachable here so far. 50 partnerships come up during the over. This will be the end of the over now. And so the score is 56 without loss. I want to say a big hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. When you sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Well, I've got a few things. Who we got up in the tower there? There we go. We got Chris Taps up there. He's over my shoulder. There you go. One of these ways. There you go. And also we got the cool little, I don't know, it's not little, the futuristic tower here, the Olympic District. We lost the cube to wind, so I don't know if we'll have the cube back the rest of the day. There's no way we thought we would have been able to do this yesterday because the forecast was for some rain. But Vinny Sandu here, they're just soaking up the Barcelona sunshine. So cubeless, but fancy free here. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. Big match. 2 teams arrive, only one will survive. And now here's a guy who came into the series with immediate effect this morning. Tariq Mahmood is going to bowl over number 6. And he took a wicket very first ball last time. Ended up with 4 of them. So you can see the run rate, 11.2. Kind of get what I'm saying here. They're not losing wickets, but and they're not going at a bad rate. They're going at what I would say is about an average rate. About that 11 and over. I'll be curious to see once the Group A teams come back, will they be able to recreate the magic of Group A where the average run rate was a full 2 points higher. So something like 120 odd was the average score in Group A and just 100 to 105 in Group B. Here's Tariq. Right on the money first up. That's good ball. Right up in the block hole. They're both batters hitting 27 off 15 before this over commenced. Yeah, like I said, not doing badly, but also no one's really taken ownership of this game yet. Oh, this is a length ball, and Tariq's got to do his own work. It'll be a tough one over the shoulder, but he takes it easy as you like. And there is the first wicket. Karan Datta wanted to go to mid-wicket again. Tariq takes another caught and bowled. Well, he almost dropped the easy one. I thought he might have dropped this one, but he didn't. Earlier this morning, got one on the fumble, but got it on the second attempt. This time, he takes a little basket catch. Good fielding. He knows straight away it's his. There's nobody else around. And Tariq, certainly showing a clean pair of heels and executes the first dismissal of qualifier 2. Has been shown to be a wicket taker. That's already 5 wickets today for him. And so unfortunately for Karan Datta, he'll go no further than 27. And the first wicket falls at 56. This brings Ishan Patel to the crease. And Ishan, leading run scorer for Raval Sporting. So less than half the innings to go. They're not really in trouble as far as wickets in hand. I think they can afford to attack. They've got plenty of batting to come. Ishan, a little pre-movement. Leg kick gets off the mark with 1. This is where, you know, earlier in the series, someone like a Manwani can come in and just boss the situation, but he seems to have just lost his way with the bat a little bit. Form is a funny thing. Got to make the most of it when you've got it. I mean, look at Labuschagne right now in the Test series in the West Indies. It almost seems too easy when it's going right for you, but then it seems impossible when things aren't going right for you. That's the beauty of sport. It's the beauty of cricket in particular, I think. It's a long way across, but umpire's not too interested. So, yeah, got a few options if they lose a wicket now. Probably going leg side, although he is kind of on his haunches, isn't he? Cut away. Just get one here. So Warriors just doing a good holding job at the moment. I suppose their question marks are about their batting and the kind of concerning lack of runs from non-Prince demand sources, but maybe something around 100, 90 to 100. I think they'll be happy with where they're at in the game. This is hit into the gap, and this won't be stopped. That's good batting, good placement from Ishan Patel. Again, he's a guy, if he clicks, he can really get things moving quickly, and he's on the move there. Turns it into a pull shot. Yeah, the bowler sees him coming, Mahmood, and digs it in. End of the over. Look, only 6 off it though. Not a disaster at all for the Warriors. 62 for 1 after 6. Looking at the bowling figures so far, it's a good over by Tariq Mahmood. You see they've got all those bowlers to come back, bowl 7, 8, 9 and 10. So, look, they've got other options as well, but I think because all the bowlers have established that they've been pretty comfortable, they haven't really been too expensive, and I think you do stick with your 5 bowlers at the moment. They'll each get one over. Starting with Waqar Khan, who's going to bowl over number 7. Nice wide shot there of Barcelona, and a nice day. I mean, we're up to 14 degrees, but sun's out, and we had a bad forecast today. It's turned out very nice. And this is a full toss, turned into a full toss. Again, it's good fielding. That's Mohammad Masood out there. And he came to the fore after Prince's dismissal in the last game to get them across the line against the Ali Young Stars. That's once again good fielding from the Warriors. That has been a real hallmark of their game. You go back to the court and bowled last over. Mahmood took over the shoulder. They put a real focus on it. And I think it shows. Binge watcher still wants to see Ishan taking a few more risks. Well, this is risky. Akhtar does the right thing. Comes in and sees if he can turn it into a catch, but it's not to be. Ishan's a funny one. I think that when he's bogged down, he'll try something funky. He'll try a little ramp. He'll try a scoop. Sometimes it's his undoing. Sometimes he gets away with it. Hasn't faced too many yet. Chet Patel. He decides he wants to go mid-wicket. That's great fielding. That's what I'm talking about. Masood, he recognises he's going to get a trampoline bounce here and sets himself to jump. So he's proactive. He's expecting the unexpected. He has to jump out of the dirt, but he does it very, very well. Keeps it to 1. Time. Patel's on the move, gets a slower ball from Waqar Khan, doesn't really pick it. Well, there's Grathia. They've earned their right to sit and watch this game, and they will play the winner of this game for the right to return tomorrow. Of course, a team that we'll see in the ECL, Grathia. A very good team. There's a lot of very good teams here. I think it shows that the European champions didn't even make it this far. Paco Camp. It's a very strong competition. This one gets Ishan Patel reaching. And he misses out again. So, I mean, he's trying to take risks. I don't think you can criticise his intent here, Ishan Patel. I also think it's just a bit different. The standard of bowling we've seen here towards the end of this Group B, especially what Ramal Sporting run into. Not particularly easy. Bowlers making less mistakes than perhaps some of the more inexperienced teams. This is the end of the over, and Ishan Patel will retain the strike, 66 for 1 after 7. For those of you wondering where Rico is, yeah, he had an unfortunate circumstances that he had to leave Barcelona suddenly for family reasons. Obviously, sending all the best to him and his family. If you'd like to send Rico a message, you can on Instagram at Rico Full. Well, there's Hot Dogs. I was waiting for it. And Hot Dogs, wow, Hot Dogs is noisy today. Well, Hot Dogs is yelling out. He's probably wanting someone to come play with him. Well, I'd be there in a heartbeat, but I'm stuck. I'm stuck here at the table. Hot Dogs getting noisy, keeping up the chat. Here's Akhtar coming back in over number 8. This is, it's a strange bit of fielding now. He's got to run it. He might stop it. Oh, yeah. Wow. Have a look at this. This is proper hockey goalie style from Masood. He runs in the double jump. Instead of diving, he just basically tries to put the feet under it And it successfully does it. They will get 2. Well, we've seen foot fielding. I mean, that's if you ever watch field hockey, you can say it's a very good stop. Now, going to get funky. Ishan Patel beats the fielder. Long chase for him down to the fine leg boundary. We'll stop it. We'll have another 2. Well, you know how Corey feels about foot fielding. He normally goes on strike for an over. I think with that almost triple bit of foot fielding, he might be on strike for 3 overs. He might have just gone home for the day. Well, there we go. Maybe hot dogs and that little fella. They're yelling at each other, trying to find each other. So a bit of a B plot to this inning so far. Wayne saying hot dog not a happy camper. Obviously not. Maybe he's an Ali Young Stars supporter. Who knows? It is Saturday. Bit of noise around. Got a softball game happening in the background. Got a football game, I think, in the background as well. Edged and gone. Aktadar comes through with the goods. It's a little cutter. That just bites off the wicket at Chet Patel, who tries to move it to leg anyway. Just gets a little outside edge. That one is held by Asim Makbul. Regulation catch behind the wicket. So Chet gets to 30. He'll go no further. He's out in the 8th over, 71 for 2. It's well bowled by Aktadar Khan. Yeah, what I do like about Aktadar is kind of sums up the situation. If the ball's swinging, if the ball's not swinging, he's basically a completely different bowler. If the ball's swinging, he'll pitch it up, he'll try and straighten it down the line and trap an LBW or bowled. But if he finds the ball's just not swinging for whatever reason, maybe it's a bit older, maybe it's just the ball that doesn't swing, then he'll switch to more cutters, and that's what you see there. The left arm kind of off spinner. This is Kish Patel. Now, there we go. If you want to know what's going on now, I'm going to see in a second. We'll come back to this. Maybe up to 8 overs we can have a look at this. Because I want to know, is that softball or is that kickball? Because I think we've also seen some kickball down there, which is kind of like baseball, but they roll what looks like a football at you and you kick it and run. I mean, Corey actually commentated about 2-3 minutes of a kickball game or a softball game earlier in the tournament. He's acted up. Left-hander to left-hander. Well, a false shot from Kish first up, but he will get away with it. Just the one. Yeah, so Chris Tapps. Maybe after this ball, we'll get down there and we'll see what's going on down there. You can see, I'm going to appreciate it. I'm appreciative of most sports, pretty much all sports I can get into, especially ball sports. I always like to see something new. Last ball of the over, sets himself to ramp, but then gets one he thinks he can whack, and that's exactly what he does. Ishan Patel, he gets 4 here, finishes the over. 76 for 2 after 8 against kind of overs. Never really, the kind of innings that's never really gotten away from the Warriors, but it's not terrible for Raval Sporting either. 8 overs down, 76 for 2. We finished with 1 for 22. Let's see who they go for now. Getting plenty of options. You can see what I'm saying there. I mean, okay, it slowed down a bit in 6 and 7, but most of the scoring's been steady. A couple of wickets, but at this stage, you shouldn't slow things down too much when you're basically into the final fling already. Here comes Tariq Mahmood to bowl over number 9. Yeah, left-handed Kishtij Patel coming out ahead of Manwani. It just really shows you Manwani's off the boil. I mean, partly form-wise, partly the fact that he did take a blow just above his eye yesterday, a leading edge off the spinner, Gulam Sawa of the Catalunya Tigers. He needed some attention. And so, plenty of time left on the clock, which is good. I've got to say, credit to all the teams, or pretty much all the teams. They've been ahead of time in this series, so you have 9 minutes to bowl this 9th over. Of course, the timer just says you have to bowl 9 overs by the time that runs out. First one not going too far. As Matt Paul decides no need to throw. He'll just concede the one there. Derek Mahmood. Been a useful addition today, hasn't he? For the Ripoll Warriors. And a lot of these players, they have a few issues sometimes with during the week matches. You can understand that. It's not a professional sport in Spain. But this being Saturday, that's probably why Derek Mahmood gets out there. There's Ishan Patel. Yeah. Oh, again, he's kind of emblematic of this entire innings for Revel Sporting. It's not going badly, but it's not going all guns blazing, is it? Gish gets his front leg out the way and gets us out to deep mid-wicket. He'll get a single. So look, for me, as I often say with Raval Sporting, this comes down to how the Warriors handle the spin of Raval Sporting. I think you've seen the Tigers have dealt with it well. Catalunya Tigers, the Gracia team have dealt with it well. The Ripoll Warriors, how will they deal with it? They're going to get a fair bit of spin. Swing and a miss. Now you could probably run, but they're not really awake to it. You see, as a Mac Bull trying a cheeky stumping attempt. Yeah, so I suppose there's two real storylines in the second half of this game. Prince Demand, Willie Won't He? That's storyline number one. And then number two is, how do Ripoll Warriors deal with the spin of Raval Sporting? So, I mean, those two storylines are kind of intersecting, aren't they, as well? But I think that's what will determine who goes through to meet Gracia later on today. Nice stop by Makbul. Patel stops the boil a bit, isn't he? You say it all happens in the ninth, but not much happening in the ninth for Raval Sporting. This is up in the air. It'll be a tough stop. Wow, it's a good effort. And unfortunately, it's going to go across the line, 4 runs. Check this out in the replay. He's been pretty good at anticipating these, Masood. And this time, look, even he can't deal with the bounce, that extra bounce off the surface. So Raval Sporting catch a break, and they need one really at the moment. 83 for 2 off 9. So, look, you might look at that and say, oh, they've been too conservative, haven't they? They've only lost 2 wickets. How come they haven't scored quicker? I don't think there's a lack of intent from the batters. I just think that they haven't been hitting too many balls in the middle. And probably even more importantly, I don't think the Ripoll Warriors have given them too much for free. We've had 2 wides in the innings. Apart from that, there's no other extras. So sometimes by this stage, teams have given away 10, 15 extras, and they're not giving them anything. So Prince Demand's going to come and bowl the 10th. A miracle over might get them up to 100. Let's see how many they can gather from the Prince. Gish swings and misses. So that's not going to help either. That's the cutter first up. So really, it says a lot that, yeah, Manwani's never even featured in this innings. And if you go right back to when Raval Sporting started this tournament, we were kind of hailing their batting, saying, well, this has always been a bit of a problem for them, and they're smashing all over the place. Well, speaking of smashing, this is what we've got this time. As it will go for 4, cut away. Markish Patel goes bang. And 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the line. That's the boundary they needed. Yeah, so we were kind of hailing them earlier on. They were consistently getting big scores. As we know, their bowling and fielding's normally pretty good. In the past, yes, their batting's been a bit suspect. But yeah, some of those old demons coming back to haunt them in the last few days. They go 1 here, that's all they'll get. Let me just try and get in the head of Ishan Patel, who's going to face this next one. I think his plan A here is he wants to ramp. I think the fine leg is square. Now, they actually move a bit finer, so I don't think he'll care. I think he sees a big gap at fine leg, and that's what he's thinking. All right, he steps back, and he hits one, an awkward one. But Waka Khan handles it well. So again, the intent's there. That's good contact, but just not enough to get it out of the ground, not enough to find the boundary. The field's been set pretty well. I think Ripoll Warriors have played pretty smart cricket, but Raval Sporting still something to bowl at. 2 to come. Oh, that's a good stop down the leg side by Makbul. That one gets away from Prince Demand. To 90. Prince trying to close things out. There's that cutter. It's up in the air. Aktadar is under it, and he catches it. Wow, he has sticky hands, Aktadar, doesn't he? I call him the Jaws style. The hands come together, and not too much really pops out of there once it goes in. He's certainly a character. And I know he's got a slightly damaged right hand as well, but he's been a bit of a lionheart for the Warriors. And that is the end of Kish Patel. Goes for 8. The score is 90 for 3. Of course, new batter will come in just to face the 1 ball. And it's a slightly unusual technique compared to maybe how Prince Taman or someone would take the ball, but he gets there. He's got good hand-eye coordination, Aktadar Khan, I will say that. Very rarely misjudges one. Here's Unat Patel to face the last ball. Don't think he'll get a boundary. They'll have to try for 2 here, and he realises that very late. And there's a fumble. Well, I think they've miscalculated the balls here because this is the last ball. And that is it. So, yeah, they don't even try for a second there. That's a little bit of a miscalculation, put it that way, from the batters. Whether they would have made it or not, I don't know. I think they would have made it because the fielder did fumble, but they're going to finish 91 for 3 off the 10 overs. They only lose 3 wickets, but they're not able to crack the triple digits. As we go back and see some of the highlights, they stuck with the same combination, Chet Patel and Kanan Datta. Got to say, some good hitting early, but it was the kind of innings, I really don't know how to describe it. There weren't too many bad overs, but there weren't too many great overs. It was distinctly average. And if anything, maybe a touch below average when you analyse it by the end. But that's probably on the back of some very good bowling and defending in the second half. You see that I've been enjoying myself in the cubeless area. But if I look at the splits, 56 off the first half and just 35 off the second half. So they kind of lose their way despite having those wickets in hand. But like I said, it wasn't because they weren't playing enough shots. I mean, they were. They just weren't really coming off for Ravel Sporting, and that's frustrating. They were just in a bit of a funk when I think about it. And Masood did a good job out there for the most part. That was one he couldn't handle. And late in the piece, Aktadar took this catch. But really, not much to write home about. It was a strange innings. 4 sixes in there, 7 fours. I guess 11 boundaries total in 10 overs. So they get that kind of 1 boundary and over on average. But it's just not what you would call an imposing total for Ravel Sporting. They finished 91 for 3. The top 3 are the protagonists in that story. Chet Patel, top scoring with 30. Karan Datta with 27. Ish Patel with 22. But look at those extras, just 3 wides in the entire innings for the Warriors. They really weren't giving much away. Man, one, he doesn't get a hit in the end. As we look at the bowling figures, you can see that Liverpool Warriors bowl well as a unit. No one really getting smashed. I mean, Aktadar went for 22, but even that's not too bad. Prince Taman, 1 for 21, was a bit unlucky with a couple of edges going for 4. Wickets there shared around. So, interesting first half. Ravel Sporting, we know that they're good defenders, but they're going to have to be the 2 storylines for me. The Prince, will he or won't he, and Ravel Sporting. Can they spin a web around the Warriors? Join us in about 10 minutes. We'll be back for the second half. We'll find which team will stay and which team will go here in Group B Finals Day. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECM. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. It's great to have your company. Well, sun's out, fun's out here on Group B finals day. And to be honest, one team's going to be out after this. We have to lose 2 more teams before the end of the day. Winners stay. And no more play for those that can't get the victory. And we have the second half of a very interesting qualifier too right now between the Raval Sporting team and the Ripple Warriors. And in the first half of this match, Raval Sporting, they made 91 for 3, so they didn't lose a lot of wickets, but they just could not really get going. And now look at the overs there. The highest over was 13. Lowest over is 4. Most of the overs were kind of in that kind of 8 to 12 region. They find themselves at just 91. 92 to win. Do not count out Raval Sporting. It's a below par target they've set, but they've got what I think is an above par attack. They've got a good mix of pace and spin options, particularly the spin though. That's their distinguishing feature. Prince Demand, he's been on fire. Calculated, he's scored 47% of the runs for the Warriors in this series, and that includes extras, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually gotten more than half the runs off the bat. So if he sticks around, I think the Warriors will get home if he can conquer the spin. And just in general, if Raval Sporting spinners are on top, they can probably keep them in the game. Right now it's Manwani with the ball. Starts with the dot. And a very good ball. Prince shows it. The full face of the bat, and that's intelligent batting as well. And look, it's a similar kind of a chase that the Ripple Warriors needed to embark on this morning to stay alive in the tournament against the Young Stars. And in that innings, Prince showed, okay, I can be selective here. We're not even chasing 100, so yeah, it's a matter of just respecting the good ball, trying to put away the bad ball. And the ones in between, just working them for 1s and 2s. Now he's a bit more proactive, and this is a really good shot. It'll be 1 bounce 4. And yeah, Manwani shaping the ball away from the right hand, but Prince is ready for it. And he is very strong in that cover region and over cover. That was no half volley. Plays it off a length, smashes it away for 4. Oh, it's a nice shot. It's put away. It's not a good ball from Manwani. He doesn't want to give him width outside off, but he overcorrects and slides into his pads and prints his way back-to-back boundaries. Just a really nice clip off the toes. And so, Warriors away in this chase. They were the lowest ranked side coming into finals day today for Group B. They've already beaten 1 higher ranked opponent, Young Stars. They'll have to beat 2 more higher ranked opponents if they're going to survive to tomorrow's ultimate final day, Final 4. Pitched up once again, tucked off the pads. Oh, it's really good batting from Prince Demand. These are only little mistakes from Manwani, but he's cashed in 3 in a row. Let's have a look at the timing of this. It's just a little flick. And I know a lot of our viewers, they're loving watching Prince bat. And well, as a viewer, I am too. Don't think Manwani or the Raval Sporting team are enjoying it as much as the neutrals are at the moment. Again, if he falls now, that could change this whole match. Really, that over typifies what Demand's approach is here. Put away the balls he thinks he can. The others just don't get out. So 12 come off that first over. 3 fours, 3 dots. And that does put them ahead of the rate. A golden ball watch. And 55 matches without a golden ball now. If we do get to the end of tomorrow, it'll be 61. And we'll have to start the counter on next year. But I still have some hope we might get one. And look, the Warriors, they gave us one earlier in the series when they played the Hawks. And a dramatic golden ball, really, because the Hawks just needed, I think, 12 off 12 after a rain delay. But they only got 11. That meant we went to a golden ball, and the Hawks weren't able to get anything on it. So the Warriors were golden ball champions here. Our only golden ball for the series so far. Here's Ranveer Singh. Well, it's important he bowls well. He didn't really bowl well in the first game. He had Yadav coming after him, and he couldn't really come up with too many answers. But it's a new game, a new chance. Masood will face up for the first time. Oh, and he gets a good one from Runveer. Even something like that, that'll give him a lot of confidence, I think. To feel like he's in charge, a bit more than the batter being in charge. I often say in cricket, either the batter or the bowler is running the show, and it can be either. But one like that just really gives the bowler the upper hand mentally first up. Got to follow it up though. Short, cut away, and this will go for 4. Well, this is a shot that Masood's been having some problems with, but that time he does get on top of it, hits high to low. He's off the mark with 4. So really, this whole game, if you had to say who's winning, it's been pretty neutral. You know, I suppose Ripper Warriors slightly on top, but it hasn't had these wild momentum swings one way or the other. It's just been a kind of an arm wrestle all the way through. Just slight adjustment to the field there. This one's going nowhere fast. It'll be a dot. And Masood, I do think he's a good opening partner for Prince Taman, because he's also attacking, and if he comes off, it takes a bit of pressure off Prince as well. I don't think you just want somebody that's only blocking. Well, there we go. That's what we got in the background. So we got some softball. I'm a big fan of the ball sports. Any description, as I said before. So what do you think, guys? Do you reckon there's going to be a defining moment in this game? It's just something that hasn't really materialised yet for either team. Masood goes walkabout. Cheeky stumping attempt. I don't think it's worked once lately. That's well bowled by Runveer. He's gone for one boundary, but hasn't gone for too many more. What can Sam come up with here? Yeah, pretty good ball. There's a batter searching. Prince is backing up, gets through for 1. So you can see the difference with Prince being on strike and Prince not being on strike. I think if I was bowling, I'd feel there's a difference. Nothing against Masood, who's made some good runs today. But yeah, the fact that Prince didn't get the single off the last ball the first over meant that he has to wait to the last ball to get on strike here. And he's edge and he's gone. It's a big moment in the game, and Sam comes up with the goods. It was a little edge, and Amit Das holds on to the catch. So the Prince is gone. Last ball of the second, the only ball he faced off Ranveer Singh, and he feels for it. He gets a thick outside edge that hangs in the air long enough to carry to the fielder. So is that the moment we're talking about? Will there be a match-defining moment? That could be it. Still plenty of cricket left in this game, but Prince has to depart for 12. It's 18 for 1 after 2. And, well, you can see how much it means to Ranveer Singh. He hasn't had a great day at the office so far, but he gets the big wicket of Prince Taman. So, Ripper Warriors now. I mean, look, it shouldn't make you panic, but how could you not when you saw the stats? I think he's scored 500 runs more than anybody else in the series for the Warriors. Nicely taken by Das. I mean, that's a pressure moment. If that spills and you feel like it's a sign that you're going home, but in the big moment, Amit Das comes up with a very good catch diving forward. Had a question from Wazza about what time does the game start tomorrow. Same time, Wazza. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. And I can tell you, if I do some quick calculations, 8:30 local here. That's 3:30 on the west coast of Australia and 6:30 in Melbourne. So there you go. 6:30 in Melbourne and Sydney, 5:30 in Brisbane. Well, now, a few miscommunications there between the batters. So now the spin comes on as well. So these are the two things I said would define this innings. Number one, will Prince fire or not? He didn't really. 3 boundaries, but that's it. And then number 2, will they handle the spin? And the short answer is not yet. Masood's gone now. Both openers are back in the shed. Well held on to behind the stumps by Kishish Patel and Isham Patel with a big breakthrough. Masood goes as well. Both openers gone, 18 for 2. Ripple Warriors, they need to find the run somewhere else. Masood, he stepped up last time when the Prince was out. This time, he follows him in his slipstream. Little edge. And Isham Patel comes up with another very useful wicket. Now, Raval Sporting for me. Even with only that many on the board, you feel like they're ahead in this game. It's so funny because earlier in the series, you'd say there's definitely not enough runs. Even with a couple of early wickets, it's definitely not enough. 91 on the board. Rate required is 9.65 at the moment. So it's not even 10, but you just wonder where the runs will come from for the Ripple Warriors. And this is what I'm talking about. The drama of ECN. And things can change so quickly. There's no other cricket in the world like it. No other sport in the world like it, I think. Kaiser Zulfikar to face the music, and he gets one that turns significantly. Again, Nazim. Oh, this is awful running between the wickets, really. Nazim, he's like a statue at the non-strikers end. He takes forever to get going. Look, he's not even backing up. And he thinks about it. And by the time he goes, Zulfikar had almost given up on the run. Needs to do some basics right, Nazim. Take a couple of steps, look for the run, and then take off and be confident. Now, this is pretty confident. Pumps it down the ground. It's well fielded by Unat Patel, though. Keeps it a 1. It was just something for Kaiser Zulfikar to think about. Hello, Tarek as well. And also all our viewers that might have just joined us. Back cut this time. Again, you need to set the expectation that you are running on shots, not that you might run. It's okay, if you really smash one to an infield and you call no early, that's fine. But I think generally there's one there every time with fielders at this depth, if you run straight away. And yeah, that was a lot better that time. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, so the difference between getting those 3 or 4 and over, making them 1s instead of 0s, it's huge. It's huge in a chase like this because all those 1s will add up. You don't need that many boundaries to chase down 92. Goes for this one, but he's holed out. Unat Patel catches it. Well, his heart was in his mouth for half a second there. It popped out, but it popped out right between his eyes. Nazim's got to go. He's the next man to fall. And the Warriors, early wicket trouble. 3 go down in the power play. It's 22 for 3. And Isham Patel in the 3rd. He spins the web we were talking about. Lures Nazim into the shot. Gets off the inside half of the bat. And it was straight to Unat Patel. Well, he almost made a meal of it. But Nazim goes for just the single. And now the score, 22 for 3. It's also the end of the power play. Yeah, have a look at that innings in the first half. You see what I mean? The scoring never really got going. Okay, fell away in the second half. No really big overs. No overs of nothing either. But Raval, we do know them as very good defenders. And so far, I said the 2 things that will determine this game were, will Prince fire or not? Obviously, we know the answer to that. The other thing is, will the Warriors be able to handle a spin? And so far, they haven't handled it well. Ish Patel takes 2 for 4 with the first over of spin in this innings. And now you can expect more of it. Mayavanshi to bowl 4 and probably 6. And Isham Patel to come back 5, and then some good bowlers to bring back. Probably Ranveer and managed to come back as well. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. And it's the little maestro for the first time. Oh, there's the sweep, and it's a pretty good shot from Zulfikar. And that'll go for 4. That's a very good way to play Gorang if you can play it. It's not an easy shot. Look, sweeping looks easy, but it's not, especially when the bowling is slow. Because you have to get that contact point just right. If he misses that, he's basically asking to be given LBW, but Zulfikar, can he come to the party? Warriors need someone to stand up here. Pitched up. I think that grabs at the ledge, I'm not sure. And if it did, I don't really blame the keeper. Ball seemed to explode off the wicket. It was a well-pitched delivery from Goring Marvanchi. Leading edge. Again, if I am the Warriors now, I'm not wanting to leave my run too late here. I'm looking at that kind of 10 and over required and probably reassessing after this over. Because the temptation will be, okay, let's just be a bit more conservative against the spin because the spinners are bowling well. But then if you leave yourself too many, then you're putting yourself just under, you're just kicking the can down the road a little bit. You still need to be brave and look for at least one boundary and over. But you see, not really willing yet to have a go. You can understand Mahmood facing his first ball. Wants to have a look at Mayavanshi. How attacking will he be here? Tariq Mahmood. Yeah, he's lured into it second time around. Gets nowhere near it. Again, he tries to hit that to the leg side. There's a big gap over cover. Wasn't interested. Gorang. I think he'll probably slow this one down as well. Sure does. Clever bowl up this time. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo. Well, the little maestro rolled the dice. Tossed one up there. He tried to induce the false shot. It's the ultimate challenge delivery, really. It could have easily gone up, straight up in the air, but Mahmood gets it to go the distance. So the last over finishes with a bang, and it's 33 for 3 after 4 overs. So that makes it 59 off the last 6 overs. So still around that 10 and over. So this is where, if I'm batting, 33 on the board, I'm looking to get to 43, then 53, then 63. Just try and get that 10 and over. Then you're on course. Not going to be easy against Ishan Patel. He bowled a very good first one. He's getting the ball to spin prodigiously. 2 for 4. He took in the first over. Gorang still, he only goes for 11, including that 6. But yeah, Tariq Mahmood, when it came down to it, he nailed it. Here's over number 5. Angled away. And no run. There goes the sweep again. Go watch the bounce. Yeah, it's good fielding. That's Zain Aberdeen out there. Just watches that all the way. He knew it was going to climb on him. So he had to be ready to spring up, and he did. So what's going on in the chat? I'm just popping my head back in there. Oh, Tariq with one of the easier trivia questions today. Well, this is up in the air, but it won't carry. Again, there's a bit of luck involved in these because you're going for it. You're hoping it goes for 6. If it doesn't go for 6, it's probably because it's a miss hit. And then there's 2 types of miss hit, the type that gets caught and the type that doesn't. You're not really in control of the shot at all. Dug out. This will be a single for Zulfikar. Certainly seems like he can handle the spin better than a lot of his teammates. Let's have a look at where we're at. Final day, 2022 is tomorrow. We're looking for who will be that final team that we can add to that list that will join the other 3 tomorrow on the final day of the season. Well bowled by Ishan Patel. So you can see Badalona Shaheen, they got there on account of leading Group A. Here Sabadell won the playoff on Group A finals day. Tigers, they're straight through from Group B. And yeah, who will be that other team? It's either Granthia or one of these 2 teams. Patel's bowled well. And he's bowled really well here. He gets this straight through Tariq Mahmood. It spins back through the gate. Tariq looking to repeat the shot of last over. But he is bowled by that off spinner. Really did turn from Ishan Patel. And that's the end of the over, 36 for 4. And once again, we see this spin. Basically setting the storyline for Raval Sporting. Tariq plays all around it. Just kind of wandering and hoping that he's near that. But he misjudges it. Nishan, well, he starts and finishes really well in this spell. He'll finish with 3 for 7 off his 2 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We lost the cube to win. That's okay. It's a beautiful day to be outside. You know, they actually had forecast scattered showers throughout the day. All I'm seeing is blue skies. So I don't mind this. If the weatherman's going to be wrong, I'd rather he be wrong this way. But anyway, it's great to have your company. And which team will survive this game? At the moment, it's Ravel Sporting looking good, but we know just needs one batter to fire for the Warriors, and that could all change. We saw Imran doing that in previous matches. Can someone come out and fire? Again, it's not that many runs, but at the moment, it seems a long way away. Here's Mayavanshi. This is played off a length. That's really good fielding. Nice run via that keeps it to a single. Yeah, so speaking of that, here's Imran Hussain. Now, he's a guy who came out yesterday, hit 21 off 6 against the Ali Young Stars in a game where they were just falling off the pace. Can he do it here? 36 off the first half. To be honest, it's the same sort of first half as the Ravel Sporting guys had in the second half. Ravel Sporting scored 35 off the second half of their innings. The Warriors scored 36 off the first half of this innings. Well, I think we've got a situation here. And I think Imran has forgotten one of the most important bits of equipment that a batter needs. And yeah, not the first time we've seen it. Yeah, there we go. Remembered everything but, well, something I'm just going to call essential. And even though it looks like it might not hurt, even someone like Mayavanshi, if he gets it right in the lunch box, you know, it's going to be sore. So he's just going to sort himself out. And we'll get back to the game. Yeah, so it is Pavel Florin. Priyanka asking, do they bat deeper as a long tail? Well, someone facetiously said that they had a 10-man tail earlier on today. Ripple Warriors. I don't think that's particularly fair, but I do think, you know, they have relied a lot on one player. But now's the opportunity. It's a team game, and this is why it's a team game. Mayavanshi to continue. Hussain has the ball to have a look at. Again, after this, you're done with the spin. So do you just really double down on not losing another wicket here and hope to last 4? Or do you take a chance against Mayavanshi? I guess it depends what you see coming down at you. But you've got to have an initial mindset. A little bit quicker from Mayavanshi, misjudged by Hussain. If I was Hussain here, I mean, I'm not looking to get a boundary, but I think I'm happy just taking ones and just trying to tick it, because I think he did his damage against pace mostly. And that's what you got coming up in the last 4 overs. And he goes for it and he gets it really good. Oh, what a shot. Maximo off the top of the wall. That one might interrupt our friends on the softball field next door. So I said it depends. And we get something pitched up. What I like about this is we've seen a lot of batters kind of getting sucked in and trying to hit Mayavanshi over mid-wicket. That's really tough at his pace against the spin and with the ball never arriving. But this is a fantastic shot over cover. So can Hussain be the hero again for Ripple Warriors? Mayavanshi, does he tempt him again or does he go quicker? This will be interesting because I really don't know. Tempts him, goes for it, gets away with it. Just a single. So you see, I talked about the 43-53. Remember at the end of the over a couple of overs ago? Well, they've only just gotten past the 43. This is where they were meant to be 53. So that's why you see that the run rate required's gone up again and is heading towards 2 a ball. They've got one more ball to deal with the spin. Here's a little maestro. And he's going to be stumped, and he's stumped by an absolute mile. And so just couldn't resist. It was the last ball of spin. But Zulfikar, he's played the spin pretty well, but he gets greedy, I think. I suppose, you know, he certainly doesn't do the plan by halves. He wants to get down. He wants to pretty much get it on the full or close to. But he plays into Gaurang's hands, and that's an easy stumping for Kish Patel. So yeah, he decides, okay, if you're going to toss it up, I'm going to really put a full charge in, but he loses his shape and he loses his wicket. So yeah, Zulfikar batted well to that point, but he has to tell his story walking into 6 overs, 44 for 5. Well, thanks, Wazza, for your lovely comments. And thanks all to all the moderators, really, whether you're a fairly new one or whether you've been with us for a while. I want to say a big thank you. I see the robots just popped into the chat as well, saying we've loved everyone's efforts and ourselves putting in the efforts to grow European cricket this year. And yeah, spoiler alert, European cricket will be bigger and better next year, but I haven't said anything about that robot. I know some of the ideas that have been discussed. Maybe we can reveal something tomorrow. So please tune in tomorrow. What's up? Even if you're not with us live tomorrow, I do suggest you try and catch up on it. And you know what? You've got 7 weeks to do it. You can watch it one match at a time if you like. But yeah, don't miss tomorrow, whether you watch it live or whether you have to watch it a bit later. Anyway, Sadavan you over. Gopi Warikes there. It's a real teaser, but it's a great catch out there. In at Kumar Patel, well, he gets tackled, but it's a brilliant piece of fielding. And now Hussain goes. 2 wickets in 2 balls, and really this innings is coming apart at the seams for the Ripoll Warriors. That makes it 44 for 6. And another wicket goes down. Look, he gets a fair piece of this. It's one of the longer boundaries on the ground, though. Unat Kumar Patel did very well. He's dealing with the sun as well. That wasn't an easy catch. But Gopi Wright comes out as the 5th bowler, and he goes bang. First up. Well, now things are getting out of control. 12.5 and over required. You've got 4 wickets in hand. And thank you, Robot, for your lovely comments. And, well, Robot, I really appreciate their efforts behind the scenes. But if you're interested about what we're talking about, these new plans for 2023, bigger and better. That's probably the 2 key words. Bigger and better. Those 2 words. How could we do that? Well, meanwhile, at the coffee station. Anyway, here's Gopi. Well, he tries the short ball again. Got this one well covered. Just a single. He's scoring out there. He's had a few issues out there at times. Again, can't be easy. Looking straight into the sun in that area. Yeah, but Gopi gets two new batters now. Someone's going to have to play an absolute blinder from here for the Warriors. And the more things change, the more they stay the same for Ripoll, unfortunately. They lose Prince for 12, and yeah, that probably is the match-defining moment, isn't it? And followed up with the good performance of the 2 spinners for Raval. Now, this is a good shot, and this will be 4. Well, I think it'll be 4. Yes, it gets there. What a good shot that is. Akhtar Khan, well, he's not a bad cricketer at all. He gets one that's short. Difference is he can cut this, and there's nobody back protecting this boundary. It's not out of reach just yet, but they have to risk losing by a lot to win. And that's just a fact now. There's no tomorrows. There's nothing else to play for. There's no net run rate to play for. You have to get those 2 boundaries and over now, I think, to stay in the contest, and there's one of them. And I think Gopi has to consider pitching up here. They do put a deep backward point in, though. So it goes same kind of ball. They'll have protection this time, but, I mean, that's a confidence booster for Akhtar Khan. I've got a lot of time for him. He's, again, one of these guys, whatever he's asked to do, he always gives it 100%. We've seen him in key fielding positions. We've obviously seen him being effective with the new ball at times, other times not so much so, but he'll believe he can get his team over the line. This is a bit of a top edge, but they get away with it. Patel, Ishan Patel. It's his zone. And so just a single. 50's up now for Ripoll Warriors. Rate climbing every time you don't get a boundary. That rate's going to climb now. The only way it comes down, boundaries or extras. Speaking of the ladder, there's a wide. I think of it an extra, but it's not quite there. Hello to Andrew Smith. He said he's really loving being a part of this, even though he's only been a spanner for a very short period. Thank you, Vinny, Rico, and Corey, for the memorable commentary too. Roll on 2023. Yes, roll on. Can you believe And what are we at? We've got 3 weeks left in the entire year. Then it's going to be 2023. Steps across, hooks it, doesn't get it, but gets away with it. It'll be the end of the over. And so the score is 53 for 6 after 7. That leaves 39 in the last 3, 13 and over. Hard to see it happening, but well, the door is still ajar a little bit. This is where we're at on finals day. So the winner of this game will play Grathia in the qualifying final. And that match is coming up 4:30 local, so about an hour and 40 minutes from now. And the reason there's the gap is because we don't know. We can't do a toss, can't do anything for that game because we don't know who's going to be playing it. We know Grathia are playing. And we know that whoever wins that game, match 120, they will join the Catalunya Tigers tomorrow. They'll also join the 2 qualifiers from Group A, Badalona Shaheen and Hira Sabadell. So join us back in about an hour and a half, maybe just over an hour and a half or so. We'll be back to take you into the last game of the day. Well, that's what I really like to see. Los Niños. Kids playing cricket. And look, that just reminds me of something I love. When the kids are about the same height as the stumps, you know they're starting young. And yeah, great to see youngsters playing cricket in Spain. I mean, that's really nice to see, isn't it? In the future, here's Sam coming back in over number 8. Wow, quick throw. Quick throw was a good throw. Well, now they might get an extra here. No, I think this actually hits the batter. And so I think that's why they don't run. It's actually pretty sporting. Let's just see what happens here. No, it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit the batter. That's why I didn't run. I mean, probably should have run. Anyway, it's over to Macball. 13 and over required. Okay, already goes up. Told you, the only way that run rate's coming down that's required is 3 boundaries or wides or no balls. He hits this. Does he hit enough? Oh, he does. Just Maximo. Oh, it's a fingernail job for Isham Patel, who did everything right, really. He was right on the edge of the boundary launch, but he couldn't reel it in. So Macball makes this game even more interesting. Gets it back down to 2 a ball now. 60 for 6. What a shot. Maximo time. Ranveer with the answer. He chips it up this time. Patel will handle it. Just the 1. Well, how do you get 12 and over? Well, basically, I think you normally need at least 1 boundary and over, normally 2. So a couple of 4s will get you there. 6 and a 4 probably gets you there. So they get 1 this over. Can they get another 1? Short, pulled away. It'll just be a single. There's tension here for both teams, really. The Warriors looking on nervously from the dugout. This has been very Warriors, though. They found a way to drag themselves over the line late in chases. But there's a lot to do here. Goes after this, kind of into the gap, but I think they'll handle it. Mayavanchi on 1 bounce. Well, now someone's got to back this up. It's good team fielding. I mean, I like the way they back each other's skills. They'll throw the ball around the Raval Sporting team. That was good backing up. Not to concede an overthrow. Last ball of the over. So far, this one has gone for 10, including a leg by. So again, not quite the 12 they need. Last ball will make the difference. Goes for it and gets it. That's out of here. Maximo! What a shot by Akhtar Khan. Well, he started with a boundary, and that one was right into the wheelhouse. So that one goes off the rails. Last ball for Ranveer goes for 16 in total. 69 for 6 after 8, and it's game on here. Who's got the tingle? 23 required off the last 12. The Ripoll Warriors fighting back, and that's the thing about chasing scores around here. And look, that's one thing that Raval Sporting never had. They never had an over that went for even that many, 16. That's the highest scoring over in the match. But for me, it probably puts it back in the balance, I feel now. I think it's a genuine 50-50 shot from here. How are you feeling? Let us know in the chat. Beautiful view of Barcelona. It says Kitty Hundley. It's great to see you, Kitty, popping into the chat. Hopefully you're well. And like I was saying, for those of you, maybe you're busy on your Sunday. That's totally understandable. But go to the YouTube channel in the break sometime. make sure you watch the final day, even if you watch it next week or in a couple of weeks. Here's the start of the new over, and Manwani's coming back in the 9th. Don't need a silly run out now. This partnership's been so fruitful for the Ripoll Warriors. When they came together, it was 44 for 6, and they were really staring down the barrel of just basically crashing out of the tournament. Already, they've put on 26. And the hardest 20 are ahead of them. Aktadar smacked the 6 last ball. And now he has to face Manwani. Game on the line. Misses it. Manwani does well. Now he has a crack at it, and they're going to get a run. Well, I suppose it's kind of worth giving away a run to break this partnership. He had 2 ends to choose here, because for some reason they thought there was no chance Manwani was going to take 2 steps and field this. And to be honest, I don't blame them. But have a look at this. I thought he was going to throw it Aktadar, and then he basically looks straight at Azim Makbul, looks straight into his soul and says, I think you're in trouble here if I hit. And he was. But Makbul gets the strike back and now gets a wide. So again, changing the strike, the right-hander, obviously means Manwani has to make an adjustment. Manish Manwani, what a series he's had. Integral part of this side. Another wide. So even the fact they changed the strike, I mean, who knows what it would have happened if Aktadar was on strike. But, I mean, those balls were left-handed. We know they're fine. Seems to be struggling. Probably because the ball's not really swinging now as much as it was in the first over. He's bowling out swingers. But these are just kind of carrying straight on. What a match. 19 off 10. Full toss, hit. They decide against the run. If they both go straight away, they probably get away with that. Probably unless there's a direct hit. Thank you, Keanu. All the final messages are coming at the moment. Don't forget, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for the sentiment, though. Aktadar gets the low full toss and he deposits it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the Warriors have sprung to life off the field. Aktadar's played. Well, that's actually Azim Makbul that time, of course, right-hander. Azim Makbul, he's done this a couple of times. But along with Aktadar, he's been brilliant. He gets him to 79, 13 off 8 now. That was a brilliant shot. Miss hit that at all, you're probably out. You got 3 fielders guarding that leg side boundary, just waiting for a chance. Wants to go again, and this one's also out of here. Maximo! Azim Makbul goes back to back, rolls the dice, comes up with double sixes, and he gets them right in touch now. 7 off 7. Manwani just can't hit a length here. He's just struggling with his control, his line and his length. It's just little errors, but they've been punished. Last ball of the over. Can Manish get out of this over? Well, it should just be 1. I think of 2. I wouldn't with Makbul going so well. So we're going to the last. And the score is 86 for 6. Well, that's 6 to win. If for some reason there's only 5 off this over, we're going to a golden ball. Could it be a golden ball that decides who stays and who goes in this match? We've had 37 in total. We've had 13 this year. It's a little bit below par. I mean, I expect about maybe 16 a year. So maybe we're due one. So when it comes down to it, Rarik's the man who is going to bowl this last over. 6 required. 6 singles will do it. But I think that Makbul's trying to end it with 1 swing of the bat. Here we go, 10th overtime. He's bowled. He's got him. And Rarik comes up with a big wicket. It was full, it was straight. It was the Yorker that Raval Sporting have been searching for. And Makbul, after getting his team so close, he leaves them short of the finish line. It's 86 for 7. What a game of cricket here in qualifier 2 of Group B. And Raval Sporting, well, I mean, he basically chops on there. So maybe a bit unlucky for Makbul, but Gopi comes up with the goods. Makbul, he hits his bat in frustration. 6 off 5, new batter on. This is where I'm really putting the squeeze on. At least I'm bringing up a cover and mid-wicket in to save a single because, well, unless you're not human, you're nervous. And Waqar Khan's the man who's going to come out to face. Look, he is a good batter, has struggled to get going in this series. Dot balls are your currency if you're the fielding side here. Dot balls are your you're way back into the contest. Right now it's advantage Warriors, 6 off 5. Kitty's saying what a match it is, especially when one team, their ECS is over, their season's over. After this over, it's short, he goes for it, Waka. He mistimes it, but he does get one. And that's the kind of one that I think if there's a fielder there, it could be caught or it could at least save a run and you keep the new batter on strike. Now, Akhtardar's on strike and he's already shown that he's hit the ball pretty well. I think plan A here, if I'm batting, is that I just want to score off every ball. And it's not that I don't want to hit a boundary, but I'm not looking for a big swing and a miss or a glory shot. I know it's so tempting to do that, but you know, if you score off every ball, you can't lose in regulation. And can Warwick adjust to the left-hander? 5 off 4, short, top edge. How far is that going? It's probably going for 4, and it doesn't. It ties the scores. Incredible stuff. And Akhtardar has some luck. He hasn't always had the luck in this series. But right now, he's going to have 3 chances to win the game. Now you've got to bring everyone up. What a game of cricket. I don't know if we'll have our golden ball now. There'd have to be 3 consecutive dot balls. And Raval Sporting, this losing streak looks set to continue surely. I mean, one at a time though. You just got to pretend this is the last ball and you can't allow a run. You got to do that 3 times. And you got to have someone covering the stumps at the bowler's end as well, because they may consider running for everything. Akhtardar can win the game with any score for the Warriors. It's in the air, it needs to be caught. If it bounces, it's all over, and it's all over. They've done it. And the Warriors, they send Raval Sporting packing, and they do it with 2 balls to spare. What an innings that was by Akhtardar Khan, along with Azim Makbul. That was the key partnership. They got the Warriors back in the game. It looked like Raval Sporting had it sewn up at 44 for 6. And then the Warriors found something. The question was who would stand up. Prince only went for 12. They were basically going off the rails against the spin, but what a good effort that is. And hats off to Akhtardar Khan. He held his nerve. Look, had a bit of luck in the last over, but when it came down to it, it was a fantastic, gripping game of cricket. And we can now tell you the Ripoll Warriors will survive. They'll take on Grathia in the qualifying final. That match starts an hour and a half from now. And do not miss it. Make sure you're back here to catch that one, because only one of those teams will survive. It's edge of your seat stuff here in Barcelona as we head into the highlights. And what a funny innings it was. Prince, he looked to have it all under control, didn't he? 3 boundaries, 3 dots in the first over. He was selective. He was hitting the ball well. He's making good decisions. But then just one false shot and it was all over. Amit Das with the game breaker. And you can see Ranveer had a tough day to that point, but he came up with a very, very handy wicket. And then not long after that, Masood, he went as well. So both openers, they departed. And then Unat Kumar Patel held on to that on the juggle. The spin came in, crippled the innings. And there was the odd shot fired in anger, but really, this is where the trouble was going on. And Tariq Mahmood again hit 1-6. That one zipped through the gate. Hisham Patel bowled very well in this innings, picking up 3 wickets along the way. Mayavanshi, we sucked in Tariq Mahmood last ball, didn't need to go for it. That was the last ball of spin. So then we were back to the pace, needing about 12 and over. And 44 for 6. It wasn't a great situation, was it? But you got to say that Azim Makbul and Akhtardar Khan, they stepped up when they needed a partnership to keep them alive in this series, to keep their season alive. And what a fantastic rearguard action it was. But then Makbul, he went with inside of victory. And it was last overtime. Akhtardar with 5 to win. He got a lucky top edge. And you can see Raval Sporting, they were so desperate. And that would go to hand in the end. They win the game off the 3rd last ball. What a game of cricket. Well, probably need a break after that, an hour and a half till the next game. Azim Makbul top scoring, 24 off 11. Fantastic effort from him. Akhtardar, very good support, 19 off 9. Just look how fast they were scoring. And that was under pressure. Prince went for 12, Zulfikar went for 10. They were the other players to reach double figures. 5 wides. So no real gimmies from the Raval Sporting team. But just some minor errors with the ball were cashed in on. 3 for 7. Isham Patel was outstanding. You can't really fault his bowling. 2 for 15 for Gopi Warak as well. He'll be distraught that he couldn't pull off a miracle. Wicket each for Ranveer Singh. Big wicket of Prince. scoring by Vanchi, one for 19, bowled well as well. But in the end, you got to feel for Raval Sporting. They're a team we really love. They won't quite make it to the Final Four, but certainly a lot of positive signs. Again, they're a young team, wishing them the best. Looking forward to seeing them again. And hopefully we see them again in the first series of 2023. But that's the nature of this game. It's cruel. We lose 3 teams today. Raval Sporting are one of them. The Warriors, though, they fight on, and they will be underdogs against Krathia. But who could count them out after a performance like that? The toss news is coming up. It'll be in the chat. It'll be on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. But until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Time to take a cold shower. But then join us back here in around an hour and 25 minutes. We'll start the qualifying final. We'll find out exactly which team will make it through to final day tomorrow. Hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company. Again, a little bit of an extended break, but I guarantee this will be worth the wait because it's time for the last game of the day, the last game of Group B Finals Day. And in this one, it's going to be the game that decides which team will make it through to tomorrow and which team it will be all over for. So it's going to be Gracia who are taking on the Ripoll Warriors. Let's see what happens at the toss. Rob Kemming, a little earlier, was with the two captains.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is Tails.
So Ripoll Warriors, they win the toss and they elect to bowl. I think that's exactly what Gracia would have done. And the Warriors, they did win chasing a little bit earlier. And so we will see them going to field first. And once again, I want to welcome you into the, well, not the cube, but this is the commentary area here. We did lose the cube to a bit of wind before, but I'm not minding it because we've got blue skies, we've got a bit of sunshine as well. See behind me, we've got, who we've got up in the tower now? We've got no one there yet, but they will be there in a second, I guarantee, because we're getting underway in a couple of minutes. Also, we've got the little, again, not little, but it's the mobile phone tower here. The Olympic District's right behind me here, and right in front of me, I'm actually looking at downtown Barcelona. Well, Kristaps has already got home, apparently. I doubt that, because I think we'll need him in a moment. Now, what's really exciting about this game as well is that it will be under lights, at least in the second half, because we do have fantastic quality lights here. And look, it's going to be huge. One of these teams will make it through to tomorrow. One of them, it's going to be over. Gracia have to be favourites after the way they've been playing cricket over the last couple of days. But Ripoll Warriors, well, they've just had a bit of a dream run here, had a dramatic win in the last game. Let's see how it works out. You can look at the two teams, if you like, on the fantasy dashboard, and you can see that Prince Demand, again, always holds the key for the Ripoll Warriors. But, I mean, there were a couple of other players, Akhtar Khan and Asim Makbul, you see them there in the middle order. Their partnership was super crucial in getting the Warriors along the line. Now they've clawed their way back to an 8-8 record. Gracia 10-3 with 2-0 results. You can see that Vibor Yadav and Kulip Lal are likely to open the batting for them. But they've got a very strong top 5 or 6. They've got a well-balanced team. Oh, I think this will be an absolute humdinger. And thanks for joining us wherever you're watching from around the world. We go a little bit later in the day, of course, on finals day. And looking at the bat versus ball wall, 9-run favourites. So it's 11-run favourites, actually, if I'm doing my maths right. 109-98. Can the Warriors chase down whatever Gracia set them? So it all starts in the field, and Ripoll Warriors really impressed me with their fielding earlier on. Look at Gracia's run of wins, just that no result in there, breaking it up, but they have been doing really, really well. Well, look, got something happening in the tower there. Let's have a look. Give us a wave there, Kristaps. I think he might have gone home for a nap, but he's back. And big thank you to Spring Productions. They are wonderful partners of us on the European Cricket Network. We couldn't do it without them. And Gracia now, it's time to see what they can bring to the table. You're really looking forward to this one. It's certainly an exciting way to finish the day, and it's going to be even better that it's going to be under lights. So now, I mean, the field's pretty dry, but I suppose the issue here, it gets quite cold when the sun goes down. I mean, right now it's 13 degrees. I think it's heading south. When that sun disappears, I know because we've had a couple of night matches before, and it's time to put the jackets on. Here we go with Nazim to get us going. He starts with a wide. It's well done down the leg side to cut this off. So we're into match 24. And once again, just popping my head into the chat. Nice to see a few people back from the break already. Hello to Kitty. Hello to Andrew as well. And Emily Elizabeth's there. And Kitty was excited. 12 minutes to go. Well, guess what? It's T-0 now. And this is up, and it could be a chance. It's not. It's just away from the Prince. And I think this goes for 6. It does. Maximo. Vibor Yadav gets off the mark with a little clip. He seems to be in control of his game. I feel like Yadav, he's the Prince of Gracia, isn't he, really, at the moment? He's composed. He knew that. And he didn't have to go after every ball. He's been quite selective, and I think that's been a hallmark of his batting. Now drives down the wicket, and he'll get one. This will bring Kuldeep Lal on strike for the first time. Yeah, Kuldeep didn't have to do too much before. Of course, Gracia had the double chance. They disposed of Raval Sporting, who ended up going out in straight sets. today. Disappointing for them. He clips this away. It's an in-swing. It's really well played by Kuldeep Lal. Again, he's ready to launch at any moment. I saw him doing a lot of work in the nets. Pretty good practice facilities here. Doing a lot of work in the gap. Just making sure he's facing a lot of balls. And he will be certainly one that they'd like to get a bit more out of. Again, it's not that he's been batting badly, just he's been happy to kind of take a back seat and sit behind someone like a Yadav or a Hiramahe. Bit reckless here, has to hustle. Well, it's one of the all-time worst throws, but probably lucky it was from Mukbul because it wasn't too fast. And that one would have missed another pitch, to be honest. Another clip away to the leg side. Going to come back for two here. And they're going to get it pretty easily. Again, good understanding between these two. They've batted together a lot. And what do you think, guys? Do you think Grathia are going to do this easily? Or do you think the Warriors have a little bit of a twist in the tail? Still one ball to go for Nazim in this over. Kitty said there's no way she was going to miss this or tomorrow. Well, that's great to hear, Kitty. Hope you're enjoying it. Enjoy it while you can. No full toss. Bit of work for Prince, but he just prowls like the tiger he is around the boundary. Makes that look easy. It's the end of the first over. Pretty productive one for Grathia. 16 without loss. Let's have a look at some of the best performers. Well, still, I'm loving that top right graph of Ripoll Warriors. Prince, 694 runs in the series. It actually makes the 198 from Masood look tiny now, but Masood scored about the same as Kuldeep Lal, to give you an idea. That just shows you how good he's been. Well, I called Yadav the Prince of Grathia. Him and Hiramahe leading the scoring, over 300 runs for them. With the ball, Trilojan leading the wicket takers. Kuldeep Lal and Hiramahe close behind. But yeah, plenty to like about this matchup. And what's interesting for me, the Ripoll Warriors, they had to do it the hard way. Went right down to the wire. They lost Prince early, but they still got the job done against Ravel Sporting in the previous game. First ball of a new over. It's Waka Khan who's going to bowl. Played away for a single. Easy one there. So let it Goku as well. Hopefully you're well. Thanks for joining us. I'm really excited to see this one play out. Grathia. I'll be hoping they can almost bat Ripoll Warriors out of the game, but with a player like Demand to bat, you wonder how many that is. We've seen him peel off 100. You know, they could chase down 140 if he gets going. A low full toss, whipped away. It's against smart batting, good wrists. It's going to be 4. I think just pitches inside. Let's just have a look at this. I think it just bounces. Oh, yeah, I think that's the bounce there. I think 4 is the call. It goes for this up in the air, and this is flying out of here. Maximo. Nice, good shot. Kuldeep. He has just been quietly biding his time. He's been a wolf in sheep's clothing, maybe. He is taking the assault on himself in this power play. 27 off the first half of it. And Waka, I don't mind him bowling. He has been the one that gets things going for Warriors. And yeah, this is a good ball. He's searching for that Yorker, but again, if you miss even slightly to these players, they're going to hurt you. If you're slightly short, they'll drive you out of the ground. If you're slightly full, they'll probably baseball you to the leg side. So, yeah, Waka Khan desperately trying to break this opening partnership. This is going to be another good stop by Prince Taman. Just the one. And yeah, Kitty, thanks for your question there. Yeah, I think you might have just got the news that unfortunately Rico did have to leave suddenly because of that family situation a couple of days ago. Obviously, our thoughts are with him at this time. But I know that before he left, he asked me specifically to pass on his best wishes to everyone. He was so sorry to have to leave without really being able to say goodbye. He will be back at the start of 2023 season, but yeah, unfortunately, Rico's not able to be with us this weekend. Let's have a look at where we're at on finals day in Group B. We are right down to the qualifying final, match number 120. That's what you're watching right now, Gracia and the Ripoll Warriors. One of these teams will make it to tomorrow. One of them won't. Simple as that. Gracia surely favourites. But the Warriors, they're a plucky team and they just seem to be finding a way to win when it matters. So time for over number 3. Akhtar Khan's going to bowl now. He just has lost the ability to swing the ball. So I think that's a bit of a pain, to say the least. And once again, this one doesn't do much. Well, had some miscommunication there for one. Normally, these two have a really good understanding. Yadav, Kuldeep. Actually, Kuldeep runs. That's a rare bad piece of communication because Yadav just ball watches the whole time. He doesn't look at Kuldeep Lal. Kuldeep's imploring him to look at him and say, "Look, I'm running here." Yadav just wasn't interested. Lucky Kuldeep was looking at Vibor. Otherwise, that could have been a both at one end situation. Nice shot. That's a really good shot on the walk. And this is 6 down the ground. Maximo. People Yadav taking up the attack as well. They're firing on all cylinders here. And so, well, it's going to be someone that has to rate the partnership. That's what they're looking for. Shot into the ground, but not going anywhere. Again, just need a good over to pull things back here. Akhtar, can he be the man? He was with the bat. The last game, this is in the air, but this is going to fly out of the ground as well. Absolutely nothing you can do about that. Maximo, 6 more. Yadav moves to 24 off just 10 balls. And Gracia looking dangerous. They're looking like a team that deserves to be in the Champions League of European cricket right now. And Ripoll Warriors, again, just not able to keep them quiet. I think it's a little bit to do with the length there. They look very confident, driving balls out of the ground off that kind of a length, even despite the long on being in place. Now he gets one that's short, and this is going to run away for 4 as well. So Yadav goes 6 and 4, and he is hungry for more. Gracia pretty close to the 50 mark now in this power play. And Akhtar Khan, he just seems to have lost that ability to bend the ball off the straight. That's why he's having a hard time. He's going to go around the wicket, maybe roll his fingers on this one, but yeah, 45 off just 17 balls so far. Yeah, this one is cut away, and this will probably be 4 as well. It is. And so Yadav, he's just making smart selections. That's a pretty low-risk shot to get a boundary. Akhtar goes magical, and his day turned around pretty quickly. 20 off that over. 49 without loss after 3. You see the lights are on there. They'll take effect a little bit later. We're probably around about 45 minutes away from sunset. Having a look at those overs, where you can see that it's been a pretty productive start. 16, 13 and 20. Really, the last game we saw, the Ripoll Warriors and Revel Sporting, I don't think we actually saw an over that went for more than 16. Certainly not for most of it. I think maybe 17 was the top scoring over in the whole 20 overs of the game. Prince Demand, well, he's going to come on. And he's the trump card for the Ripoll Warriors. Let's see if he can break this partnership. Well, this is in the air and it's flying out of the ground. Maximo. That one is perched up the top of the hill, right next to the fence. And that one ain't coming back. Someone's going to have to go get it. Taxi! That's gone a long, long way. What a shot. He wants it again, but now, well, luck's the fortune because they pushed the whole field back to the end of the power play. Yeah, false shot, rare one, but no one there. Goku's going for Gracia. Loves Gracia and their nature. Do you like the hairstyles? Straight pull this time. Kitty's up, going for Gracia as well. Yeah, definitely worth a watch on a Saturday night. The best thing is we get to do it all again tomorrow with one of these teams and 3 others. Another pull shot, not going too far, just a single. Match 120 in Barcelona, and haven't we had a journey along the way? Seems an age ago that we were playing with plastic stumps on the first Monday morning. Again, decent length, got a heavy length from Prince. Probably got a bit more pace than some of the other bowlers. Yeah, for a big 6. Apart from that, hasn't gone too badly. Edge and 4. Well, it was a deliberate attempt to hit the ball in this direction. I'm not sure it was meant to be quite that fine. But it's going to be a good result for Gracia. Yeah, this is what he tries to do sometimes. Actually, sometimes he tries to overdo it. I saw him probably get a bit carried away with that little dab when he's playing for Kings 11 in Italy earlier in the year, called deep. But he plays it well now that he's in. It's a good kind of backup shot, but it shouldn't be your plan A. As it is 63 without loss after 4. And it turns into be a pretty good over as well for Gracia. 14 come off Prince Demand's over. And, you know, one thing that's been interesting about this innings is very few dot balls, just 3 dot balls in the first 4 overs. And I think that earlier on, we've seen some teams scoring boundaries, but not really kind of ticking over in the meantime. And I think it's an issue that the Warriors had a little bit earlier in the day, where they weren't able to kind of turn the strike over. Doesn't really matter if you're hitting enough boundaries, but certainly when you're constantly having to adjust and you're feeling uncomfortable bowling to either batter, it's not a great place to be as a fielding side. All right, you need someone to change the narrative. Here's Tariq Mahmood. See if he can do that. He's coming on to bowl over number 5. It's a thick edge. He's going to get away with it. That's a good piece of fielding. If that gets past him, it's probably going to spin away and probably goes to the boundary. It's nice work. Entertaining stuff so far. But Gracia, such a platform for them and plenty of batting to come. Short, that's asking for trouble. And guess what? You're going to get it. That's out of here. Maximo. Oh, called him low. He wants to chase Yadav at the moment. He's right on his heels. 34 versus 35. And Gracia has continued to impress through the first stage of this qualifying final. And a rare loose shot. Starting to believe his own hype. A little deep, but still, you know, he might as well go for everything at the moment. They're not too worried, I think, if they lose a wicket here, so they can be uber attacking. Tucks this away. He ties his own little personal battle at 35. Or does he? He wants it. Wants the winning run. Bit of a emotionally charged conversation. Could he really wanted to? Yadav said, well, hold on a second. He's looking for it. I think he just got cold feet. Could he say, well, what are you talking about? I'm the one going that way. If I think I can make it, leave me alone. Yadav picks up the strike then, and he gets a Gundy ball. Might have picked out the fielder though, be kicking himself. That was short and down the leg side, outside that front hip. Oh, is this? Oh, it hasn't been caught. I feel like there might have been an edge there. It was a spontaneous appeal. Does this get to the keeper on the full? Oh, I think it does. Don't think it's one of those that bounces first. Yeah, you can see here. Oh, maybe I'm unfair. I think that hasn't quite carried. It's hard to tell from the first replay, but yeah, for that one, looks like it wasn't really a chance. So it's the end of the over. 72 without loss. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. So you've got Hira Sabadell taking on Grathia or the Ripple Warriors, whoever wins this game. And then qualifier 1, so double chance of Badalona Shaheen and Catalunya Tigers because they topped their group. Then same format as today, qualifier 2. And then, well, this time tomorrow, we'll be watching the final. And well, looking forward to seeing how that one pans out. Goes up again. I think this is getting over as well. That'll be 4 runs. But, yeah, still, even though that wasn't out of the middle, seems to be picking the gaps at the moment. Oh, dropped. Say dropped, but it's not an easy catch and you follow through. That one definitely stung Waka. Check it out in the replay. Towards the end of the bat, but still hit pretty firmly. Waka has been the man so far for this situation, but can he break this partnership? He's running out of chances. Oh, this isn't going to break it at all. That has absolutely flown out of here. Maximo. Well, that Kookaburra had wings and it wasn't afraid to fly. What a shot by Viboy Yadav. Picks that up off a length, and that has gone absolute miles. Down the ground, this will just be 1. Just a couple of more chances for Waka to try and stop the bleeding. Oh, this is still going to get out of the ground. Maximo! Well, even the miss hits are going for 6 at the moment. And Kuldeep Lal is absolutely flying. That's the end of the over. He moves to 46. The race is on to 50. And Grathia sailing towards the century with plenty of time remaining. 91 without loss after 6. And this is more of the Kuldeep that we know. He's not normally a second fiddle. He's a guy that can own a cricket game. He's got a century to his name in this format. All the bowlers pretty much getting the treatment. Tariq Mahmood, the only one to avoid going double digits. So these 2 batters, both going similar rate. Just have a look at that. Kuldeep Lal's actually going quicker. To compare their strike rates. I mean, they're both incredibly good, obviously. But Kuldeep's going at 270. And Yadav's going about 230. So they go back to Mahmood. Now, every ball. I think they're trying to make it disappear. You've got Hiramahe to come. This is the problem, isn't it, for Ripoll Warriors? And yes, you want to take wickets, you're going to try it, but you've still got hitters to come. Tries to get funky and he gets it pretty good. That's running away, and with the spin, it is going to almost get there. They've got a couple. Kuldeep didn't quite get the clean contact, but he certainly got enough to get away from the keeper and fine enough to avoid the man in the circle. And I mean, what's the best case scenario? With Warriors maybe keep him to about 130. Looking unlikely, although this could be a chance, and it's taken. Well, Prince Demand takes an excellent catch, and Kuldeep won't make his 50 in the end. He gets close. If the last ball had gone to the boundary, he would have gotten there. This one almost gets there as well, but Prince Demand takes the catch, didn't have to move. That is the first wicket. Breaks a very productive opening partnership of 94, though. 94 for one. Kuldeep, 48 off 19 balls. He has really set a cracking pace along with Yadav for the rest of his team to cash in on. He can be very satisfied with his innings. Like I said, it was worth really trying to attack every ball. If you hit one now and you get out, so be it. So you've got Yadav there, and you'd expect whoever they send out next will be batting in a similarly attacking fashion. Just looking from here, what do we got? So we got 3.5 overs to go, so 21 balls. Say if they go at a normal rate for the series, 42, that's 136. If they got the rate they're going right now, they're getting 145. Hello, Rob. Rob is a real workhorse. It might be Saturday. Rob's working hard. He's probably going to go mark the softball ground or something. Goku was saying that he did like the hairstyles. Yeah, so I mean, if you can really keep it down and have some very, very good overs, let's say 8 and over from here, then maybe low 120s with Prince Demand. If he hits his traps, it's possible. Ripoll, they snared defeat from the jaws of snared victory from the jaws of defeat earlier. Right, new batter comes out there and smacks the 4 straight away here. Hiramahe. He's going to get 4, and this was what I was talking about. You've solved one problem, and you've got a brand new problem, and its name's Hiramahe coming out, and he's one guy that seems to be able to score quickly, even when it doesn't seem like it. Tariq Mahmood, he has had a good day with the ball. The Ripoll Warriors, the first time we've seen him in the series. I couldn't really decide what to do this time. Tariq Mahmood taken 6 wickets today already. This is his 3rd game. But you got to fight for every run here. The Warriors will believe they can chase whatever's set, but whatever they can keep it to, they should. Well, this has almost taken the bowler out, and it's going to crash into what used to be the cube. That was hit so hard, and the only thing I'm happy about there is that Mahmood doesn't get in the way of it, because there's no human on this planet that could have gotten out of the way or caught that. Look at this. Oh, that was past him before he reacted. What a shot. That was so powerful. And so, Yadav, he'll be pretty satisfied with that. I think that takes him to 49. Yeah, this is what's coming up tomorrow. Just once again, same time as usual. I had a question about what time we're starting. 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. 1 p.m. in India. This will be the last day of the season, but as it says down the bottom, the 2023 season will start on the 30th of January. So, over the break, look, take a break for sure. I'll be taking a bit of a break as well. I'll be watching a bit of other cricket. I'll be watching a bit of other sport. I might be travelling a little bit. I know I'm going to go visit some family and friends down under. But yeah, take a break if you like. If you want to watch some ECN, if you're missing it, and that's understandable. And why don't you just look at some old streams, maybe look up European Cricket Championship, European Cricket League, watch some Cartimer action. Well, this is up and gone. Maximo! What a shot. And Hiramahe, well, he's come out and things aren't slowing down, put it that way, with him at the crease. What I was going to say as well, unless you've been with us from the very beginning, in 2019, or early 2020, Oh, this will be out of your hits. If he picks it up first, though, he doesn't. Yeah, so ECS started in early 2020 with the start of the continuous cricket that we've seen since then. But what I would say is, go find a series from before you started watching and watch it. Watch it like it's the first time. Up and 6 more. Maximo. Well, Barca ball's back, baby. And Gracia are bringing it. And this is Yadav's 50 now. 55 off 22. That's his 5th, 6th. 3 boundaries as well for him. And Yadav, I called him the Prince of Gracia. And that's the way it's panning out at the moment. He's hitting these balls a long way. He's not trying to overhit them, though. I think that's a hallmark of his batting today. Karamjit's getting a ball. Seeing if he can change the narrative. Well, Prince is going to miss this one. It was an awkward one to his right. And he's hoppling a little bit, the Prince as well. Got to say, didn't look 100% there. This is very un-Prince-like. But look at where it bounces. Yes, couldn't organise himself. I hope he's okay. I mean, that's a huge story if he's not 100%. Yadav gets 4 more. This is hitting the air. It'll take some catching. Great catch, Akhtar Khan. That was a speeding bullet. And it was either that catch or have a hole through the number 99, and he caught it. Akhtar with the Jaws style fielding, and that one went into the Jaws pretty quickly. So 6 and out for Yadav, who's going to fall for 59. But again, very good innings, and even though the opener's been removed, still plenty of batting to come. And so new batter comes to the crease. It's Vinod Kumar. And so Vinod's got a real good platform to work with. 120 for 2 now. Look, give credit where credit's due. Karamjit Singh comes on, and again, he's been banged about a bit, but he has gotten the wicket of Vibhor Yadav, which is something that none of the other bowlers could do. Vinod gets a wide down the leg side, and they're on 150 pace at the moment. More than that, actually. Gracia. Can they put the icing on the cake here? Well, yes. Short answer, yes. That's a big shot down the ground. Flat bat smack from Vinod Kumar. Maximo. And that's how you get off the mark in ECS cricket. 6 off 1. Or 7 if you include the wide. And he is a big hitter. I think we haven't quite seen the best of him on ECN, Vinod. But a very good over. As far as runs are concerned, Karamjit ends up going magical. 23 come off the over. And so, at the end of that one, it's 127 for 2. 24, in fact, include the wide. So, Gracia, where can they get to from here? I mean, they really made a statement. I mean, Warriors, to be fair to them, they've played their heart out all day. They've had to do it the hard way. They're actually trying to do what Hira Sabadell did back in Group A. Now, looks like we've got a breaking story here. So Prince Daman is hobbling around. There was some talk about him going off there. He's holding his hamstring, or like his glute. And we saw him moving, not like Prince. That last boundary he couldn't quite cut off. I think he's definitely got an issue. And the reason he's not going off is they want him to bat. They feel that he's their only hope of chasing these down, but he's really not moving well. He's going to stay on the field. And again, if he goes off for more than 8 minutes, he wouldn't be allowed to bat for at least that amount of time. Nazim's back for the 9th. Hustle through for 1. Yeah, Prince is not moving well at all. That's a big story. And like I say, Warriors have had a tough day at the office. Like I said, they're trying to do what Hira Sabadell did. Win 3 games in a day to make it through. And the thing is, Then you've got to win 3 more games tomorrow to win the trophy. That's why you're paid to finish higher. After the group stage, and Azim just rushes Kumar a bit. Get the single though. So if Demand can't run, I think he's just going to be trying to hit boundaries, and that's probably it. But again, you know, they're brave, these guys. It means a lot to them. And that's, the thing's going from bad to worse if you got Prince carrying an injury into the second innings. Well, that's a wild delivery. That's going to be 5 wides. Oh, they don't need the gifts, do they? This hits the edge of the pitch and the keeper has no chance. Nazim just completely loses the handle on this one. Nazim Makbul, can't really blame him there. And yeah, holding his head in frustration. Mahe, he didn't need to reach that one. 5 more to the total. This is 160 pace now. And it ain't looking pretty for the Warriors. Oh, this is 6 more. Straight off the bat of Mahe and straight out of the ground. Maximo. Well, ground rule double in baseball, bouncing over the fence, takes them to 140. And they're not finished yet. Gracia, the team that did secure ECL qualification just before this tournament started. And when they did get involved in this ECS, they started with a splutter. They lost their first 3 games, had a no result in their 4th. And they really were struggling to get anything going. But they have timed their run perfectly. Can it continue tomorrow, assuming they do get over the line here? Again, the Warriors will have the right of reply, but just very hard to see already. There's any chance. Now this is up in the air. It's hanging. It's kind of into the gap. Fielder comes around. And it's going to be 4. Well, that sums it up, really. Saqib Javed, he was hoping he could turn this into a catch. In the end, he just couldn't deal with the bounce. He bounced too close to him and he wasn't able to adjust. So 4 more. So I suppose at this stage of the innings, theoretically, you'd rather back off and let it be a 1. Look, if you think you can catch it and get there, get 2 hands to it, then you go for it. But it's not an easy one to judge. Now, this one's dragged leg side. Again, the Suns are kind of awkward height at the moment. You can see the sun there. It's not too far away from going down. Keep an eye on that for those of you that are wanting a postcard. This is a shot and a half, and that's going to sail straight over and straight into the fence. Maximo brings up the 150. Had a great view of that. If I was an Australian football goal umpire, that's just sailed over my hat for 6. 6 carreras más. 9 overs down, 151 for 2. It does look like they're going above 160 here. If they were on the motorway, you'd book him for speeding. Gracia making a mess of Nazim's figures. He ends up going for 40 off his 2 overs. So we're going to go to the last over. You can see the lights will take over in the second innings, but yeah, just wonder, is there any life in this contest left already? It's hard to say. Yeah, Prince, is he staying on the field or is he going off here? I think he's going to stay on. He may go off here. He is. So Prince is leaving the field. He's been clutching his hamstring, his right hamstring, you see. Oh, it's such a shame. Now the thing is, because he won't be off the field for 8 minutes because it's 1 over to go, he will be able to open the batting, I'm pretty sure. This is hit square and cut off. Mohammed Masood is an unlikely opening partner for Prince Demand. So yeah, the rule being, if you're off for 8 minutes or more, then you can't battle bowl until you've been off as long as until a much time has expired as you've been off. So as long as this over doesn't go for 8 minutes, Prince will be available to open the batting. But in what state is he? That's the issue. Back to Dart. Tries a cutter, and it gets rocked down to the ground. Maximo! Well, these two picked up where the openers left off, really. Kumar moves to 19 off just 4 balls. That's good hitting. We haven't always seen this from Vinod. He's always looked like he's capable of it. But now, I think he's relaxed. He's in the groove. Steps across and bangs another one. Well, that one's out of here. Wow, that's hit the concrete fence on the other side and bounced back. We'll check that ball. That might have a flat side. Maximo time. Oh, this is getting ugly now. Not if you're a Gracia supporter. 164. There's still 3 balls to go. Akhtar, his bowling today just hasn't been effective. There's the cutter. Well, that's a rare win for Akhtar. He really tries to take the pace off this ball. He realises that the pace on is just disappearing. Already, we're up in record territory if the Ripple Warriors were to chase this. Of course, the record was set by Barcelona Shaheen. Was broken by Barcelona Shaheen earlier in this series. 162 target was chased down. Now, it's just getting a bit carried away. Vinod tries to goad the keeper to throw, but he doesn't. What I will say, though, 3 of the top 6 chases have happened right here in Barcelona in this series. So we know the big chase is a bit more likely here with the conditions, but you're going to have pretty much a perfect game, and you need Prince, who's on one leg now, to probably smack 100. Last ball coming up. Well, 2 hits, 3 misses for Vinod, but won't matter too much. They're going to finish 164 for 2 off their 10 overs. And the top 4 doing the job for Gracia. Let's roll the highlights and look away now if you're a Warriors fan. This ain't going to be pretty. Well, there is a pretty face. That's Chris Tups, who was ready to go. As twilight set in, Gracia, they were sent in by the Warriors, but I think they might rue that now. Gracia, I thought they would have wanted to chase, but this time we got to see them bat the whole 10 overs, and really they did a lot of damage. Got to say that Kuldeep Lal, he was brilliant as well. Yadav, as we'd expect, he was whacking balls all over the place. But Kuldeep didn't play second fiddle this time. Also was able to get moving. In fact, he was outscoring Yadav at one point. You see Tariq Mahmood came on and eventually broke the partnership. Kuldeep gone for 48. Oh, it was a dangerous place to be anywhere near the wicket during this 10 overs. Now, I reckon that is the one where Prince seemed to just have a slight issue with his hamstring. Akhtar took a brilliant catch. It's one of only 2 wickets in the innings, but really the wheels have fallen off. Warriors, I don't even think I can criticise their bowling that much. I just think the batting was really good. I don't think they were that wasteful. Prince hobbled off with an over to go. I still think they'll probably try and open with him, but, well, if you're a religious type and you're a Warriors supporter, it might be time to get out the prayer book, because I think they've only got a prayer of chasing this 165. Top 4 doing the job. Pair of 25s coming in, but after the table was set by Bibo Yadav and Kuldeep Lal, they put on 94. Kuldeep finishing on 48. He was out first. Yadav went on to his half century. 7 wides in the innings. Look, 5 were on 1 ball, so I don't think the bowling was that loose. I just think the batting was next level stuff. Tariq Mahmood and Karamjit Singh, the wicket takers. But you can see plenty of damage on those figures. Tariq Mahmood probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 21 of his 2. And we will take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second half. And the lights should take effect as well. And, well, I think that the Warriors fans have had a good run. Let's see how far they can get. Can we see something special? This is ECN, so expect the unexpected. We'll be back very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here in Barcelona. It's time to turn the lights on and turn the action on and find out which team will join the other 3 in final day tomorrow. We'll see you shortly. The exciting conclusion of Group B Finals Day right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Barcelona for the exciting conclusion of Group B. It's a qualifying final. That is the sun setting over the Barcelona skyline. Well, I promised you a postcard moment. And I promise you it won't look that dark. It's just we're looking straight into the sun. That we see we do have the lights on here at the Montjuic Olympic ground. And we're getting ready for the second innings of this one. And look, it's going to be a tough one to say the least. Prince Tamani left the field with an over remaining with what looked like a hamstring injury, but he is out there opening the batting. Let's see how much it affects him. Vibor Yadov's going to open the bowling. In the first innings, the Gracia team, they piled on the runs, 164. And so now 165 the target. Have to say, it'd be a minor miracle if they could do this. I say minor, but maybe more than minor. Welcome back to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Jojo Beans watching from Switzerland, hello. Welcome. And, well, it was almost goodbye first ball for the Prince. He gets dropped. And that's cool what Singh is in the 11. He's in for Karandeep Singh, but this would have been curtains for Prince. At least he wouldn't have done any more damage to that hamstring. That awoken nightmare as well. Well, I hope you're ready for some cricket under lights. And the Pakai Care final, I'm trying to think how quickly that went. I think it was pretty much finished by about this time. They were bowled out for 41 and maybe went a little bit later than this. But anyway, Yadav slip in place. The Prince is going to lean on this and he will not get a boundary. That sums it up, Rathod, with the fancy footwork. Let's have a look at this, Prince. Oh, that tells you all you need to know, really. Just hobbles through for one. They're pretty much banking on the fact that he can get them all the way there by hitting boundaries. And Azim's his opening partner in this one. Well, that's a bit of luck. Well, that's a great stop. That's an incredible stop by Chow, and that's the second ball we've seen today that's hit the crease. How could you get two of these in a day? Look at that take off. Wow, that's not even on the screen anymore. Chow, well, he might be part Australian. He might be a kangaroo. I have no idea how he got up there. I was already calling it 4 byes. That was incredible stuff from Chow. So nothing going the way of the Warriors so far. They get Prince back on strike with 1 bye. And he is dropped again. Wow, this is a tough one as well. And once again, well, Prince is almost going to be run out here. I think maybe it's not even worth trying to run any if you're the Prince now. Just maybe the last ball of an over. But look, he is not in good shape and he shouldn't. No, he's got an international career to think about now as well. It's brave. I mean, it is brave. I mean, cricketers are tough. But, well, he's struggling. Nazim, meanwhile, well, he'll hit a boundary. And this will be the first one of the innings. That's well fielded by Mina. Well, she looks rugged up, doesn't she? She's not the only one, because I promised everyone when the sun goes away, and the temperature drops pretty quickly here in Barcelona. Reminding me, we're pretty close to Christmas. I've poured myself a coffee. I'm only holding it at the moment. I don't intend to drink it because it's providing me warmth. Last ball of the over. It's just missing. Not a bad shout. At the end of the over. 7 without loss. And for me, yeah. I mean, it's probably hitting him in line. I just feel the angle was going to take it just down the leg side. 56 matches without a golden ball. And we are heading for 61 if we don't have a gold ball here or tomorrow to finish the season. But will we have one? Oh, we almost got there in the last game, didn't we? Really special when you see the lights taking over as well. And that doesn't really give you the full impression of the light here at the ground. It's actually not too bad. Yes, the Trilochan Singh is going to bowl over number 2. Well, here's Prince Taman. And yeah, he's not looking very able to run at all now. And well, he'll fight on. Well, Simran could actually probably put a throw in on him. Makes him work for it. Yeah. Trilla Chan has to block that one. Again, Prince, he's having to leg him out. He's unnatural. He's not able to play his natural game here, really, is he? JJ been asking, am I wearing my multiple Christmas jumpers? Well, short answer, yes. But the slightly longer answer, you cannot see them because they've disappeared under several more jumpers, including my jacket and now my proper ski jacket. This is a good shot. Yeah, look, Nazim coming to the party with some boundaries of his own. That's their only way forward. Their only way forward. I mean, the pace to get these is basically 33 per 2 overs. You've already only got 8 off the first. Yeah, but Prince Taman, I suppose, look, he might have a bit of a break from cricket now anyway, so he's probably feeling, look, I'm just going to go out there, I'm going to do my best to get my team to victory, or give them some sort of a chance, but I don't want him hurting himself even further. Well, this is a nice shot. It's going to be in the gap. It's going to be 4 more, so Nazim, nice to see him basically taking control. It's not quite the Prince that we know out there that he's with, so he does get 4 here. Good batting. Trilla Chan following that kind of early innings length. But yeah, nicely struck. Oh, this is a good shot as well, and this could be 4 more. Well, top bins. That one actually ends up just under the coffee. Well, Meeta, she's an absolute ball magnet at the moment. She's everywhere. I'm starting to think they might be identical twins. She was on one side of the field and she fielded the ball. Now she's fielding it at mid-off. Nazim, I'm liking his work so far, 16 off 6. He goes again. This is away from the fielder. He came around a little bit. And it's a bit of chase the ball at the moment. That's exactly what Yadav's doing. It's going to be 4 more. Well, Nazim is actually almost getting them back up to the rate here. I mentioned the required rate's 33 per 2 overs. And that'll take him to 24. Still a ball to go in this over. Credit to the Warriors for fighting this out. I mean, Prince hasn't been able to do much at all, but Nazim has taken the initiative. Last ball for Trilla Chan. This time he hacks across it, no run. So 24 without loss after 2. Trilla Chan looking particularly impressed. That gives us a chance to welcome you, and this is night cricket at Barcelona. Hope you're having a great time though. Yes, I've got my Christmas jumpers on. I'll give you a little sneak peek. I've even got, if you can see the collar here, I've got a little bit Christmassy as well. So you can see that. But anyway, it's hidden at the moment and you'll have to excuse me for that. But I can tell you that this time tomorrow we'll be into the second half of the final. We'll find out which team will raise the trophy here in the final ECS of the year. Beautiful time of the day though, as the natural light fades and the artificial light takes over. Also a nice time to hold a coffee. I won't be drinking it though. Let's get back to the action out there in the middle. And, just in case you're wondering, when we will be back, we'll be back on the 30th of January for a 4-week series here in Barcelona. Again, not quite sure the format. A few people asking me, when will the fixtures be out? I'd say probably around New Year's. I mean, there's a lot that has to be done before then. The teams have to be picked by the Federation here. So you got to realise that series still is, what is it? Now, yeah, 7 weeks away. so we won't know exactly the format of the teams for a little while, but we'll let you know pretty early in January. Keep an eye on the website for that, europeancricket.com. Cordic comes on, sneaks one in. First ball, oh no. Well, I think he might have done it even worse here, and he's saying no. I think this is it for Prince. I've got to say, I don't think he's gaining anything now out there. This is more than a cramp. You know, if it's a cramp, you can stretch it out. But there, look, that back leg is gone. He's got no weight. So this is my suspicion. I've done something similar before. He's almost pulled it completely, maybe, and then that's when it's gone. And there's no coming back now for Prince. I'm sorry to say that. It's pretty clear. you know, that's really brave from Prince Taman as well. But, yeah, I think the time's come for him to depart. It's just a shame, especially with the chance of winning just so remote. And, yeah, Prince on 2 good legs, yeah, I'd say they could give this a shake. But, you know, it's just not going to happen. That's life sometimes. Life's unfair sometimes. Yeah, I think in the first innings, he's injured it, and it's become progressively worse to the point that that's the time it's completely gone. And you can see they're doing a few things, trying to stretch and trying to do it, but nothing's going to help now. I mean, he just needs to get off straight away and get some serious attention to it. I wasn't quite sure what happened there, but yeah, I mean, Prince is a very popular player in Barcelona amongst the opposition as well. You can see a genuine concern for him. He's going to have to be carried off here. He's really, for me, you know, we don't know what will happen tomorrow. He's got to be right up there at the moment. To me, he's leading the player of the series. We're probably not going to see him tomorrow, but for me, I think when you think about all his contributions with a ball, with a bat in the field, he'd be my player of the series at this stage. Again, you know, tomorrow might change that, but yeah. Look, I think he's trying to. Well, I mean, this is crazy now. If he's trying to still bat on this, then, you know, I'm a real big fan of Prince. I want to see him bat as much as anybody, right? I want to see him bat as much as anyone. And look, anyone around the world that criticises the commitment of these players, just have a look at Prince right now. And he really needs to get off the field, but he's saying, no, I'm going to give this a try. But, you know, he's an international player now. He's basically, this is Daniel in the Karate Kid after he gets the cheap shot from the guy from Cobra Kai, if you know that movie. Well, I've already called it. And again, he's waving everybody else away. He's saying, look, I'm fine. Well, you're not fine, but you are brave. But I'm just a bit worried this is crossing the line from brave into foolish, because I don't want him to make the injury worse. And I think they try to convince him, look, you need to retire hurt. And he's saying, look, go. I'm batting. And there's nobody that is game to say no, because they probably know he's the only way they can win. But they can't win if you can't walk. Eventually, I guess Masood, that's the shortest innings ever. He comes on and gets sent back. Well, what are we going to see here? I mean, what's Kuldeep going to do? I mean, it can't be easy for Kuldeep either. I suppose he's just got to bowl like it's normal. I'm feeling this already. You're not going to run. This is the issue. You can't run either. So, look. One thing I will say, cricket players are tough. I got to say, tough. And they can be stubborn as well sometimes. Giddy says, what bravery, no matter how foolish. Yeah, well, it means everything. I mean, the Warriors have had such a great run today, haven't they? They've made a run into this final. And Prince, again, now you can't run a 1 anymore. And this doesn't matter. He's going to hit a 1-legged 4. And we're still in the power play. And let's just check out this on the replay. How does he look here? He's just gone to not moving that leg at all. So he cannot move that right leg. Now, luckily for Gould, if he bowls it in the slot, he gets hit over mid off for 4. Well, these runs should be worth double, to be fair. Oh, what a shot. Well, that'll be 4 as well. I think you've got to appreciate the skill of Prince Taman, who now cannot move, but he's still hit 2 4s in a row. Oh, and this is crazy stuff. And what about Kuldeep? He's basically been hit by a mannequin for 2 boundaries. Now, well, I almost hope this gets caught. Simran comes around, he drops it. And they won't even run because he's physically unable to run. So I think this is a dot. That's a good effort from Simran. Last ball of the over. Again, he can't run. It'll be a dot. So I mean, he literally cannot change ends anymore. And I don't care where the ball goes on the field. So it's going to be 4s, 6s or dots for Prince Demand, end of the power play. I've seen a lot of things in my time. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this. 32 for no loss after 3. Yeah. Kitty saying, if Prince pulls this off, he'll be a legend. Andrew Smith saying, even on one leg, he's good. Now he's saying, no running hurts this man. Well, I mean, he's hurting. I don't even think he's had any painkillers or anything like that. He's going to bowl the next over. I feel like it's become a bit of a sideshow now, to be honest. When is it not? You might say. Here we go. Now, this will just be one. Prince really wants to get down the other end, and he's going to do it. He's literally going to hop there. The umpire having to get in on the action as well. Wow, he's going to get something he doesn't have to move for. It's going, and it's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, I still think, I wish we'd made the rule that if you hit runs on one leg, they're worth double, then this would be a 12. This is crazy. I mean, I guess it throws the Grathia team off their game as well. How could it not? How could it not throw you off your game? You got a guy who literally can't move. Woken Nightmare thinks that Prince needs to take a bath in the magic spray and it'll be as good as new. I think all the magic spray in Barcelona is not going to help right now. Mahe, a rare short ball. He has to try and lure him forward. Oh, he goes again. Where's this one going? That's out of here as well. Maximo. Back-to-back 6s for Prince Demand. Wow, what hitting. I mean, Prince had to literally just wave everyone away. Every single person was telling him to retire hurt. He said, listen, go away. I'm here. I'm able to get upright. And look, he's using his bat as a crutch to basically get into his stance. Mahe. Oh, what's he thinking right now? This is absolutely bananas what you're watching right now on the European Cricket Network. Now he got to go over cover. That could be 6 more. It is. Wow, Maximo. Prince Demand. What is going on? And, well, I suppose this is as bad as it's going to get, so can't make it any worse, I think, once it's gone completely. Whoa, 4-4. Unbelievable. Now, yeah, this one he knows he can't swing, so he's just going to have to block that one. 50's up now, 50 partnership. One of the most bizarre 50 partnerships you'd ever see. Again, how's he going to get to the other end? Start thinking about that now. Well, he won't need to this time because that's also going to go for 4. Well, if he can pull off a 50 here, win or lose, this would have to be one of the most amazing 50s I've ever seen. He's not quite there yet. He's into the 30s now. That's actually the end of the over. So he moves to 33. It's 55 for no loss after 4. So again, the pace would be 66 off 4 overs. So they're 11 runs behind. Still think this is crazy. For no doubt this has thrown Gracia off their game. It would, because you've gone out of your bubble of intensity. Because, yeah, they have genuine concern for Prince Demand here. And then they go, okay, they probably think they just have to kind of rock up and put it on the pitch. And at the moment, Prince has just found a way to make it happen. Now, he's got to work out how he's going to get a single. And Nazim, I mean, he started in a blaze of glory, but hasn't had too much of the strike at all. He's only faced 9 balls. He's gone for 21. Vinod Kumar's going to bowl over number 5. Now, this is going to be Prince. Everything's concerning here, and this might have been out. Again, this goes about as far as it can go. Would he have been out? I think he would have been out there. But the throw misses. So he finds a way to get back, and he ain't going anywhere for the rest of the over, I think. Maybe last ball they might look at it, but I think he's literally just trying to hit everything to the boundary now. And for once, yeah, see, for once, Nazim, his lack of backing up is now an asset. because he normally just leans on his bat. And I think, to be honest, Nazim might as well grab a deck chair for the next 2 minutes because he ain't moving. Here's Prince on strike. Slow ball. Again, doesn't get it. They're going to walk one. They'll get one. Yeah. Well, this one almost goes for overthrows. Well, Kitty saying the Warriors is a great name for them. Well, they are Warriors. He's a wounded Warrior. As he misses out on this one. So it was a strange 5 minutes. Now this is, I suppose, what you might expect. There's a slow ball, goes after it. It's going, and it's 6. He's already stepped out there, Simran, so he couldn't have done much more. Maximo Nazim picks the slow ball. Not an easy one. Simran's just hoping here he's on the field. Well, he wasn't. He'd already stepped out at the point it touched his hand, so that one disappears for 6 runs. Nazim, again, they're going to try for one here. See, this is one I wouldn't have taken because it's going to take him away from the strike. And he gets there. Yeah, that's one I wouldn't have taken. If he's there, then you want him to face, and now he's away. Now he's the wrong end again. That's poor management, really. I know Nazim's hit a 6, but if you're going to play this game, it's because you want Prince on strike. And now he's not. And, well, we'll continue. It's 5 overs down, 64 for no loss. It's on 128 pace. I mean, imagine if they were chasing 120 or something like that. Well, once again, I want to welcome you to, well, not the Cube, because the Cube was a bit of a casualty early in the day. It's got blown away. But it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're enjoying this action. And we'll tell you what, drama, entertainment, it's all here on ECN. Continue tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in for the last day of the season. Let's go back to the action right now. And it's going to be Paramjit Singh, who is going to be into the attack. Prince is really trying to work out how slow he can get to the other end. He will get to the other end, so a single. Gracia just trying to get their intensity back. I mean, yeah, definitely it's thrown them out of their bubble a little bit. You've got a guy there that cannot move. On strike now, Demand. Goes after this. And I think he's going to go for one here. Kuldeep just saying, all right, give him the one. Ones don't hurt us that much. Is it like a sportsmanship thing, or is it not, to not even try to run him out in this stage if they go to the outfield? I mean, win their rights too. But I mean, there'd be one school thought, say, okay, look, give him a 1. That's a 1 in cricket. That's a 1 when you hit it to the outfield. Don't make it any worse. Oh, this is a really good stop out there on the deep square leg boundary by Vinod Kumar. He will get the 1 again. Kitty saying it's drama-tainment. Sure is. There's a fair few Royal dramas going around that are pretty well rating. This would be one of them. This one isn't going to be one. He says no thanks. He says give me another go. I think he might be calling it now. Yeah, I think he's calling it. I think he knows now that beyond the point of no return. He might need some assistance to get off here. I'll tell you what, I mean, that is a really, really brave innings from Prince Demand. I don't think I've ever seen anyone bat in so much genuine pain. That's a brilliant effort. It shows how much it means to him. The Warriors rely on him in a huge way. And look, he's going to retire hurt. He won't score off that ball. So 35 off 19. And Prince Demand, well, I mean, adrenaline will make you do some crazy things. I think he's going to be struggling. He's going to need some more help to get off, but fantastic effort from Prince Demand. Like I say, for me at the moment, he's the player of the tournament. Whether that remains to be the case at the end of tomorrow, we'll see. But I just think you can't argue with his numbers and the way he's gone about it. And even that doesn't really tell the whole story when you look at what's happened over the past 15 or 20 minutes. He will go, and Ubadak comes in. Mohammad Masood, and he's out first ball. So after all of that, they do lose the wicket. He's on the cut. Masood has to follow Prince. Well, to be honest, Masood might reach the bench before Prince Demand at this rate, because Prince hasn't made it yet, and Masood has got to go. So this one's hurt Chowan as well. I think it just got him a nasty bit of the fingers on the right hand. Well, is anyone going to be left standing here? It was a surprise deflection. It was more a reaction catch than anything from Chowan. And yeah, throws it away now. He's got sore fingers. Who will be remaining at the end of this game? So, after all that, we'll go to the next batter. To me, that looks like Kaiser Zulfiqar is coming out. Well, it's worth staying up on a Saturday night when you got this kind of action. Not from Masood though. I mean, he already almost started batting once. Oh, and it's the high five that did it. Well, now I know what actually caused the hand injury. Initially, it was the ball. But who was that culprit handing out the high five? I actually think it was Paramjit, the bowler. So, yeah, it was here. He's hurt his hands, and then he got a high five that actually made the injury worse. Oh, no. Well, it's not ideal. I like it. Oh, this could be out, you know. Simran, he goes forward and he spills it. It won't quite go for 4 when they don't even run here. Oh, now what's your excuse? I think they thought it was going to go for 4. And now, what is going on? It's the end of the over. It's a dot. Well, okay, maybe Nazim doesn't want the run on purpose because he wants the strike, so I get that, but kind of grasping at straws here now. It'll be the end of the over, 68 for 1, so they'll need 97 off the last 4 overs. It's over 4 a ball. JJ Bean can't believe the high five. It's almost giving Prince a slap on the back of the leg to say well done right now. He just wouldn't do it. 1 for 4, Paramjit Singh. This is what I love about European Cricket Network. This is game like 2021 for me. Oh, almost caught. Has he got this? What a catch. What a brilliant catch by Vibhor Yadav. Oh, how's he grabbed that before it hit the ground? It's a brilliant piece of fielding. Nazim, he wanted to strike. And I think even Yadav's genuinely surprised that he's able to scoop that up before he hits the turf. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, brilliantly done. And you can see there, he does get it. He gets under it, and then he protects it. Great catching. That's top-class stuff from Vibhor Yadav. So, yeah, I suppose I can understand Nazim wanted the strike, but he goes off the first ball of the new over. It's Vinod Kumar that comes up with a wicket, but he can thank Vibhor Yadav for that. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. And it comes up, throws it away. And really, Warriors drifting further and further into oblivion in this chase. But this is why even in a game, you might say, oh, turn it off. They're chasing 165, they're not going to get it. Well, seen head drama now, got another drop catch. Oh, that was hit flat. It was clipped away off the toes. And, well, not an easy one, put it that way. And unfortunately, can't hold on to that. A little bit high on Zulfiqar. Well, if you're enjoying this, and make sure you join us when we come back for final day tomorrow, because it's only going to get more and more dramatic. The storylines more outrageous here on the European Cricket Network. Short. Edges this into his backside, so Zulfiqar still can't score after 3 balls. Batted pretty well against the spin earlier. Zulfiqar showed he can sweep. Doesn't get too much of this. Simran has now been relieved of his duties at long on after a couple of spills. Finds himself at long off. Not easy catching conditions at all. Swing and a miss to finish the 7th over. So it's 70 for 2 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, here is Sabadell. Well, looks like they'll be playing Gracia in the Eliminator. So, yeah, Gracia, they still have to win 3 games on the spin tomorrow to win the trophy. They'd have to beat here is Sabadell. They'd have to beat both of the other teams as well. So it's simple. Yeah, they have to beat the 3 other teams to win the final. As we will start again, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 Central Europe time. It's 1 p.m. in India. It'll be the last day of cricket on ECN until the 30th of January. But yeah, the format's the same as today. The top teams in each group get that double chance. Can Gracia continue this run? I mean, they're playing good cricket, but they're going to run into some pretty good opposition tomorrow. Here, Mahe comes back. It's just drifting. They won't get a run here. The 3 overs in the day, really. It's all over bar the shouting. I tell you what we haven't done yet, and I know only our most loyal viewers will still be around now after the Prince phenomenon has departed. Throw a random question at me. Well, nothing random about this shot from Zulfikar as he goes square, and he has been really good against the spin today. He's a good sweeper. And 4 runs, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So come on, if you're in the chat right now, throw a random question at me. There's the quick one from Mahe. Because we normally do that, being a qualifying final. Again, it's kind of been a gripping contest, haven't had too much time to shoot the breeze, but maybe who do you like for tomorrow? It doesn't have to be a cricket-related question. It's up to you. Oh, it's well bowled. Thinks about stumping him once or twice, and 3rd time he goes, okay. Sorry, got stumped earlier. He's completely loses composure. I tell you what, it's a very ambitious stumping when the guy is sitting behind the line. He had his whole body grounded behind the line pretty much. Well done by Mahe. There he goes, up and out. All right, it's Simran again. Is he going to get there? Well, no one's going to get there. The last thing you want is a collision at this stage. It's a genuine Bermuda Triangle situation. I think the bowler and the 2 outfielders coming in perfectly triangulated between them. Here, Mahe. Well, that would have been... I don't think I would have been running that one that way because you were running the wrong way down a one-way street. Last ball for him in this game. Dabbed away for 1. So... here, an interesting couple of overs. I think he bowled pretty well today. But the hero versus 1-legged Prince was an interesting battle earlier. He'll finish none for 30 and 8 overs down. It's 77 for 2. Yeah, have a look at this innings. I mean, a couple of big scoring overs. But also some pretty quiet overs. Prince eventually retiring hurt once he knew that the cause was hopeless. Well, don't know how that misses, but it did. One has gone straight over the stumps. Well, pretty much penciling Gracia as the final team to make final day tomorrow. I'll join those other 3 teams. That should be a great day of cricket. Hopefully you can join us live. If you can't, then catch up on it during the week. Shot. It's just a slight slow ball from Kuldeep, I think. And it's been absolutely horned out of the ground by Zulfikar, who he likes to sweep. He's a stand-up sweep this time off Kuldeep. It wasn't that short. Just made up his mind it had to go sideways. Whacked it out of the ground. Good shot. Oh, good comeback from Kuldeep. That's his bread and butter right there. When he bowls tomorrow, I think that's the delivery that he's going to have to produce. See if he can pull that one off again. Kuldeep Lal. Quiet. Appeal and out. Well, it wasn't quite the Yorker length, but Mahmood just shuffles a bit too far across and he's given his marching orders. Let's check it out in the replay. Yeah, probably. Hits the back pad. I thought originally it was heading down the leg side, but when you see it from that angle, you see it actually hits the back pad, which is pretty adjacent. Yeah, I think that's hitting. He's on the crease as well, so he's not really forward. There's not really a long distance to go between the point of impact and the wickets. I think that's fair enough. All right, so JJ Bean, that's a good random question. It's also informative. Did I say your name right? JJ Bean, I like it. I'm going to burn through some random questions now. Thanks for sending them in. Knocked over, and Kuldeep does it again. And, well, right now, he's going to give Maqbul. He's the hero from the last game, but he only lost one ball in this game. And Kuldeep coming to the party. And now everyone pretty keen to get off now. He's getting very chilly. Kuldeep says, all right, come here. And Maqbul, you can't really blame him trying to go downtown. All right, so questions are my favourite colour. My favourite colour is actually a type of blue. It's called cobalt. So look that up. Cobalt. That's my favourite colour. It's kind of the suit you'll see me in quite a lot of the time. It's a very vibrant, almost like an electric blue. So that's my favourite colour. The best Christmas present I've ever received. That's a good one. Probably when I was young, a cricket bat. Honestly, I think that's probably one that really sticks out. It happened a couple of times. So I'm going to come off the pad. So it won't be a wide. It's the end of the over. So 9 overs down. It's 84 for 4. Yeah, the Miller Chapman Hall bat I got when I was about 13 or 14. Remember that? Also, I got a Dyna Drive when I was 11. The old double scoop, but it was so heavy, couldn't make a run with it because I couldn't lift it back then. All right, what else have we got? What's the coldest I've ever been? Well, I played cricket on ice in St. Moritz, and sometimes there the temperature would get down to about -18. Also in Estonia, where I have a residence when I'm not working, it can get around that. So -18. So I think I might have just beaten you. Trying to think of other places I've been that have been really cold. Yeah, I think about -18, and that is like burning cold, if that makes sense. You know what I'm talking about. He said -16 in Berlin is his coldest. Got any more? You got to get in quick because this game's almost done. Right now, I think the field is on the boundary. Feel like it's about -18. Here's number 18. Well, this will be a no ball, and it'll be caught. I think. And keeper Chow, he had a fair idea. Said, hey, no high fives, please. That's yeah, he takes a catch and get ready for a free hit again. Yadav probably can't feel his fingers either at the moment. Free hit. Probably get the one here. Well, Yadav thinks of fielding it and then doesn't, so they'll get 2. He's pretty cold. Yadav. Oh, Yadav, he's probably wondering what he got into. Is this Spain or what? It's just squeezed away. Well, they're going to have a pop at the bowler's end. It's good commitment, though, to get back. Bowled him. And so Yadav gets the right reply and he knocks over Zulfikar. It's not long now to the Warriors will be showing the door, but how about the way they've performed? Not just in this game, in the entire series. Okay, sure, Prince Demand's dominated the headlines for them, but now the support crew behind, they certainly given it 100%. And so yeah, Zulfikar, again, trying hard, trying to get one more glory shot. But he has to go. It's 89 for 5. 2 balls remaining. So, new batter coming in, Waka Khan. Who's going to give me one more random question before we go? Got 2 more balls to go in the day. It's been a really exciting Group B. Last day before finals day tomorrow. Waka, pretty determined not to get out. Tell me if you got one more random question. I'll give you a quick answer. Elvira's got a good one if no one else to come to the party. But this will be it. And the Warriors are going to finish on 90, 164 to 90. Look, it was an innings quite unlike anyone I've ever seen, to be honest. Well, JJ Bean asking what's the best gift I've ever given somebody. Well, I'm just going to say the gift of cricket, and there's 1,000+ matches a year. So that's the way that I'm going to call it. Thanks to Santosh as well. Guys, stick around for the highlights because, yeah, you won't see anything like this anywhere else in the world. And Rilf Randeverver for Netherlands, he got a ticker tape parade for just kind of running one single engine. Well, Prince, he pretty much was batting on a broken leg here. This is an amazing stop by Chowan when it hit the crease, and I thought it was going for 4 byes for sure. That's this is Prince, who was out there. He didn't field the last over of the innings. He's obviously injured his hamstring. It was getting progressively worse. That's the time. That's when it went. I mean, that's when it had absolutely gone, and he couldn't even stand up. There was a bit of a commotion. They said, all right, off you come. And he said, no, I'm not going anywhere. And then he just started pumping boundaries. He's running on adrenaline. Simran dropped him. I mean, they would have been merciful if he'd caught that. But then, he just found another gear, didn't he, the Prince? It was 6 after 6. He couldn't move, really. Eventually, the circus was over. Had to retire hurt. I think that's sensible. And look, credit to him. But then poor Masood, he was out first ball. And then the poor keeper Chapman got the high five on the injured fingers and then had to be just consoled. That's actually the best thing I've seen since the accidental punch between the French batters. That was a brilliant catch by Yadav. He had a good day, didn't he? Couple went down. The temperature plummeted. And yeah, cool deep. It was a good decision, I think. Trap the LBW. This game was gone by then, but Rival Warriors, I got to hand it to them. They really played their hearts out, and I really wish them all the best. I hope we see them again in the next series because they played out of their skins today. And look at that, even to the end, diving around. Yadav picked the cheapie up late. They deserve the victory. They deserve their spot. So the margin of victory, I think, is certainly reflective of the difference between these two teams. And you can see there, Prince Taman 35 before he was forced to retire hurt. But yeah, ultimately, it was always going to be a futile exercise. And so, congratulations to Gracia. They'll do it, and Gracia will take their place. Look at the bowlers there. I mean, again, team effort, wasn't it, really? I mean, they knew that the game was pretty much run and won already. $164 to 90, Ripple Warriors get there in the end. Big thank you to everyone who joined us today. And yeah, I'll join you one time from what used to be the Cube, but I've got to say, I quite enjoyed the Cube going away. Nothing against the Cube, you know we love the Cube, but quite enjoyed this. Not a bad look of not a bad little view as well, with a bit of history behind the corner as well. Let me tell you, the first thing is we can now fill in the 4th team. We can fill in the 4th team on final day tomorrow. And you can see here is Sabadell and take on Gracia first up. And then Barcelona Shaheen will take on the Catalunya Tigers in qualifier 1. Then the same format as today, qualifier 2. And then the final, that's game 124, the final game of the season. Then we'll restart again after a 7-week break, Monday the 30th of January. And yeah, you can see how those teams got there. Barcelona Shaheen and Catalunya Tigers, they led their group. They got straight through. Here Sabadell and Gracia had to work for it, and they certainly did work for it. Gracia, I think for them, it's actually a good thing they're going straight in. They certainly have got a bit of momentum. Certainly not looking like a team that only took 1 point out of their first 4 games. Once again, I want to say big thank you to everybody for their support today. It's a long day. You see that now, the sky's pretty much black, and that just tells you that the lights have taken over. So the lights are really good here. Big thank you to Rob, the groundsman. Again, he does so much for us, and we're really thankful to have him and all the local organising committee that are helping us out. I want to say a big thank you to the Blue crew. Again, yeah, it was a cold one at the end, but I certainly enjoyed working with all of them. Also, I want to thank all the players, the officials, and everyone else. Look, just before we go, the last thing you can do, you can go to the website, europeancricket.com. There's Mita. Hello, Mita. He's also getting ready to pack down. Look, go to our website, europeancricket.com. Great place to find out what's coming up. We don't have the 2023 Barcelona tournament on there just yet. That'll still be worked out over the next few weeks. But you can go there to find out all the stats and the standings and kind of how the team's got to this point. Also, the scorecards for tomorrow already up there. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. I think there will be some highlights there from today as well. And if you haven't already, make sure you thumbs up this video and like it. And don't forget to subscribe and tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Big thanks to everyone from Spring. I think you guys did a great job once again. Super excited. And they've done us a little bit of a favour. They put together some highlights of the day. So we'll leave you with that. I'll see you tomorrow for the last day of 2022. Hard to believe. That's almost 1,200 matches in. It'll be time to say goodbye to this year, but we'll be back next year before too long. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Enjoy your Saturday night, but Sunday action is on the way. Not often you have an ECN Sunday, so enjoy it. We'll be here for the final day of the season, just around the corner. Hasta mañana. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Enjoy these highlights of the day.
Bye.